Are you just put Rafe on? The next voice was Rafe's. Where the fuck are you, eh? Listen, there's a team of Russian enforcers on you right now. How many? Not sure. One car, maybe two. Makes, models? Not sure. The men who took me were in SUVs. Roger, this a good number for you? Reece looked down at the partially decapitated body at his feet. I don't think so. I'll call you from a burner soon. Not wanting to keep his friend from the task at hand, Reece disconnected the call. There were few people more qualified to attend to such problems than Rafe Hastings. Night was coming on quickly. Reece retrieved the downed Ducati and maneuvered it next to a dumpster. He then dragged the dead Russian to it and removed his leather jacket before dumping him inside and closing the lid. A medium? Can't I find a biker with an XL? He thought, remembering his excursion through Italy almost a year prior. Reece squeezed his extra-large frame into the tight jacket. Luckily, it was cut a bit large, though it was still overly snug. Get out of here, Reece. One more call. As Reece went to dial, the screen lit up. Do I answer? He hit accept. Mr. Reece, do you recognize my voice? The man in black. I do. Good. Then listen carefully. This is the last call I will make from this phone. As soon as we are done, I will dispose of it. Reece remained silent. I want you to know that I pulled the men from your friends. Shortly after we left Martha's Vineyard, they took the next ferry back to the mainland. What? I didn't need them, Mr. Reece. You were more than willing to sacrifice yourself with just the threat of the possibility that you might be responsible for their deaths. As I told you, your file is quite extensive. I was not exaggerating when I said your psychological profile indicated you would be a terrible poker player. Psychological profile, that meant FIS, a foreign intelligence service. Russia. I am going to find you. Come now, Mr. Reece. There is no need for that kind of talk. We are professionals. I let your friends live. As you are on Lev's phone, I can assume he has met his end? You assume correctly. Let's come to an agreement. I'm listening. In exchange for my consideration of letting your friends live, you agree to not waste your life trying to track me down. If I refuse, I would hate to have to pay you another visit, though I have enjoyed our conversations. Our next outing might not be as pleasant. I didn't catch your name. No, you didn't, and you won't. Don't you think your employer will have something to say about your failure? They know where to place the blame on those thugs you just killed. Most impressive, by the way. My compliments. You didn't leave me many options. I expect our paths to never cross again. If they do, you and those closest to you will meet the same fate as the men you just disposed of. Are we clear? Was this a ploy? Mr. Reece, do we have a deal? Reece terminated the call and redialed Katie's number. Rafe picked up. Anything? Reece asked. Nothing, my friend. Doesn't mean they still aren't out there. Stay alert and get ready to go. Where do I meet you? I'll call you back in an hour. I need to get moving. Hey, Reece. Please tell me that you are not in Boston. Why? There's a TV behind the bar here. There's been some sort of shooting in the financial district. I'm okay. Jesus, Reece. Call you in an hour. Reece picked up the dead man's helmet and ran to his bike, slipping the tomahawk back under his belt with the handle running along his spine. He pulled back on the clutch, hit start, and shifted into neutral to let it idle while he punched one more memorized set of digits into his newly acquired phone. Yes? Came a distinctive voice on the other end of the line. Vic, it's me. I was wondering when you'd call. I need something. What? Where does Andy Danreb live these days? Chapter 47. The residence at Cape Idokopaz, Krasnodar Krai, Russia. Rostya Levitsky ran along the groomed trail. The sun had yet to break the horizon. The pre-nautical twilight lit his path. He could hear the waves of the Black Sea crashing against the base of the cliffs below. They sounded angry. The director had beefed up his personal security detail, but he also knew that if someone were to throw him from the cliffs, there was a strong possibility that it would be his very own protective team. He would finish his run and then put in his customary 30 minutes of weightlifting before enjoying the benefits of the sauna and ice bath, all before his peers had opened their eyes. He inadvertently pushed himself harder today. The video he had been sent from the Proton Mail account with the subject line, U.S. Holiday, played on a reel in his mind. The video started when James Reece was halfway across the street. It was taken from 100 meters down the road on full zoom, which made it slightly blurry, but not so blurry that he couldn't make out what was happening. The man he knew was James Reece waved as he jogged across the road and opened the rear driver's side door of a Range Rover parked at the curb. The Bratva enforcers stood outside their vehicles waiting on someone still inside the bank. After a few moments, one of them started to run, throwing open the door to Reece's Range Rover. He disappeared inside. Then, the men started dropping. The phone's microphone was catching wind and traffic, so the screams and car crash were muffled. The video went to black after James Reece accelerated past on a motorcycle, but not before he reached inside the Range Rover and retrieved a large manila envelope. Incompetent bastards. Could what was in the envelope really derail the plan to draw the United States into another war in the Middle East? Something that would prevent the new alliance between Russia and China? The plutonium rods had been successfully transported to Rosatom in Zarechny, a closed city southeast of Moscow where the most closely guarded secrets in Russia's nuclear arsenal were developed and stored. Once the device was fully constructed, it would begin its journey to warmer climes. Sokolov and his Wagner Group Rusich unit would be with it the entire way. The fall of the former Soviet Union had shifted power to the Americans, but as with the Bretton Woods Accords of 1944, they did not know what to do with it. With their treasury overflowing and military at the peak of its strength, what did they do? They squandered their treasury and downsized their military. The Americans were quick to adapt, but the generation that they were fond of calling the greatest would soon be gone. Probably for the best. Russia would not make the same mistakes as had her adversary. That a few veterans of the Great Patriotic War would be alive to see the new Russia ascend to her role in the New World Order warmed his cold bones. Would there be a shift in leadership after Russia pushed through Ukraine? Levitsky anticipated that the president would eventually hand over the reins to Chairman Kozak. That left Levitsky vulnerable. He needed to prove his loyalty and his worth. His agency needed a win. This recent failure in Boston would give Director Dashkov the ammunition he needed to undermine Levitsky's new position. The files that had been so sought after were now in the hands of James Reece. Something was in them that made this collective nervous. Bringing the seal down and retrieving the contents of the safe deposit box was Levitsky's top priority. Levitsky looked at the surf breaking on the rocks at the base of the cliff and imagined his body making contact with the sharp crags before becoming food for the crabs and creatures of the deep. He turned away from the cliffs and picked up the pace. Part 3. Revelations. New evils require new remedies. The Times, London, on the Nuremberg trials. Chapter 48. Reece stood in the hot shower, his head down, watching the blood rinse from his body, swirl around the drain, and disappear down the pipes. He had been on the verge of hypothermia when he arrived at the safe house. The bike was hot, and he needed a clean ride. Vic had made him memorize the address and access code to the condo. It wasn't far. The CIA had properties scattered across the world that allowed an agent on the run to find temporary sanctuary. The United States was no different. This safe house was the closest option to Reece's position, and it took him only 10 minutes to arrive at the small second-floor condo with a one-car garage on Magnolia Street in Cambridge. Harvard and the CIA shared a long and involved history. The blood on Reece's hands was already frozen by the time he accelerated onto the Longfellow Bridge and crossed the Charles River. He continued past the Massachusetts Institute of Technology onto Broadway and into the heart of Cambridge, a bastion of American academia. The code opened the garage and Reece maneuvered the bike inside, leaving it wedged next to a dark maroon Jeep Grand Cherokee SUV. He then closed the door and sealed himself inside. Reece didn't plan on spending much time at the condo, just a quick rest and refit. He made his way to the second floor using the stairs leading up from the garage and systematically cleared the space, which didn't take long. It wasn't huge. It consisted of 2 bedrooms with ensuite bathrooms, a common living area, and a kitchen. A large, knitted Harvard University coat of arms was framed above the couch opposite a flat-screen television. On a shield of Harvard crimson were 3 open books. Veritas was printed across their covers. Veritas. Truth, Reece thought, remembering the unofficial motto of the Central Intelligence Agency engraved on the wall at headquarters from John chapter 8, verse 32. And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. Maybe that truth will kill us all. We will know soon enough. Reece opened a cabinet, found a glass, and slugged down 2 large glasses of water from the sink. He was cold and hungry, but there was something he needed to do before he raided the pantry. Priorities. He walked to the master bedroom and opened the 2 drawers in the nightstand on the left side of the bed. Empty. He moved to the right side with the same result. Also empty. Odd. His eyes went to the alarm clock on the nightstand. There it is. Reece punched the garage code into the 4-digit keypad on the top of the Vaultec Smart Station safe. The front of the clock slid forward to reveal a Browning high power, 2 extra 13-round mags, a fairly old leather holster, and a stack of cash. Reece removed and examined the legendary pistol. He could tell this one had some history. In 1926, with 128 firearms patents to his name, Browning passed away of heart failure at his workbench at Fabrique Nationale de Herstal in Belgium, while working on what would become his iconic 9mm handgun. Dieudonné Sève had continued to develop the pistol that the world would come to know as the Browning High Power. It had been in continuous service since 1935 and had been a favorite of the CIA well past the time when most military, intelligence, and law enforcement agencies had moved on to striker-fired pistols with double-stack magazines. Reece released the magazine and caught it in his left hand, fully loaded. He then pushed down on the safety and racked the slide to the rear, ejecting and catching the round from the chamber. He gave the pistol and magazines a quick inspection and then put the weapon back into condition 1. Round in the chamber, hammer to the rear with the safety lever up. He closed the safe, transforming it back into an innocuous-looking standard alarm clock, and returned to the kitchen, setting the pistol and extra magazines on the counter. Prioritize and execute. Reece scanned the small pantry and removed 2 cans of Campbell's chicken noodle soup. He opened them with a can opener he found in a drawer and emptied the broth, noodles, and small chunks of chicken into a pot on the stove, quickly bringing the soup to a boil. He needed to get warm. He transferred the steaming contents into a large Pyrex container and brought it to his mouth, not bothering with a spoon. He ignored the burning on his tongue and the roof of his mouth as the hot liquid warmed his chilled body. Under the sink, he found a roll of large trash bags and pulled one out. Reece then marched to the master bathroom. He set the pistol and magazines next to the sink, closed the toilet seat, and took the thick manila envelope from the inside of his jacket, placing it on the seat. Next, he set his father's letter on top of the files. His wallet and the cash went on top of that, acting as a paperweight. Reece turned on the water in the sink and removed the stiletto from its sheath at his appendix, using soap to clean the dried blood from the blade, handle, and pommel. He then wiped it dry on a hand towel, tested the blade. It needed sharpening, and set it aside. He then removed the tomahawk from his back pocket behind his belt, cleaning first the head and then the shaft. When he was done, he tested its edge. Still sharp. He set it aside, stripped down, and shoved his bloody clothes into the trash bag before stepping into the shower. He shut the glass door behind him and turned the water to an almost scalding temperature. You can't wash away the past. Nothing will wash away the past. As the blood pooled and swirled, Reece checked himself for injuries. Everything seemed to be in working order. All the blood was from other people. Lauren, Lucy, Ben, Freddie, Katie. If you stay with her, she's dead. No. You want to keep her safe, you disappear. You can't kill your way out of this. Yes, I can. Hollywood would have you believe that men who fought and killed were damaged, empty shells. The truth was dirtier. The truth was that killing was the most natural of human endeavors. Reece knew his ancestors had been good at hunting and killing, and yet it was not just Reece's ancestors, it was everyone's ancestors. For most of human history, if you could not put food on the table or protect the gift of life, you were not long for this earth. Some had repressed that call, the call to serve, the call to hunt, the call to fight, protect, and kill. To others, protectors like Reece, it was as natural as breathing. You've killed enough. I don't have a choice. You have free will. You kill because you want to. I kill because sometimes it is necessary. You are a killer, a murderer. I'm a fighter. Reece was still under the shower head when the water shifted from almost scalding to close to freezing. He remained motionless. Standing under the cold water, he was transported back to his cell in Colorado. Just days ago, an unseen hand or the emotionless setting on a computerized timer had shut the water off. Control. They exercised what control they could, when they could. But Reece was no longer in his cell. He was free. It was time to get answers, and then it would be time to do what he did best. Reece's hand went to the shower valve and turned it to the right. The cascade of water immediately ceased. He stepped out onto the bath mat, toweled himself dry, and then stuffed the wet towel in the trash bag. Grabbing the Browning high power off the sink, he re-entered the bedroom. He was exhausted. I need sleep. You will get all the sleep you need when you are dead. Reece set the pistol on a dresser and started going through drawers. Socks, underwear, t-shirts, and pants of various sizes awaited him. He picked out a few options, throwing them on the bed behind him before moving to the closet, where he began sifting through an assortment of shoes, shirts, jackets, belts, and hats. He went for earth-tone pants and a flannel top, a thin black puffy jacket and a Harvard ball cap, darn tough socks, and a pair of Hoka running shoes finished off his new ensemble. Next, he selected a Fjellraven day pack from a collection of briefcases and messenger bags, returned to the bathroom, and placed the manila folder and letter inside. He collected the 2 extra magazines and put them in his left pocket with the rounds facing forward. His wallet and the cash went into the other. Satisfied, he picked up the trash bag and gave the room a once-over. As he turned to leave, he paused. Setting the trash bag and backpack on the floor of the bedroom, he flipped off all the lights in the condo. He found a space on the floor between the bathroom door and the dresser and sat down. He removed the Browning from the holster on his belt and set it to his right. With his back flat against the wall, he closed his eyes. First, he was back in his cell. Then he was in the tidal pool with his father, in Hawaii. Control limit zone. Reece exhaled, forcing all the air from his lungs, inhaled deeply, held his breath, and started to count. Chapter 49. Zarechny, Penza Oblast, Russia. Slavik Denikin hated Zarechny. 4 days in this hellhole felt like an eternity. That, and it reminded him of Magnitogorsk, where he had lived with his mother. Even his quarters in one of the out-of-bounds areas was eerily reminiscent of the housing complex of his youth. Located 700 kilometers southeast of Moscow, Zarechny was once what was known as a secret city. And though it had begun to open up, it still retained the culture forced upon its 64,000 inhabitants during the Cold War, when it was identified in classified documents only as Penza 19. The Soviet Union had designated certain cities as closed and off-limits to all but a select few. Denikin did not know how many of these secret cities had once existed. His government now acknowledged 44 publicly, which meant there were probably closer to 100. Built with slave labor from the gulags following the Great Patriotic War, these secret cities were encircled by barbed wire fences and protected by military guards. They did not appear on any maps, nor could one find buses or trains that serviced them from stations or depots in other parts of the country. Photography was banned, and no one could come or go without authorization. Residents did enjoy a higher standard of living than most of the country, with the best healthcare, schools, and daycare that the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic had to offer. Stores rarely ran low on goods, and the Soviet citizens who lived there were compensated with salaries that exceeded those for comparable positions on the outside. The people who lived within the city's confines did not appear on the official census. It was as if they did not exist. Some lived their entire lives in their secret cities, never experiencing life beyond the walls. They were completely cut off from the outside world. News was strictly controlled. Informers were everywhere. They were socialist utopias. Officially designated closed administrative territorial entities, each closed city had a specific focus. There were academic cities, science cities, and nuclear cities. Zarechny was the latter. Among the residents were an inordinate number of scientists and engineers supporting critical nuclear research and development projects for the motherland. In public areas, no one talked about Zarechny's sole employer, the Russian Federation's State Atomic Energy Corporation, better known as Rosatom. Headquartered in Moscow, Rosatom was responsible for all facets of the Russian nuclear production chain, from uranium mining to enrichment to nuclear fuel fabrication to mechanical engineering. Rosatom was Russia's one-stop nuclear shop. Zarechny was home to the Rosatom nuclear weapon assembly facility. The Sura River was conveniently close, providing a dumping ground for any radioactive waste. Denikin and his team of Wagner Group mercenaries had taken a chartered CAM air flight from Kandahar to Kabul, where they boarded another chartered CAM flight to Tashkent, Uzbekistan. There were not an abundance of choices. CAM was Afghanistan's first private airline. Established in 2003, it served destinations domestically and internationally with its fleet of 12 aircraft. It even offered student discounts and advertised a frequent flyer program. Eager to avoid a repeat of the Erstan incident of 1995, in which 7 Russian nationals had been held hostage for over a year at the hands of the Taliban before enacting a dramatic escape, Denikin liberally handed out bribes to smooth their passage out of Afghanistan. The heavy box securing the 3 plutonium rods was labeled with biohazard plaques and accompanied by the proper corresponding paperwork with all the required signatures. No one was overly eager to open or inspect a box they thought contained highly hazardous biological material, especially after Denikin handed them 10 US $100 bills to thank them for their cooperation. The Russians were met at Islam Karimov Tashkent International Airport 2 hours after leaving Kabul by a military contingent from the Uzbek Air Force's 60th Separate Mixed Aviation Brigade for the short 16-kilometer transit to Karshi Khanabad Air Base, known in military circles simply as K2. Uzbek President Shavkat Mirziyoyev had favored a more pro-Russian agenda since assuming power in 2016 after the death of his predecessor, Islam Karimov, who had ruled the country since 1989. This renewed alliance led to joint military exercises and Russian military equipment purchases, which made it possible for a Russian Antonov AN-124 Ruslan to land in Uzbek territory and pick up a box and 8 passengers. Identified by its NATO designator Condor, the AN-124 was the largest military transport aircraft in existence. The high-priority flight and box labeled with biomedical plaques raised speculation that a senior-level Russian general must be in need of life-saving organs, which was exactly the intent. The destination on the flight plan was listed as Moscow, but As soon as the AN-124 entered Russian airspace, it diverted to Vissarion-Belinsky Airport in Penza. While his team slept soundly after safely leaving Afghan and Uzbek airspace, Denikin stared at the aluminum flooring of the cargo aircraft. His men would soon figure out what they had transported out of Afghanistan. The first half of the mission was almost complete. He knew to expect a retasking once on the ground, and though he didn't know the final destination or specifics, Denikin had been in the game long enough to venture a few guesses. If any of his men showed the slightest bit of trepidation about the mission ahead, he would be required to execute them on the spot. Was he any less expendable? Upon landing, the box was offloaded and transferred to Zarechny's Rosatom nuclear assembly facility. Denikin's team boarded a bus and followed the armed 5-vehicle military convoy past the gates to the secret city, and then into an even more heavily secured facility, where they were confined to quarters in a large gray concrete building that resembled a military barracks. After dropping his bags, Denikin was escorted into a conference room in an adjacent building. Andrei Sokolov was waiting for him. "Comrade," the former GRU man said in acknowledgement as Denikin entered, "I understand your mission was a success." The Wagner Group's CEO wasn't in uniform, having long since left the GRU as a lieutenant colonel, but his military bearing was evident. His black eye patch matched his boots and cargo pants. He wore a green flight jacket with the sleeves pushed up. His thick forearms left no question that, even at his advanced age, he was not one with whom to trifle. "Yes, Colonel," Denikin replied. "And your men?" "They performed as expected, though, as you can appreciate, they are now wondering what was in the box and what we are doing in isolation at a secret nuclear facility. As am I." It is imperative that this next phase of the mission be kept need to know there is no higher priority mission for the motherland. "Tell me," Denikin said. "The 3 plutonium rods you extracted from Afghanistan originated in Iran. They are being removed from their case as we speak." "Why?" "We are converting them into a more modern RA-115. "A suitcase bomb," Denikin said. "The Soviet answer to the American Saddam." "Yes, their special atomic demolition munition." "Rumor has it that there are still RA-115s cached around the world." "Those rumors might be true. I can tell you for certain there are multiple RA-115s here in this very facility. Right now the engineers are fitting one with the rods you delivered. The Iranian rods are of a different shape and slightly smaller than our older Soviet rods. They are being chemically decomposed and recast in the lab. They will then be reshaped and encased in a ceramic holder to fit the RA-115. The Semtex initiation charge, fuse, and timer were all pre-fabricated. The final device will fit into a large backpack." "How long will it take them to complete the device?" 2 days, plus another to test all the circuits. "As I recall, the RA-115s were not built with an abort mechanism." The GRU didn't want an infiltrator to get cold feet, question his assignment, or think that arming the device would immediately result in detonation. "Would it?" "Yes, the act of arming would detonate it, but this one has been modified. To alleviate any reservations, the device will be armed in Cyprus. We certainly do not want to detonate a nuclear device there. And to give you further peace of mind, I will arm it there with you. Then you will see the mission through to its conclusion." "And the men?" "Tell the men that they are delivering it to Hezbollah, an ATSI transfer at the behest of our new ally, Iran." "But we are not." "No, you are not." "What's the mission, Colonel?" "In 5 days you will escort the weapon to Syria." "Syria?" "Da. A military transport flight to Khmeimim Air Base in Syria, which, as you know, is a Russian military base, so there will be no customs requirements. The device will be in one of many trunks meant to give the appearance of personal belongings going to one of our oligarchs with ties to the president. No one will question it. From there, it will be concealed in a vintage Louis Vuitton trunk among a host of similar trunks with personal items. Transportation will be waiting, and you will escort the boxes to the port of Latakia. How far is the drive? 25 kilometers. You should arrive at the port in less than 30 minutes. There, you will rendezvous with the vessel. Whose? Ours, but not directly. It was purchased 2 weeks ago in Istanbul by one of our SVR agents, a former naval officer, through an LLC registered in Tunisia. What type of vessel? A small yacht. Specifically, it's a 24-meter trawler-class vessel built by Magnolia Yachts, long-range cruiser. It's nice enough to blend in but not stand out, well below the ostentatious tastes of some of our oligarchs. The captain and first officer, also SVR, have been giving it a shakedown cruise and are now in Mersin, Turkey, awaiting instructions. And then? You and your team will move with the vessel to Cyprus, where I will meet you. We will await final approval from the president and, pending weather conditions, we'll activate the timer together. Then, you sail for Israel. Israel? Israeli waters. You're doing a poor job of selling what appears to be a suicide mission, Colonel. You will anchor in a predetermined position off the coast of Tel Aviv. Using a transponder, you will indicate your position to the Yasen-class attack submarine Severodvinsk. They will extract you. What is to keep us from thinking that you won't leave us floating out there to be incinerated by the blast? Much too risky. Another boat might find you first. Return to Russia, receive your Order of Courage, and join me in running Wagner. Tempting. And the men? They will receive their medals as well and continue to fight with Wagner in service to Mother Russia. Why Israel? Why do you think, comrade? Denikin thought for a moment. Iranian plutonium? It will leave an Iranian signature. Everything else will be vaporized. It pulls Israel and the United States into war with Iran, and draws their attention south, and allows us to take Ukraine without U.S. meddling. There is more to the plan that does not concern you, Sokolov said. No need to know, nor do you want to know. Rest up. The next time we meet, you will be in Cyprus. Yes, Colonel. Denikin stood up to leave and began to walk toward the door. He stopped and turned. What's the name of the vessel? Open Passages. He nodded. And comrade, Sokolov added, yes, you will not fail. Sleep did not come easy that night. As Denikin tossed on the thin mattress in the single bed in the drab living quarters, his dreams were of a similar room. In his restless slumber, he could feel the weight of the man who attacked his mother atop him. He felt the punches raining down from above, only this time, when the punches stopped, it wasn't his bloody and bruised and naked mother standing over him with a knife in her hand. It was someone else, a man with an eye patch and a kolovrat tattoo on his left forearm. Instead of offering Denikin a hand, he kicked the sweaty dead man to the side with a black boot, knelt by young Denikin's side, and plunged the knife into his heart. Chapter 50. Westport, Connecticut. It was well past midnight when Reece crossed the Saugatuck River and pulled off Interstate 95. He turned onto Saugatuck Avenue and then onto Riverside Avenue and eased the Jeep Grand Cherokee to the side of the road in a quiet neighborhood on Connecticut's Gold Coast, searching the stone pillars that guarded the driveway for an address. He hit the brights, and the address came into view. This is it. Reece turned off the street and drove slowly down the driveway. He parked next to an old 1972 Saab 9.6 on the side of the house, in front of a lawn that sloped down to the Saugatuck River. The porch light was on, as were a few intermittent lights spread across the garden. As Reece stepped from the vehicle, his hand instinctively went to the grip of the pistol on his belt. He heard a door swing open, and a familiar deep voice, the Chicago upbringing still recognizable, boomed down from above. Vic told me you'd be stopping by. Reece looked at the large silhouette in the door, recognizing the imposing figure immediately as Andy Danreb, the CIA's foremost Russian expert. Come inside before we both freeze to death, he ordered, stepping back inside and holding the door ajar for his guest. Reece grabbed his backpack and walked across the stone path, maneuvering past a few overgrown hedges before making his way up the steps. He stepped inside and extended his hand. "Good to see you, Andy." "And you," Danreb said, shutting the door behind them. "Looking thin, my boy. What can I fix you?" "Whatever you have," Reece responded. "I'm not picky these days. Except for mayo." "Except for mayo," Reece repeated. Reece followed Danreb into the kitchen. "Take a seat," his host said, gesturing to the bar seats by the kitchen counter. Reece set his backpack at his feet and looked around. He peered into the adjoining living area, where soft yellow bulbs from reading lamps cast shadows over the couch and large leather reclining chair. Books not only filled every shelf, but were stacked on coffee tables, end tables, the dining room table, seemingly everywhere there was space. Reading glasses were strategically located on top of certain stacks. Even the kitchen had not escaped the library's advance. Reece carefully moved a stack of books to the side as Danreb examined the fridge. The whole place looked exactly the way Reece remembered his office in the basement at Langley. "I'd say excuse the mess, but it's always like this. What can I get you, other than this beer?" Danreb asked, sliding an old Dusseldorf to his visitor. "Anything warm." "Na zdrovje," Danreb said in Russian, holding up his beer. "What's that mean?" "To your health." "I'll take it," Reece said. "Cheers." "Cheers." Danreb and Reece both drained at least a quarter of their long necks in the first pull. "Perfect," Reece said. "And for your main course, how about an omelet? I have some cheese, mushrooms, and bacon." "I can't tell you how good that sounds." "Mid-rats," Danreb said, referring to the Navy and Marine Corps slang for midnight rations, meals for those working through the night. "Love the beer, but I was expecting vodka." "Old dog, new tricks," Andy said, as he ignited the gas stove and threw a lump of butter in a frying pan. "I decided to turn over a new leaf when I left the agency. Less vodka, more beer. I think it's working," he said, tapping his midsection. Andy wasn't fat. He was thick in a way that suggested an immense strength. Slightly taller than Reece, his ice blue eyes and broad shoulders gave the impression that if you got into a confrontation with him, you'd better run. A single swat from one of his giant bear paw hands and it would be game over. His hair was cut short on the sides and was only slightly longer on top, in a style that suggested prior military service. It was hard to tell if any specks of black were left in all the gray. "Vic told me why you left." "I don't know what to say," Reece said. "Don't say anything. I had already outlived my expiration date. It was well past my time to move on." "How did you end up in Westport?" "One of my daughters from my first marriage settled down here. Her husband is an architect. All the New York money fleeing Manhattan during COVID has kept him busy. He found this place. It started as a colonial farmhouse in 1792, but as you can tell, it's been renovated here and added onto there over the years to reflect the tastes and needs of its generations of owners. I see myself as its guardian for the time being. The house next door was part of the deal. That one holds the majority of my books." "You just might have more books than I do," Reece commented. "I sold my house in McLean at a good time. I bought up here at not such a good time, but that's how it goes. I'd been frugal over my years at Langley. Just ask any of my ex-wives." He laughed as he cracked 4 eggs into a bowl. "How many do you have?" Reece asked. "Just 3, which I think is about average at the company. My car outside. I got it used in Sweden with wife number 1 on our honeymoon. Never owned another." "And now it's a classic," Reece said. "So I'm told. The grandkids like it. I have 2 here in town. One's in 7th grade and the other's a sophomore in high school. Both of them row. I can watch them go by on the river in the mornings and afternoons," he said, turning from the stove to nod at the large window that overlooked the lawn and the river beyond. A Swarovski spotting scope was affixed to a wooden tripod in the corner. "Great spot," Reece said. "Better than Chicago," Danreb said, intentionally emphasizing the accent that he'd never quite gotten rid of even after all his years away from the Windy City where he'd grown up. "But really any place is better than Chicago these days." Reece scanned the titles stacked on the kitchen counter. Biographies of statesmen, generals, and intelligence officials were intermixed with textbooks on Russia, Ukraine, and China. Reese's eyes traveled to a stack of novels, and he picked up the book on top. A Perfect Spy? Reece said, reading the title. You're a Le Carre fan? Only spy novelist worth a damn, Danreb replied, opinionated as ever. Other than McCary, of course. Charles McCary is in a league of his own. The Paul Christopher series. You've read them? I've never met anyone younger than 70 who has read McCary. I read a lot as a kid. I knew I liked you. Reece smiled. McCary and Le Carre are an escape from the serious stuff. One can only take so much. Danreb said. I understand. People who haven't read McCary always point to The Spy Who Came In From the Cold as the greatest post-war spy novel ever written, but that one there, he said, pointing the spatula at the book in Reese's hands, that one just might be the greatest spy novel ever written. I didn't peg you for a reader of fiction, Reece said. Even the best of us need a break, he said as he twisted a peppermill over the eggs sizzling in the pan. Old Cornwell was a craftsman of the highest order, and though I couldn't disagree more with his politics, I greatly admire his skill, the nuance of his work. Have you read him? I read his early work when I was in high school and kept reading the newer ones up until 9/11. Then things got a bit busy. That they did. Le Carre worked for both MI5 and MI6. McCary was a CIA man. I regret not tracking him down to shake his hand. I read that he wrote his memoirs not long after leaving the agency, then burned them. He said he kept the atmosphere of secret life, which set him free to write fiction. Fascinating. I did correspond with Le Carre for a number of years, you know. You did? I decided to write him on a whim after the Berlin Wall came down. I had no idea if he would ever receive it, much less take the time to read it. He had just written The Secret Pilgrim. My time as a Russian analyst was seemingly at an end, according to the Times, and even some in the building at Langley. To my surprise, he wrote back, handwritten. We corresponded for about a decade. I often thought he might use me for a character in one of his novels, though he never did. What did you talk about? First, it was the fate of the Soviet Union, then the Baltic and Western republics, satellite states, coups, and the proliferation of WMDs. This wasn't a tremendous amount of communication, mind you, maybe a letter a year. After 9/11, the letters stopped. He was extremely critical of U.S. policies toward Afghanistan and Iraq in the early part of the 21st century. I saved the letters, though. Andy slid the steaming omelet onto a plate with a fork and pushed it across the counter toward his guest. Water? Orange juice? I'll take another beer, Reece said. I'll join you, Danreb replied, fetching 2 more beers from the fridge. That book there, he said, pointing to a thick book with a black-and-white photo of Le Carre on the cover. His son compiled a collection of his letters from 1945 onwards. A private spy, Reece said, reading the thick binding that faced him on the counter. The letters of John Le Carre. I read it half hoping I'd find our letters recorded for posterity now that I'm out of the secret world, but alas, I was not nestled in among Sir Alec Guinness, Graham Greene, Sidney Pollack, Daniel Ellsberg, Ralph Fiennes, and Stephen Fry. He was a man of letters, fascinating reading, even if they do seem to be written for posterity and with their eventual publication in mind. Sadly, his son passed away unexpectedly not 2 years after his father. He never even got to see the book's publication. Fathers and sons, Reece whispered. It did inspire me to write my own book, Danreb said. Oh? Might as well put all this knowledge and experience to use, he said, sweeping his hand across the house. Rather than write an academic book on Russia that no one will ever read, I'm giving a spy novel a shot. Nothing else to do, though I am in talks with the history department at Yale. It's just up the road. To teach a course on Russian history from 1945 to 1992 as a visiting fellow. Not sure I have the patience for the spoiled students or the entitled faculty, for that matter. I wake up, watch my granddaughters row past as I enjoy coffee. Then I write all day until it's time for their evening practice. I walk across the lawn with a drink in hand and stand right down there as they row past, give them a wave. It's not a bad life. I certainly don't deserve it. What's the book about? Right now it's set at the end of the Cold War. Let me guess, Reece said. The Berlin Wall has just fallen. Am I that predictable? Hell, maybe I should write the textbook after all. Reece smiled as he polished off the omelet. Want another? Danreb asked. I think I'm okay for now. As the book starts, the Cold War is over. We'd won, you see. It was time to celebrate. Your character didn't celebrate, though, did he? He did not. And neither did your father, Danreb said, switching back to the real world. How did you get to know him? Reece asked. He just started coming down. They'd already moved me to the basement. We both had clearances. I was aware of your father by reputation. Everyone knew Tom Reece. Most were afraid of him. I don't think he let many people in. But he let you in. He did. First, he came down asking for reading recommendations. On what? The Soviet Union. That makes sense. The Cold War was still in full swing. Yes, but he was more than that. What do you mean? Hard to say. He didn't fully confide in me. I always felt like he was trying to protect me. What else did you guys talk about? Other than the Soviets? Spies, Vietnam, Cuba, China. Even JFK and Able Archer. What's Able Archer? It was a war game in 1983. We came closer to nuclear war than we ever did during the Cuban Missile Crisis. Andropov was convinced that Reagan was vying for a first-strike nuclear capability with Star Wars and stealth technology. In 1981, the GRU greenlit Operation Ryan, one of the most extensive intelligence operations of the Cold War. How so? Their goal was to surveil and assess and recruit those in the intel community and Reagan administration they believed would be responsible for a first-strike launch. They really thought we would launch first? You have to remember, we were building up massive stockpiles of weapons. Fleet X in April had them on edge. Then the Soviets shot down Korean Airlines Flight 007 in September, killing almost 300 people, including a United States congressman. Tensions were at an all-time high. Able Archer was a NATO exercise in November that didn't look like an exercise to the Soviets. They thought it was cover for a real first strike. Think of it as the collision of Reagan's rhetoric and Soviet paranoia at the worst possible moment in history, when two rival nations had the capability to destroy not just each other but the entire world. Things came to a head when the Soviets mistakenly detected multiple ICBM missile launches from the continental United States. Jesus. Thanks to one sharp Soviet military officer on duty and one of ours, General Leonard Perutz, we averted nuclear war. Perutz, didn't he go on to become director of the DIA? He did, in '85. He worked closely with CIA Director Bill Casey, but back in 1983, he was the Assistant Chief of Staff for Intelligence in Europe. When he retired in '89, he wrote a memo to capture the lessons learned from Able Archer. I've read it multiple times. Certainly interesting, though nothing I would deem as secret. Yet it remained classified until 2021 when it was released in a volume of something called Foreign Relations of the United States, which focused on U.S.-Soviet relations from January 1983 to March 1985. After it became public, the CIA moved to reclassify it. Why? That's a good question. The volume was subject to a 4-year declassification review in which the CIA was involved. A judge ruled in favor of the agency, and the entire volume was scraped from the internet. As you can imagine, I have a hard copy. Perutz's memo is critical of the CIA, but is also incredibly insightful into the problems that plagued U.S.-Soviet relations in the 1980s, which just so happen to be the same issues that plague us today as we deal with Russia and Ukraine. Maybe that's why they reclassified it. Perhaps. What does Perutz say about it? He passed away in 2017. I got to know him over the years. He went to work for Vector Microwave Research Corporation after retirement, which meant he was still working classified projects for both the military and the CIA. What did Vector Microwave Research do? They were in what we used to call the foreign materiel acquisition business. Sounds shady. It was. Businesses attached to the growing intelligence industry started popping up in the 60s and 70s. Some survived into the late 90s. They still exist, but they have had to adapt to a more transparent world. They would acquire hardware from the Soviets, China, and North Korea at the behest of the CIA and DIA. A lot of money was made, and too many secrets were whispered in exchange for some of those deals. Sounds like they were a cog in the wheel of permanent Washington. That's exactly what they were. I can't do anything about it from my house here on Riverside Avenue, but maybe I'll write a fictional account of it one day. The bastards on Langley's pre-publication classification review board will have aneurysms when they read it. Fuck 'em. Can't wait to read it. After Abel Archer, things changed. How so? There was a palpable shift in U.S.-Soviet relations. Andropov died in '84. His successor, Konstantin Chernenko, didn't last a year. He died in '85, which paved the way for Gorbachev. Then came reform, glasnost and perestroika, summits with Reagan, the Intermediate-Range Nuclear Forces Treaty, Soviet troops withdrawal from Afghanistan. That was all for the good, right? So it would seem. You don't sound convinced. I connect dots. Put the puzzles together and fill in the missing pieces. Meaning? Meaning, more than summits and treaties were at play. I believe your father thought the same thing. Though unlike me, he wanted to do more than peel back layers. He had a mission. What kind of mission? I was hoping you could tell me. Reece picked up his backpack and set it on the seat next to him. Answers might be in here. My dad left me a stack of documents. Most appear to be in Russian, Vietnamese, and French. You haven't gotten them translated? Has anyone else seen them? Trust. I just acquired them. Well, let's take a look. Reece picked up the pack and followed Danreb into the main room. A large, dark red carpet covered most of the wood floor. A gas fireplace helped light the room. The furniture seemed to be arranged around books rather than the other way around. He opened the bag and handed the heavy envelope to the old Russia hand. Danreb set a pair of readily available reading glasses just the right distance down his large nose and picked up the top document. Well, what's it say? Reece asked. It's a financial document, Reece. I am going to need some time with these. And you look like you need some sleep. I'm fine. Reece, you're not. If your father was standing here, he'd tell you the same thing. I talked with Vic. He's on his way here now. It's a long drive from Northern Virginia, but he'll be here in the morning. And your friends are taking the first ferry over from Martha's Vineyard tomorrow. It's about a 3-hour drive for them once they hit the mainland. Why don't you get some sleep, leave me with all this, and by the time you wake up, I'll have a good idea of what Tom Reece left behind, and perhaps an answer to the question we both have. What's that? The most important question of all. The why. Reece could feel himself getting anxious. He wanted to know now. Reece, Danreb said, reaching out to hold the younger man's arm. Get some rest. I've got this. Sensing Reece was unconvinced, he continued. You have your specialties, and I have mine. Give me some time. I'll be here when you wake up. Reluctantly, Reece nodded his head. He knew he was exhausted and that his mind and body needed to recuperate. The guest room is right off the back here, Danreb said, escorting Reece toward a door at the back of the living area. It's got its own bathroom, and I'll be right out here if you need anything. Andy, what do you have as far as security? Reece asked as they approached the guest room. Probably not enough by your standards, the analyst said, but I've got this. Andy reached between two bookshelves and removed a lever-action rifle with an oversized lever loop. That's it? It's all John Wayne needed. Reece raised an eyebrow. Haven't you ever seen True Grit? How about Chuck Connors in The Rifleman? Oh, I'm aware, Reece said, remembering watching the classic westerns with his father. Winchester Model 1892, it's a great rifle. But do you have anything, more modern? Yes, more modern, Reece replied. There just might be an AR for you in there. I knew you were coming, so I got it out of the safe. It's got a brace that the ATF saw fit to make illegal while you were in prison. But since it's illegal here in any configuration, I figured what the hell, fuck 'em if they can't take a joke. Thanks, Andy. Don't forget this, he said, handing Reece the smaller envelope with James Reece written on the front. Get some sleep, Reece. We'll figure this out in the morning. Reece took the envelope, nodded, entered the guest room, and shut the door behind him. Danreb spent a long time looking at the door to the guest room. His mind filtered through all he knew about Reece and his father, the CIA and the KGB. He recalled his numerous conversations with the man who had left his son documents to be found all these years after his death. He then set the old rifle back in its place between the bookshelves and went through the house, as was his custom, checking doors and windows before returning to the dining room table and pulling out a chair. Placing his glasses back in position, he carefully picked up the first document, intently reading in Russian, as if it were his native language. He then moved on to the second. When he finished, he looked at the stack. "What else do you have for me?" And he set the 2 finished pages aside and went to the kitchen to start a pot of coffee. It was going to be a long night. The AR was a Sig Sauer Rattler in 300 blackout with an aim-point micro red dot sight and folding front and rear iron sights. Reece extended the brace as far back as it would go, gave the weapon a press check, and ensured the red dot was illuminated. It was ready to rock. He turned his eyes to the bed. Not yet. He set the Sig down and then stripped off the sheets and blankets, spreading them out on the floor. He then went to the bathroom and pulled a towel from the rack, pushing it up against the base of the door to block out what little light escaped from the main room. He then removed his pistol, holster, belt, wallet, and cash from his pockets and arranged them next to the Rattler. He ran his fingers over his name on the envelope. It was in blue ink in his father's distinctive script. It looked like Tom Reece could have written it yesterday. That was the thing about letters, about signatures. They connect us to the past. Reece was not yet ready to read it. He gave it one last look before placing it next to the high power and lying down on the blankets. Pulling the comforter over himself, Reece was asleep in seconds. Chapter 51. When Reece opened his eyes, he wasn't sure if it was the sound of voices, the smell of coffee, or the fact that his body had taken advantage of the sleep afforded to it that roused him from his much-needed slumber. Reece's hand immediately went to the Rattler as he pushed himself off the floor and moved to the door. He pressed his ear to the crack and recognized the voices. He then looked at his sheets and blankets on the floor. There's work to do. The former frogman gathered his makeshift sleeping pad and made the bed. He couldn't remember the last time he'd made a bed. Maybe officer candidate school? It just wasn't his thing. He'd always felt like time could be better spent elsewhere. In Reece's case, that meant training and preparing for war. Lauren would sometimes joke with him as she turned down the bed each night, asking if he had any idea how the bed got made each day. His small home office was just off the bedroom then. Reece would pick his head up from a book on Afghanistan or Iraq or a study on terrorism or counterinsurgency and reply, "Elves?" At which point Lauren would usually hurl a throw pillow in his direction. He smiled at the memory. Bed made, Reece removed the towel from the bottom of the door and returned it to the bathroom, splashing some cold water on his face to help jump-start the day. He then dressed and holstered the Browning high power before leaning the Rattler in the corner of the small room. Satisfied that all was arranged properly, Reece opened the door. Katie was standing at the dining room table. As the door opened, she dropped a paper she was holding and rushed into Reece's embrace. "I'm okay, Katie," was all Reece could think to say. Victor Rodriguez was sitting at the head of the table adjacent to Danreb. He rose and approached his recruit. "Reece, good to see you." "You too, Vic," Reece said as the men shook hands. "Where's Rafe?" "In here," thundered a voice from the kitchen. Rafe appeared around the corner, cup of coffee in hand. "Nice of you to join us," Rafe joked. "Surprised you were up so early. It's not even noon yet." "Then I'm going back to bed." "Andy doesn't have you a preferred light roast," he said, handing Reece a mug emblazoned with the iconic eagle, globe, and anchor. Under the Marine Corps symbol were the letters EOD for Explosive Ordnance Disposal. "Only black coffee served here," Danreb acknowledged. "Remember, I was a Marine. It's a department of the Navy, the men's department." "Sorry, Reece." "At least it's not Folgers," Rafe said. "Black Rifle coffee, Blackbeard's delight. There wasn't any honey or cream, but I spiced it up with some milk and sugar. It's perfect," Reece said. "Liz here?" "She's with the plane. She's flying into New York, so it's close in case we need it. Now, let Vic and Andy finish up while we feed you breakfast. New Joe's Special coming up." It was obvious to Reece that his old friend and teammate was still concerned about his health and welfare. Thanks, Rafe, Reece said as he and Katie made their way into the kitchen. New Joe's special? Katie asked, refreshing her cup of coffee. Eggs, spinach, ground beef, onions, mushrooms, a bit of garlic. I first had it with Reece and his dad back in college. Do you remember Reece? I do. We took a trip out to Salt Point in Northern California, drove out from Montana in your Scrambler. 2-day drive just to get there, Rafe said, as he mixed the concoction in a large frying pan. When we pulled into the campsite, Tom Reece fired up the camp stove and made it to warm us up. What did you guys do there? Katie asked. We dove for abalone, Reece replied. Freediving. Breath holds. I've been going up there with my dad since I was a kid. Isn't that a great white shark breeding ground? She asked, and then, to their inquisitive looks, responded, Hey, I watch Shark Week like everyone else. You are certainly part of the food chain out there, Reece replied. Abalone, lingcod, mussels, Rafe remembered. We ate like kings the next day. Good times, Reece said. That they were. Here you go, Rafe said. Eat up. Well, what have they found? Reece asked between bites. This is delicious, by the way, thank you. Rafe and Katie exchanged glances. What? Reece asked. I think it's better if we let Andy lay it out for you, Rafe said. Is it that bad? Reece asked. It's... What's the best way to say it? Interesting, Katie broke in. Interesting, complicated, and there are still a few missing pieces. Well, I'm ready, Reece said, pushing his plate away. All right, Rafe said. Let's try and make some sense of this, but before we do, let me refill that mug. Chapter 52. Andy Danreb had pulled a white magnetic board from somewhere and attached certain documents to it with magnets. Other pages were on the dining room table in front of him. Take a seat, Reece, he said. Reece pulled out a chair and set the coffee mug in front of him. The others joined in. Okay, Danreb began. I've been going through these documents all night. When Vic got here a few hours ago, he helped put a few pieces together. Rafe translated the French, and we used an iPad my granddaughters got me for Christmas to help translate the Vietnamese. Reece's head snapped up at the mention of using an app. I know what you're thinking, and you're right. It's not the most secure way to translate, but we created all new accounts to provide a bit of a barrier. I'd never even used the thing. As you can tell, I prefer a physical library. I noticed, Reece said. What do we have? It goes all the way back to the war. Vietnam? Farther back, Reece. World War II, from what I can tell. And what is it? Reece asked. I've been debating the best way to go about this. I think I'll give you the broad strokes first. A quick overview, and then spell it out in detail. You may want to take notes. Reece pulled a yellow legal pad in front of him, indicating he was ready. Vic and I have been working this through all night, and I think we are close. Close to what? Close to piecing together a collaborative effort between what can best be described as a very small number of elites in the United States, Russia, and to a lesser extent China, to usher in a realignment of the world order, with Russia and China dominating world food, energy, tech, and pharmaceutical markets for the remainder of the 21st century and beyond. My dad died almost 15 years ago. How could anything in these documents point to a plan today? It's not the plan, specifically, it's the players. From what we've read and what we know about Tom Reece, we think he came across this network of spies, for lack of a better term, when he was investigating something else. And what was that? The betrayal of American POWs in Vietnam. Poe mentioned something about that, but he said my dad was looking for a GRU sniper even after that war, that the sniper was the reason he went to work for the CIA. Vic mentioned you had spent some time with Poe. I've had my run-ins with him over the years on Soviet and Russian analysis, but yes. In this case, I believe Poe helped recruit Tom Reece into the CIA after Vietnam. The GRU sniper was the lure, but in that hunt he discovered something else. What? Remember, your dad was a case officer, but because of his work with MACV-SOG in Vietnam, he had a foot in the paramilitary side of the agency. He was one of the first to truly work both sides of the fence. Not so uncommon today, but it was back then. He worked hand-in-hand with Poe, putting together intelligence on all the GRU advisors that operated in Vietnam. It was part of that investigation that led him to suspect there was an orchestrated attempt, a successful attempt, by the United States government at the behest of this group of elites to disprove that American POWs were left behind in Southeast Asia. Why would they do that? Because some of those men the country abandoned were transported to the Soviet Union and to China for exploitation. Vic and I suspect that this group of collaborators were trying to avoid a war. At the height of the Cold War, proof that the Soviets had imprisoned and interrogated or tortured U.S. servicemen would have put both countries on the precipice of a nuclear exchange. Relations were tense. These collaborators were American and Soviet spies? Double agents? They were more than that. It is apparent from these documents that your father did not know who could be trusted at the CIA. When a lot of POWs returned to the U.S. in '73 as part of the Paris Peace Accords, Rafe asked. They were. 591 to be exact. Operation Homecoming. Kissinger negotiated their release, but according to these records, Danreb said, pointing to a yellowing paper on the board, he knew that there were more. And he left them? Reece asked. Satellite photos and photos from our manned reconnaissance aircraft, U-2s, the Oxcart, and SR-71, along with debriefs with POWs who were returned, indicated that, without a doubt, the list provided by the North Vietnamese delegation in Paris was incomplete. War reparations were tied to the POW issue. Meaning what? Meaning that if the U.S. wanted its POWs back, they would have to pay. A ransom? Essentially. It's a negotiation tactic as old as war itself. While I was still at my desk at the agency, the National Archives released documents indicating that President Eisenhower was presented intelligence indicating that POWs from the Korean War had been relocated to camps in China and the USSR. How many? The agency had a source who passed along that at least 800 ended up in Siberia. The point is that Vietnam was paying attention to their communist brethren in the USSR, China, and North Korea. They had done the same thing with the French after Dien Bien Phu in '54. Rand Corporation issued a report in '65 on the Viet Minh holding French prisoners for years after the end of hostilities. Kissinger was well aware of all of this. In fact, he wrote a classified policy paper on it back in 1957. This paper right here, Danreb continued, picking up paper from the table. This is a copy of the debrief from a defector in 1971, a Dr. Dong Tan, stating in no uncertain terms that at least 500 POWs were not on the Paris delegation list. Just to play devil's advocate, how do we know he was telling the truth? This document is from '79. Your dad was running an asset in Moscow who was present at a meeting of the Soviet Central Committee on September 15, 1972, when NVA Lieutenant General Tran Van Quang briefed that over 1,000 Americans were alive as prisoners of war in Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. Remember, anti-war pressure on the Nixon administration was at a fever pitch. The POWs were tied to bringing peace with honor. Wonder which PR officer came up with that one? Rafe said. Kissinger eventually agreed to a $4 billion reparations package in exchange for American POWs from Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. So why didn't we get them back? Reece asked. The deal fell through. Watergate dominated the headlines, and Nixon wanted to move on from the nightmare that was Vietnam. They declared that all U.S. servicemen being held in Southeast Asia had been repatriated with Operation Homecoming. Anyone MIA was now listed as killed in action, case closed. But it wasn't. No. Some of those 591 POWs returning home told a different story, as did the flood of refugees who fled Vietnam after the fall of Saigon in '75. In that stack, there are the interviews with POWs and boat people that fall into the highly credible pile. Why didn't the CIA and Pentagon keep investigating? Your father asked the same question. He also figured out why, and took his investigation underground. What do you mean? The CIA and Pentagon, with a few exceptions, circled the wagons. Now different than today with the withdrawal from Afghanistan, Rafe noted. The official policy was that all living American POWs had been returned, Danreb said. Congress looked into the matter under pressure from constituents and veterans organizations, but their committees were set up to discredit rather than investigate. Most of the country was ready to put Vietnam in the rearview mirror. But not Tom Reece. Not Tom Reece, Danreb confirmed. Operation Homecoming did have an unintended consequence, though. What was that? Congress was unaware of Kissinger's and Nixon's $4 billion promise of aid. They were also horrified by the condition of the POWs who did make it home, something which stalled out reparations and aid from the legislative branch. North Vietnam didn't distinguish between the branches of government. To them, $4 billion was promised but never delivered, which meant U.S. POWs stayed in captivity. That's right. Nixon resigns, Ford steps in, followed by Carter, deals are forgotten, the country moved on. So what does Vietnam do with its American POWs in Laos and Cambodia? Reece asked, already suspecting the answer. They send them to someone who will pay for them. The Soviet Union. These are photos of the target packages your father helped put together back in '81 for a rescue mission into Laos. His asset in Moscow had passed him intelligence that the Soviets were going to buy the final batch of U.S. POWs. He knew that once they were in the Soviet Union, there was no way to get them back. The Soviets would never admit to it, and the U.S. would not start a war with the Soviets over the failed conflict in Vietnam. That's single-source intel, Reece said. He needed more. And he got it. A signals intercept corroborated that intel. The intercept specifically stated that 20 U.S. POWs were being moved into a prison camp in Nomarath, Laos. The NSA tasked a satellite to photograph the village and the surrounding area. The imagery came back as inconclusive, so an SR-71 out of Kadena Air Base in Okinawa conducted an overflight. Those photos confirmed a prison with walls, guard towers, and irrigation ditches dug into the surrounding crops in the shape of a 52K, escape and evasion code for 52 U.S. POWs. 52, Reece repeated, his voice low. The CIA and Delta wanted on-the-ground confirmation. This is only a year after Desert One, so Delta wants to make sure they succeed. After some bureaucratic infighting as to who should lead a reconnaissance mission into Laos, the CIA, against your dad's recommendation, was given the mission. And who did they send? Tom Reece. He reestablished comms with Montagnards from his SOG days who had fled to Thailand. He recruited them and led them into Laos. They established an OP in a cave near the camp. What did they find? Reece asked. According to these documents, they confirmed at least one American. Your father was the CIA liaison between the agency and Delta. In April 1981, Delta was put on alert and began planning. By July, they were ready to go. Poe told us that right before the operation was greenlit, a story broke in the Post about U.S. POWs in Vietnam and a mercenary force making preparations to rescue them. Reece said. Interesting timing, don't you think? Said Danreb. They even pulled a retired Green Beret lieutenant colonel into the spotlight to help sink the mission. There was no way that mission was getting approved with the enemy on alert only a year after the disaster at Desert One. Who is they? Asked Reece. There were certainly powerful political and intelligence entities in the U.S. that wanted only to prove that there were no U.S. servicemen still alive in Southeast Asia. The careers and reputations of extremely powerful and influential people would have been tarnished, possibly ruined, if the American public became aware that their own government knew that Americans were left behind in Vietnam and did nothing to get them out. They took this as an opportunity to both prove that no one was still imprisoned in Southeast Asia and to discredit anyone who might think otherwise. What happened to the POWs? Danreb and Vic exchanged a look. We don't know, Reece. Vic interjected. These papers are inconclusive, but in one of Tom's last communications with his asset in Moscow, his source said that they had been executed. Moscow already had POWs that were transported to the Soviet Union during the Ford and Carter administrations. Now Reagan was in office. Instead of transporting more prisoners to the USSR or China, they were executed and their remains incinerated. Your father's asset was found weeks later with his throat cut in his vehicle at his dacha outside of Moscow. What happened then? Your father's notes end. Nothing on POWs from 1981 until 1992. What was he doing during that time? Reece asked. He continued to rotate through case officer postings, but shifted focus to the Middle East and the growing threat of terrorism. Vic said, the POW issue would surface from time to time over the years. The government took the official position that no POWs were left behind. Danreb explained. 2 servicemen involved in putting the target packages together for the scrubbed Delta mission went so far as to sue the government for the release of documents that would prove to the American people that the opposite was true. Of course, the judge sided with the government, which means he sided with the CIA, citing sources and methods and the high classification of the material. They knew. We had live POWs in Southeast Asia, and they left them to rot. Rafe said, bloody cowards. These documents paint that picture. One of the last items was inserted in 1992. Your father had a conversation with Lee Quang Kai, a member of the Vietnamese Foreign Ministry working on his graduate degree at Columbia. In his notes, he writes that Kai stated that it was common knowledge in Vietnamese government circles that the U.S. had abandoned POWs after the war. Not long after that, Kai was deported. You said one of the last documents. There was another? Reece asked. Yes. A satellite photo from 1992. Dug into the earth outside the Dong Mang prison in northern Vietnam, so that it was visible only from the air, was GX-2527. Danreb handed Reece a photo. The resolution was much sharper than the photo from 12 years earlier. Authenticator code? Yes, for Peter Richard Mathis. His C-130 was shot down in November 1969. Reece set the photo on the table. Bastards. Danreb pulled a document from the magnetic board and handed it to Reece. What's this? Reece, your dad thought there was more to this than just Pentagon, intelligence officials, and politicians wanting to cover their asses and move past Vietnam in the name of political expediency. He thought that the evidence of U.S. servicemen being transported to the USSR was quelled by this small group of elites in our country. And in the Soviet Union, Reece said, finishing the thought. It appears there are those in both countries who have allegiances to something other than their people. Vic held up a paper. Tom Reece writes, in the wake of World War II at Tehran, Bretton Woods, and Yalta, certain intelligence officials met and formed a pact. They didn't trust their leaders, nor did they trust the people in any society, free or totalitarian. They vowed to avoid state-on-state conflict that could lead to a nuclear confrontation. To do so, they would trade secrets and manipulate markets to acquire the wealth necessary to wield the kind of power that can dictate the world order. An alliance? Asked Reece. Yes, Danreb said. Tom references something called the Collective in his notes. The Collective, Reece repeated. In our discussions in my basement office at Langley, we once discussed the Soviet illegals program and their goal of having one of their own to send to the office of the president. That was a distinct worry during the Cold War. Now, I believe Tom was thinking further ahead, past the end of the Cold War. His sights were already on the next ridgeline. He was focused on the Collective. Why is this group so interested in these documents now? Reece asked. That's exactly what Vic and I have been discussing. We think it's because they are about to move a significant piece on the board. What piece? That we don't know. In the letter he left me, my dad said there was one last bit of evidence he couldn't find. Whatever it was, I think he was close to finding it when he was killed, Vic said. Most of the people he lists in these files are dead, Danreb said. But this was generational. Money still needs to be accounted for, moved and hidden, whether it's cash, cryptocurrency, or tangible assets like gold, silver, platinum, jewels, art, or cars. Tom found the firm that handled their money, a small boutique firm called Morgan Holdings. I've studied them for years. They manage the money from many of the former KGB and current SVR officials and Bratva. There is one in particular who we made a deal with almost 20 years ago. We sold our soul on that one. The CIA, in conjunction with the FBI, agreed to a deal in which a former KGB man by the name of Luka Yevgenyevich would be given U.S. citizenship and immunity in exchange for information on an asset. A Russian spy working his way up the ranks at the CIA. He gave us the asset, and it was exactly what I feared. The SVR wanted him to burn their asset. He was a throwaway. In exchange, they got immunity and citizenship for one of their own. Why didn't we scrap the agreement? Couldn't prove it. And if it turned out that it was a lemon, senior-level officials at the agency and the FBI would look ridiculous. They played it off as a success. What happened to Yevgenyevich? He runs the New York Broadfast Syndicate, protected by the power of the U.S. government. He's involved in prostitution, human trafficking, organ trafficking, drugs, money laundering, you name it. It's one of the worst deals we ever negotiated. How does he fit in? His financial holdings increase at a rate disproportionate to those of other Bratva leaders across the United States and Europe. Maybe he's just bitter at his job, Rafe said. Perhaps, but I think there's more to it, Danreb said. I've been studying these guys since the early 80s. A few have stood out as, how do I put this, different, connected in both America and Russia. It's not as easy as follow the money, but that's not far off. I got more and more interested as time went on and took my suspicions up the chain at Langley. Of course I was told to stand down, but I didn't. I couldn't. I kept investigating. I used the agency's resources. It was easier to cover things back then. I mapped out his network to include the man at the firm who handles Yevgenyevich's money. A man who also happens to handle money for those I suspect to be part of this group of elites, both in the United States and Russia. How do we find him? I just so happen to know a lot about him, but first, let's talk about something else. What's that? Reece asked. Money. Chapter 53. Money? Yes, Danreb said. Oftentimes it comes back to money, or really to wealth, because that is where true power lies. All right, let's hear it, Reece said. There are three main ways to amass the type of wealth that one needs in order to wield true power. These are not people interested in a nice house with a white picket fence. They are interested in control. Total control. Sounds familiar, Reece said. Option 1 is monopoly, controlling a sector or a commodity like shipping, groceries, alcohol, seafood, oil, gas, gold, silver, rare earth minerals, microchips, pharmaceuticals, sunglasses, you name it. Many of those sectors are controlled by a few closely held private corporations. Take the De Beers family as an example. They have long controlled the world's flow of diamonds. They set the price and maintain scarcity to control the market. In actuality, diamonds are not that scarce or hard to find. De Beers holds millions of carats of diamonds in safes purely to keep the price high. They control the supply side and therefore establish and support the value of the global diamond market, artificially through their power, in much the same way that OPEC has huge influence over oil prices through controlling the global supply. It is similar across the board. Give me an example in the U.S., Reece said. When a small but growing company like Santa Monica Seafood begins to dominate a segment of the fresh fish market, putting pressure on big companies like Cisco or U.S. Foods, they simply step in and buy them out. Danreb snapped his fingers. Poof, no more competition. If the smaller company won't sell, then the larger corporation with more resources squeezes them, usually by cutting off distribution and shipping. It's more coordinated and integrated than the mafia, and most of it is even legal. Coca-Cola and PepsiCo do the same thing. They watch and monitor their sector, and when another drink company starts to get traction, they buy it or cut off its distribution. When was the last time you were in a restaurant or stadium or arena that served both Coke and Pepsi? Never happens. They split up the market, and chances are any other available beverage that isn't owned by Coke or Pepsi is at least distributed by them, which is another means of control. The point is, if you start to be successful, you get crushed, unless you are in the club. You said there were multiple ways. The second way is through private capital, such as hedge funds, private equity, and venture capital. But most people can't afford to invest the amount of capital necessary to create monumental gains. These dark pools of private capital employ teams of analysts and forecasters, people on the spectrum, whose minds work through numbers in a way that even AI hasn't figured out. They put $1 million into 10 companies. 8 of them fail, but the other 2 are the future Netflix, Amazon, Apple, Tesla, or any of the dozens of others that go up 1,000-fold from the initial investment. It's an $8 million loss on the losers, but $1 billion gain on the couple winners. They can afford to invest in a way that the average citizen can't, and they continue to amass wealth and compound those billion-dollar gains. That allows them to continue to bet on 10 and lose on 8. But again, it helps to be part of the club. That's how you get the best information and, more important, access to those two ultimate winners in the first place. I'd rather be doing almost anything else, Reece said. Numbers aren't really his thing, Rafe commented with a smile. The third way is through managed speculation using market manipulation, Danreb continued. Explain that to me like I avoided all math and finance classes in college, Reece said. You speculate about the future by investing in futures, options, or swaps, which are financial contracts, i.e., derivatives, whose value depends upon an underlying asset, which can be traded like a stock or bond. But here's the catch. The derivative's value is set to a predetermined amount on a future date, thus the speculation. These financial securities are commonly used by legitimate companies to mitigate risk. A hedge, much like insurance. However, they can also be used to assume risk, that is, to speculate with the expectation of significant reward if you predict the future properly. And here's where it gets interesting. By specifying the price of the trade and a future date, these derivatives safeguard the owners of the underlying assets against future fluctuations in the market. But if you know what is going to happen in the future, you don't need the underlying asset and you can maximize your earnings and wipe out your enemies. Reece shrugged and looked at Rafe, who spent a few months on Wall Street after the military and before packing up and moving back to Montana. I think we need to go back to the part where I told you I didn't major in finance, Reece said. Let's try this, Danreb said. You invest in futures, or options, which are derivatives of other asset types, like stocks or commodities, but you have influence or control over outcomes. Futures and options allow you to buy or sell a significant amount of stock or commodities at a specified price, at some specified future date, sometimes months or even a year into the future. Most investors use these instruments to hedge market fluctuations and volatility, essentially as insurance policies. But some investors use them to speculate, essentially making big bets on an outcome. And if you're willing to make bets that are way out of the money, you can generate enormous profits, having put up relatively little money up front. Think of it this way. It's like going to the racetrack and putting $1,000 on the shitty horse with 200 to 1 odds. Nobody expects that horse to win. But if it does, there's a huge payoff. Information and knowledge can be enormously valuable, and even more valuable if you can actually control outcomes. We can't predict the weather, Reece said. How do you essentially predict the future? The idea isn't to predict the future, but to control the future, Danreb said. Take Russian gas and oil exports. Didn't Russia lose out through sanctions when they invaded Ukraine? Reece asked. It's a nice talking point, but like most of what comes out of Washington, it's total bullshit. Think of it from their perspective. Russia had already built up vast stocks of oil before they invaded Ukraine, knowing full well that prices would rise, but that sanctions would likely follow, preventing Russia from selling and taking advantage of the price increase. In fact, Russia broadcast their intention to invade, and the U.S. in turn showed their hand. Sanctions. That's right. Russian oil is cut off to Europe and prices skyrocket due to scarcity. Russian stockpiles go up immensely in value, but now they can't sell it. Okay, I get that part, but now someone has to buy them, right? And how can they with sanctions? That's because they were already sold. Russia prearranged futures with China and India. Those countries bought up all they could to prevent having to purchase at an even higher price in the future. And there are always avenues to sell commodities with heavy demands, especially oil and gas with sanctions in place. It's actually brilliant, Rafe said. The net effect of cutting off oil to the West was billions of dollars in sales to fund the war effort, while making a small number of oligarchs even more wealthy, and therefore more powerful, Danreb added. They also needed to generate cash to expand future oil production in Russia. After that sell-off, they had to rebuild their stocks. That takes money and time, which is why they want to draw out the war in Ukraine, Rafe said, finishing Danreb's thought. They need time to rebuild their gas and oil inventory. They made money on the front end, but that's severely depleted their stockpiles. Now they need to make money on the backside. Exactly, Danreb confirmed. Lastly, there is the Black Swan. I assume you've heard of the term. Yes, I read a few of Nassim Taleb's books, Reece said. It's an unexpected, rare event that changes the course of history. Correct, Danreb said. He described it as an outlier with extreme impact. Reece, globalization of the world economy goes back to the Roman Empire, the Silk Road, but it saw an exponential leap forward at the turn of the 20th century, which accelerated at the end of World War II. Today, blockchain communication and decentralized banking is fueling economic globalization. I'm not sure I follow. Insert a black swan event of global proportion, like a large-scale terrorist attack that disrupts global supply chains, which governments, and in this case, a small group of elites manipulating these governments, use to acquire more power and control. Like the Patriot Act, Rafe said. Exactly, Danreb said. Today, the global derivatives markets are many times the size of the underlying assets they track, and those instruments, derivatives such as swaps, options, and futures, can be used to buy and sell anything at any price at any time in the future. English, please, Reece said. Let me try, Rafe said. Rather than buying oil, you speculate with an oil future, which is an obligation to acquire oil at a set price, at a set time in the future. If on that future date the price of oil has gone up, then you pocket the difference. If it goes down, you lose your money. Further, when using derivatives as a trading tool, only a small fraction of the value, 20% in the case of futures, needs to be put up to a brokerage company. Think of it as a down payment. But in this case, it leverages or wildly amplifies your returns and losses. It's really fucking risky, but pays off big if you're right, like that racehorse. And it's not risky if you're controlling the outcome. You just need to find a brokerage firm that can very quietly place the bets for you without any peering eyes. Enter Morgan Holdings, Danreb said. In the recent case with Russia, you need a large brokerage firm that can handle this scale of a deal on the international markets with money spread across multiple international corporations, all run with carefully selected crypto blockchain technology to be untraceable. Morgan Holdings has the connections and assets to handle deals of this size through multiple international accounts in a decentralized, virtually untraceable fashion. It's a coordinated move, but totally anonymous, Katie said. Anonymity is a major part of this equation, Danreb confirmed. I assume you have all heard of buying low, selling high? Everyone nodded. Well, this is where it gets a bit more complex, but also how you turn your money into generational wealth, speculating through futures and other derivatives contracts. The nods of moments ago were now blank stares. You are buying pieces of paper, contracts. You are betting the value of that commodity on a certain day in the future. If the price goes up, you sell your contract even before it expires. You never moved or owned actual oil, gold, wheat, or anything else. You bought and sold a contract. There is a potential for billions in gains with a moderate initial investment. If you know the future, Reece said. And if you know the future, Danreb echoed. Then you write or sell contracts for the same commodity at the market high, in this case effectively selling an asset or commodity you don't actually own yet, selling high. This works only if you own the underlying asset in case you get called away or you know the outcome of the future. When the price of the commodity drops, your contract to sell at a higher price gets way more valuable, and you make the money all over again. How do you know what it's going to do? In this case, you flood the market when sanctions are removed out of necessity after the Black Swan. Let me see if I have this right, Rafe said, activating the finance side of his brain. Turn one for Russia was our sanctions. They made money selling high-priced futures to China and India because Russia owned the oil, and the Russians knew the price would go up, but they wouldn't be able to sell it and take advantage of the price. But it didn't matter since the oil was contracted. They effectively avoided the sanctions when China and India took delivery on their futures. Turn 2 was their speculation on futures contracts, because they controlled the outcome. They used the proceeds from their futures sales to China and India to buy more futures, knowing the price would go up, thus amplifying their return even further. Turn 3, they wrote or sold futures contracts at the market high, knowing they planned to flood the market, betting that oil prices would decline, and selling the right to buy oil at that price in the future. Since they control the oil and control hostilities, they can manipulate when sanctions will be lifted. They can flood the market, driving down the future price, making the contracts they sold worthless to those who bought them. But they keep all the proceeds, Reece said, processing all he had learned. That's essentially it. They sold or wrote futures contracts knowing they can force the price down by flooding the market with their oil reserves at any time of their choice, Danreb said. When you buy or write a future, you are making an assumption about what is going to happen, but you can't really be sure, unless, of course, you control, or in this case manipulate, the market. Russia has been controlling the game at every step, buying long futures contracts as they built up their stockpiles, all the while knowing the war would make oil scarce. Just like De Beers, they are controlling the market because they maneuver and determine what's going to happen. Instead of winning on 2 out of 10 investments like we discussed, they are winning 10 out of 10. I think I get it, Reece said. If you truly invest in wheat futures, not knowing what the future holds and the price goes down, maybe with favorable weather and a good farming year, you lose big time. But if there is a bad year, a weather event decimates crops, or you launch a war into Europe's wheat belt, you turn millions into hundreds of millions, or billions into tens of billions. Is that right? Quick learner, Danreb said. Now, if you can create an event, a black swan, you can control your market. In the case of Ukraine, the world's supply of wheat was cut by 20%. Have you been to a grocery store recently? I've been having my food delivered for the past 3 months, Reece said. Sorry, Reece. But yes, you've got it. In this case, when Ukraine restricted shipping in the Black Sea, you just sell the contracts and make your billions. When shipping resumes, wheat prices fall, but you have already written contracts at a higher price. Your hundreds of billions become $1 trillion. World events can be controlled to make the wealthy even more so. Money is power. The more money, well, you get the point. It's world domination through economic control. That economic control then becomes political control and eventually becomes social control. The world has always been run by a very few at the top. I think, and these documents confirm, that Tom Reece thought so as well. He concludes that there is a tacit pact, an organization of officials, financiers, businessmen, politicians, and oligarchs in the U.S. and Russia who have been guiding world events since the end of World War II. The collective you mentioned earlier, Reece said. Yes. So why come after me now? I think the next black swan is on the horizon, Reece, Danreb said. And now that they know we have these documents, they are going to push forward with the event, Reece stated. That is my assessment. How do we stop them? Reece asked. Remember Morgan Holdings? I do. During my time at the agency, I put a lot of time into Russian intelligence service funding mechanisms. Morgan Holdings has the key. The founder's grandson has taken the mantle as chairman and now handles the most sensitive clients. Like Luka Yevgenyevich, Reece said. The very one. How do we find him? As luck would have it, I've been tracking him for years. Chapter 54. Reece and Katie sat on the edge of the twin bed in Andy Danreb's small guest room. A nightstand, dresser with an attached mirror, and bookshelf packed with volumes adorned the space. A single wildlife print on the wall that looked like it had come with the home was the sole decoration. Reece was ready to find out if the letter addressed to him from his father would shed any additional light on what Danreb had revealed. He wanted Katie to be with him when he opened it. Let's see if there is a final piece to this puzzle, Reece said. He ran his thumb over the red seal. A rose was stamped into the wax. His name was written in cursive in his father's script on the other side. A rose, Katie observed. My mom had a rose garden at each of our houses. I remember she was never overly concerned with the actual house. She was interested in the garden. Every time we moved, my dad and I would check out the rooms and garage while my mom would be in the yard, looking at the angle of the sun and inspecting the dirt. We spent a lot of time in nurseries when my dad was away. They each had the same distinct smell. All those flowers, potting soil, fresh-cut wood, planters, boxes, the moisture in the air. Every spring she would be in the garden, pruning away to make sure each rose had enough light and air, always watering them individually, 20 minutes at a time, careful to keep moisture off the petals. Do you think this rose was a tribute to your mother? It's possible, but I've learned a lot about my father in the past few days. I'd venture that this rose has two meanings. Yes, it's a tribute to my mother's love of roses, but it's something more. Sub rosa? Exactly, Reece said. Under the Rose. It comes from a story in which Cupid gives Harpocrates a rose to keep him quiet. About what? Venus's indiscretions. Indiscretions. Katie's voice trailed off. Maybe it's a sign? Reece wondered aloud. Something tells me there is nothing my dad did that was without meaning. Reece's thumb broke the red seal and opened the envelope. The papers inside had been folded to fit into the standard business-size envelope. Let's find out. Reece began to read. As he finished a page, he handed it to Katie, who read it as well. When Reece handed Katie the fifth and final page, he leaned forward, setting his forearms on his thighs. He remained still and silent, staring at the floor as Katie finished reading. When she was done, she slowly refolded the pages and tucked them back into the envelope. She then put her arm around Reece's back and dropped her head to his shoulder. Do we tell them? He asked. I don't know, James. He killed almost everyone he could find who had a hand in betraying our POWs. He did it for those POWs who couldn't fight for themselves. Katie, he spent over a decade figuring out who abandoned our POWs in Vietnam. He took his time. It was calculated. He made each one look like an accident. James, this is a confession. I know, but there was someone else. He must have put this in the safe deposit box and never gone back, which means he could have figured it out and taken him, or her, Katie said. That's right, or her, out, after he put this away. Then why not go back to the box and add that information to this confession? Katie asked. Because they were onto him. Or he suspected they were, and he wanted to protect everyone who they thought might know something. Me, my mom, Martha Stowe, Poe. He lived like that for so long, Katie said, sympathy creeping into her voice. Poe mentioned there was someone else or some other piece of information my dad was looking for that remained elusive. Maybe it wasn't a person, maybe it was this final plan, this black swan that Andy is talking about, Katie offered. It's possible. He detailed each one of the killings. Why would he do that? He wanted you to know. He doesn't write about them like he feels guilty or wants their families to know. He wasn't interested in destroying their legacies. He was interested in something else. Reece said, Accountability? Accountability and consequences. And the last part? Katie asked. If that last part is true, it means that every theory about the JFK assassination I've ever heard is wrong. It wasn't the CIA, the KGB, the Mafia, the military, or Castro, not directly anyway. But there aren't any facts or intelligence to back it up, just suspicion, Reece said. A Cuban intelligence officer recruits Oswald at the behest of South Vietnam's President Ngo Dinh Diem and his brother Ngo Dinh Nhu as revenge for Kennedy's and the CIA's support of a coup that killed them. It makes sense if you think about it, Katie said. If they suspected that Kennedy was going to betray them, why wouldn't they arrange for him to die in the event they were deposed and killed? Revenge for the coup d'etat before it even happens, Reece said. The KGB and maybe CIA, part of this group of elites, knew and did nothing to stop it. How would they know? Because they had assets advising Diem at all levels. The U.S. was supporting the regime with military equipment and economic aid packages. We were also training their military and police forces. Saigon was crawling with case officers. And one or more of these agency guys was part of this collective? Katie asked. Or was being run by one. There are a few possibilities. And then, when the assassination is successful, they help cover it up. Convenient for everyone. Katie said. Oswald never even knew who he was killing for.
James, if this gets out, it changes so much of what we understand about the country from 1963 onward.
That one is just my dad's theory. The rest of this, the POW betrayal, is all backed up by intelligence in the files. There is nothing in them that points to the Kennedy assassination.
Maybe he didn't want his suspicions to discredit that intelligence?
I don't know, Katie. Maybe. This started with him going to work for the CIA so he could track down the Soviet GRU advisors from Vietnam. That leads to the Soviet-Vietnam POW issue, which in turn leads to this connection between high-level officials in Washington and Moscow working to advance their own interests and not those of their countries.
And don't forget prevent a nuclear war, Katie said, which they seem to have done on at least 2 occasions.
And along the way, as he investigates and fills in the missing pieces, he comes up with this theory on JFK. It was all connected.
It's a lot, Katie said.
It is.
I've never been afraid to pursue a story. Benghazi, the Capstone Capital experimental drugs used on you and your men? None of those stories truly scared me. James, I'm afraid now. What are we involved with here?
Reece turned and looked into Katie's eyes.
Maybe we should drop this whole thing and go back to Montana, she said. You can open that bookstore, whiskey bar, and the archery shop. We can leave this all behind.
Reece pushed a strand of long blonde hair behind Katie's ear. They would keep coming, Katie. Especially now. I've put you in danger too many times, and now, with this... Reece shook his head. You, me, Rafe, Andy, Vic, Martha, Poe, everyone is in danger. It's my fault. I am so sorry, Katie. Reece saw the realization seep in and the look in Katie's eyes change from fear to one of resolve.
Well, then what's our next move?
I've got to get you someplace safe. You said the Hastingses have the ranch locked down?
Like Fort Knox.
Good. I need you to go back. I can't operate if I'm worried about you. I love you with all my heart, Katie. If we are going to live without a constant worry that this group is going to send hit squads after us, I need to finish what my dad started.
What are you going to do, James?
I'm going to finish his list. Chapter 55. FSB Headquarters, Lubyanka, Moscow, Russia. Kira Borisova had been Pavel Dashkov's secretary for almost 15 years. She wasn't sure whether to be flattered or offended that he had never tried to sleep with her. She was a fixture in many, but certainly not all, of his meetings. She held the highest security clearances and maintained the director's schedule. She arrived at Lubyanka promptly at 7 o'clock a.m. every morning, knowing she would have plenty of time to prepare for the day. Dashkov might arrive any time between 8 o'clock a.m. and 10 o'clock a.m., though he was arriving closer and closer to the latter these days. He preferred to work late, which meant so did Kira. She arrived before her boss and left after, just as her mother had taught her. Her mother had worked for the KGB, the FSK, and the FSB, all names for the agency responsible first for Soviet and then Russian internal state security. She had been in Red Square on December 25, 1991, to see the Soviet flag lowered. The red flag with its distinctive hammer and sickle, signifying workers and peasants, would never fly again. When she told Kira of that night, she had smiled. Change was on the winds. Kira's mother had been a devoted party member, even knowing her family had been hit hard by Stalin's Great Purge of 1937. The Soviet Union was, if nothing else, a superpower. There was pride in that. She remained loyal until April 26, 1986, the day of the Chernobyl disaster. She had taken notes in meetings following the devastating accident and found herself wondering why orders to evacuate the Ukrainian city did not come until 36 hours after the Kremlin was notified that there had been a catastrophic meltdown in Reactor 4 of the Vladimir Ilyich Lenin Atomic Power Station. She also became aware that the plant had a radiation leak in 1982 that was covered up by the KGB, and that there were multiple nuclear incidents in 1984 that were never reported to the broader public. It was all kept under wraps by the state to maintain its position in the Cold War. After transcribing notes from a 1987 meeting detailing a successful KGB plan to switch out Chernobyl water and soil samples taken by a French journalist to keep the true magnitude and long-term impacts of the disaster secret, she made her decision. She contacted the Americans. On her deathbed, she confessed her sins against her country to her only daughter. She stopped spying when FBI agent Robert Hansen was arrested in February 2001. She feared she was under suspicion. Hansen had intimate knowledge of FBI and CIA intelligence operations and was sentenced to 5 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. March had come and gone, as did April, May, and June. She never conducted another dead drop or met with her case officer again. She had a daughter to raise. But before she passed over to the other side, she wanted that daughter to know what she had done. She passed along her secret. Not only that, she passed along the name of her case officer and the mechanisms by which to contact him. All these years after her passing, her mother's mission had fallen on her shoulders. After work on Friday, Kira walked to the Biblioteca Imeni Lenina station of the Moscow Metro and took the train south. 7 stops later, she exited at Gagarina Square and strolled the 15 minutes to Neskuchny Garden. She found the bench her mother had taken her to 13 years earlier and sat down to enjoy the rare, late-afternoon sun. As was normal for most young adults her age, she pulled her phone from her purse and scrolled through her social media accounts and a few news apps. She had arranged to meet a friend for drinks nearby, after which she would retreat to her flat in the Arbat district, an area known for its young bohemian flair. What was not so normal was to leave a small thumbtack pushed into the wood under the far right side of the bench. She knew sleep would not come easily that night. Wondering if the FSB would kick in her door and drag her back to the Lubyanka for questioning in connection with crimes against the state was not conducive to a good night's rest. Kira had kept her mother's secret for over a decade and had not once visited the dead drop location. Did the CIA still monitor the site? She would know soon enough. Kira had struggled with what to do with her newfound knowledge, and, in the end, she had asked herself a simple question. What would Mom do? That was when she removed a small tack from her desk drawer while gathering her purse and coat. After all, it wasn't every day you had the responsibility of averting a nuclear war. Chapter 56. Fairfield County Hunt Club, Westport, Connecticut. Sidney Morgan climbed the steps into his Prevost Marathon motorhome. Painted in stunning golds and blacks, it matched the Double D 3-horse trailer with living quarters parked to his right. His driver had driven up the Prevost coach, and the 2 full-time horse trainers had hauled the stallions in the sport chassis Freightliner. They had arrived the day before, so everything was hooked up to power and water and ready for Sidney, his wife, Maggie, and their 15-year-old daughter Amanda when they arrived for the competition. The club was less than a half hour from their home in Darien, so Sidney drove the Bentley that morning 2 hours after Maggie and Amanda left in the Mercedes G-Wagon. Even though they would sleep in their beds at home that night, Sidney still insisted that his driver move the extravagant motorhome to each equestrian event. Regardless of how far they were from Darien, he would have a nice, temperature-controlled environment in which to rest and conduct business, and possibly even allow for a midday tryst with Maggie in the king-size bed at the back of the coach. There would be no searching for a cell signal or looking for a quiet place in the shade to take a call like many of the other parents. Sidney would have all the conveniences of home in an RV that tipped the scales at just north of $2 million. The linen-lined infinity ceiling light illuminated the entire 45-foot-long quad-slide coach from front to rear. It boasted modern contemporary styling with a white leather sofa, a dinette and table, fireplace, 2 flat-screen TVs, and dual recliners. It also featured the intelligence package, so Sydney could tell the coach to raise or lower the shades or change the lighting depending on conditions or his mood. Brushed aluminum fixtures, a carbon fiber cockpit, a large fridge-freezer combo with bottle storage, a half bath and full bath with a large shower, and custom tile work over heated floors completed Sydney's mobile sanctuary. Amanda became horse crazy when she was 12. Sydney had no time to learn the ins and outs of the equestrian world, so that responsibility had fallen to his wife. They purchased 5 horses from Europe, specifically bred for dressage, a class of riding that tests horse and rider in a series of challenges with increasing levels of difficulty in order to find the right 3 that Amanda would ride in competition. All of them came from the best bloodlines in the world and had been imported for $250,000 each when they were 4. After the horse won a few regional and state competitions, the German Oldenburg stallion's sperm was now worth $50,000 a pop. The Dutch warm-blood stallion was used for jumping, and the black Sterling Friesian, along with the 2 that had not shown as much promise as the others, had turned into extremely expensive pasture ornaments. After another $200,000 in custom saddles, tack, and show gear, along with handmade Italian boots, vet bills, and private equestrian club memberships, the cost of his daughter's chosen sport dwarfed what it cost to have a kid on the local soccer team. At least Sydney didn't have to spend 90 minutes on the sidelines in the heat listening to soccer moms scream every time their kids got close to the ball. Though Maggie didn't ride, she made sure her daughter had nothing but the best. She was right at home cheering Amanda on in her designer Caladay clothing next to the other trophy wives whose husbands provided the Amex Black cards that paid for their lunches and spa visits. Sydney didn't think she was sleeping with either of the trainers, but one never really knew. Each passing year meant another trip to Los Angeles to see her plastic surgeon in Beverly Hills for Botox and lip injections, cheekbone fillers, facelifts, a Brazilian butt lift, and breast augmentation, of which Sydney was quite fond. Though he would never say it aloud, he thought she was starting to resemble a Kardashian. It was only 11 o'clock a.m., but Sydney poured himself a shot of Bowmore 50-year-old single-malt Scotch whiskey and looked down at his stomach. Maybe I should look into some liposuction, he thought, before throwing it back. He poured another 2 fingers, this time to savor, set his glass down, and unlocked his laptop with his fingerprint before shutting himself into the half-bath. Sydney avoided communal restrooms even in private clubs like the Fairfield. He planned to return emails before Amanda entered the arena. Maybe Maggie would join him while their daughter warmed up with her trainers. After all, he had paid for her new silicone bolt-ons, so he should at least be able to enjoy them. He flushed the toilet, looked at himself in the mirror, and adjusted his Patagonia vest over his blue Oxford button-up. His dark hair was visibly thinning with what seemed like each passing day, just like his father and grandfather before him. He was the 3rd in his family line to run Morgan Holdings, and much like the horses he had imported from Europe, he'd been bred for it. Of his 4 siblings, he had shown the most aptitude for the family financial business and navigating the complex web of relationships that went along with it, to include the secrecy required when dealing with people who acquired and grew their wealth through means in a gray zone the color of charcoal. It had become his normal, and just as his father had, he moved money and made investments at the behest of a group that had an uncanny ability to forecast the future. He didn't ask how or why. He played his part, which kept his clients, and by default his wife, happy. Sydney heard the front door to the motorhome open. "Maggie?" he called out. Maybe he was going to get lucky this morning. He fumbled with the door latch and stepped into the narrow hallway. Instead of his wife slipping out of her tight leggings, as he had hoped, Sydney was met by a tall, broad-shouldered man in a baseball cap. His arm was extended, and in his hand was a black pistol. Even though he had just relieved himself, Sidney felt his bladder loosen and a stream of warm liquid dampen the front of his slacks. "What the fuck? Who are you?" Sidney said, his voice cracking to betray the fear that permeated his soul. "Keep your voice down, Mr. Morgan. An associate is close to your wife and daughter right now. He will watch over them until we are done here." "You motherfucker! If you know my name, you know who I am. One call from me and your world implodes." "I highly doubt that, but I do need you to make a call." "A call?" Sidney asked. "Or send an email, or a text, depending on how you communicate." "To whom?" "Take a seat and let's talk about it." Sidney slid behind the table in front of his computer. "You are going to kill me, aren't you?" "I've seen your face." "That all depends. Though if I decide to kill you, it certainly won't be because you've seen my face." "I don't understand." "I don't think you want to have to explain certain facets of your business to a slew of FBI and IRS agents." "You're with the government?" "Not today." "Then what do you want?" "I want to talk with one of your clients. Luka Yevgenyevich." Sidney swallowed and shook his head. "I don't know who that is." The big man paused. He looked oddly familiar, but Sidney couldn't place him. "Sidney, I am going to be honest with you, then you get to decide if you are going to live or die today. I think you just moved massive amounts of money into extremely risky investment vehicles. The kind of money you don't bet unless you are controlling the game." "I don't know what you are talking about." "You moved this money for very powerful people in the United States and Russia. Your father and grandfather did the same work for the same people and created quite a lucrative business that you've inherited. I know the type of people your clients are, and you are probably more scared of them than you are of me. Perhaps rightly so, but that's not going to matter if I put a bullet in your head." "I told you, I don't know what you're talking about." "That's unfortunate," the man said, pulling a phone from his pocket and bringing it to his ear. "Who are you calling?" "My associate." "Don't do this." "It's you who's doing it, Sidney. All I need is an introduction." "Please." "Yevgenyevich won't kill you. You have too much of his money hidden around the world. He'll want to meet with me, I assure you." "What do you want with him?" "Wait, never mind. I don't want to know. Let me get my phone and send a text." "Good decision, Sidney. Slowly." Sidney reached into his pocket and removed his iPhone. "He only meets in person. We never discuss business on the phone." "How did you find me?" "For someone who is so secretive about your clients, your family's social media is a wealth of information. Your daughter's TikTok, your wife's Instagram, and this equestrian organization's Facebook. All those links and tags led me right to you. If you survive the day, you might want to visit those privacy settings and ask your family to hold off on posting about events until after they are over." "Fuck." "Live and learn." "Who do I say wants to meet him?" Sidney asked, the phone vibrating in his shaky hand. "James Reece. Let him know I have something his friends in Russia will want him to acquire. I'm willing to trade it." "For what?" "He'll know. Just tell him." "I told you, he doesn't discuss business via text. We just use it to set up meetings." "Then set it up." "For when?" "For now." "Oh, Jesus, come on. He's a busy man." "He'll meet with me." Sidney looked up from his phone and studied the man behind the gun standing over him. Would this man be his executioner? "Now I remember you. From the news a few years ago," Sidney said. "Then you know you should do exactly as I ask." "Christ, yes, just hold on. I can see he's typing back." "Time is of the essence." "Okay, he said yes." "See, that wasn't so hard. Where will he be?" "At a spa in the city." "What city?" "Oh, for fuck's sake, Manhattan, fucking New York." "Why there?" "Why New York or why the spa?" "The spa." "It's the only place we meet." "Why?" "He likes to be sure no one has any weapons on them." "So you meet him naked in a sauna?" "I wear a towel. Plus he owns it, so it's a controlled environment." "What else?" "He wants me to come too. Shit." "Text your wife and tell her an emergency meeting came up and you have to run to the office." Fuck. Sidney swore as his thumbs worked the keypad. I'm going to need one more thing.
Oh, Christ. What?
Your client list, and before you open your mouth, you know the client list I mean. Your exclusive list.
I give that to you, and I'm a dead man.
You don't, and you're a dead man.
I can't.
Sydney, you said you recognized me. That means you remember why I was in the news. All those people who had a hand in killing my family and my teammates in Afghanistan are dead. I told you I would be honest with you, so I will. Those I care about are threatened by some of the people on that client list of yours. Do you think there is anything I won't do to get that list? Sydney worked to swallow. His throat was dry, his hands sweaty. He looked up from his seat into the eyes of the most terrifying person he had ever encountered. He nodded.
Okay, Mr. Reece, but it's all shell corporations that my father and grandfather set up. In most cases, I don't even know who the clients are.
Just get me what you have. And, Sydney, don't hold back. I'm on my best behavior right now. You don't want me coming back in a bad mood. As Morgan's hands worked the keyboard of his laptop, Reece moved to the side so he could observe. Reece watched the finance man type 26-letter passwords into multiple hidden folders until he arrived at a simple Excel spreadsheet. See? That wasn't so hard.
I'm a fucking dead man.
Count your blessings, Sydney. You're still breathing.
These people, they will kill me. They will kill my family.
Send it to this email address, Reece said, passing Morgan a slip of paper with a Proton Mail address belonging to Andy Danreb written on it.
I hit send on this and my world changes.
You don't, and your world changes. Sydney shook his head and sent the email.
Well, you fucking killed me. You happy?
Sydney, listen to me. Get me where I need to go today, and I'll do what I can for you.
It won't be enough.
Get me to Yevgenyevich and then retire.
I can't. You don't know these people.
I'm going to get acquainted with them. Now, let's go to the spa. Chapter 57. SVR Headquarters, Moscow, Russia. Rostya Levitsky sat in his imposing black leather chair, his back to the thick, bullet-resistant glass that allowed the director of the SVR to survey his domain. Located in a heavily wooded section of the Yasenevo district past Moscow's Ring Road, SVR Headquarters was referred to as Les, the forest by some, and Kontora, the office, by others, who operated in the shadows. It had gone by different names over its century of existence, but its foundational principles remained in place. Its job was to protect the motherland from threats from abroad. The size of the SVR campus had more than doubled over the past 2 decades. In the early 1970s, when the SVR was still the first main directorate of the KGB, headquarters was in the famed Lubyanka building in Lubyanka Square. Levitsky despised the place. That was Dashkov's territory, and he avoided it whenever possible. Levitsky's office was on the 21st floor of a building at the apex of a Y-shaped office complex rising from the forest floor. It was far enough away from the capital's administrative hub to set it apart physically and psychologically from agencies that did not deal in the dark arts of espionage and assassination. All of Levitsky's predecessor's personal effects had long since been removed, but the stench of Mikhail Gromyko's cigarettes still lingered. Even with a new desk and chair, the stale tobacco hovered in the office like a ghost. Levitsky was a breath away from the presidency. Successfully bringing down James Reece and recovering the files his father had hidden away would elevate him above Dashkov as an heir apparent to Kozak. If in fact Kozak was next in the line of succession, as many suspected. He had a meeting scheduled at the Kremlin with Chairman Kozak later in the afternoon. The plan to realign the world order was nearing its final stages, and any conversations pertaining to it would happen in person. The phone on Levitsky's desk chirped, indicating his secretary had intercepted a call beyond the doors.
Da. A call from New York, Director.
Put it through. The Special Communications and Information Service of the Federal Protective Service of the Russian Federation, the Spetsvyaz, did what it could to secure communications in and out of the building. But in today's world, it was safe to assume that all calls were being monitored on one end or the other, and at many points in between.
"This must be an issue of some importance,"
he said into the receiver.
"I would not call otherwise,"
the voice replied.
"Well?" "That errand you asked me to run. The one that ended in failure. The one that did not go as planned."
"Yes," Levitsky said.
"He's coming to me."
Levitsky sat up in his chair.
"He has managed to connect with a friend of ours, the banker,"
the voice continued.
"They are on their way here now."
Levitsky felt his heart begin to pound. There was hope yet.
"Apparently he wants to trade the papers he acquired for something." "Listen to me closely," the SVR director said. "Do what you must to gain possession of those papers.
And then send them to me via the embassy."
"And the courier and banker?"
"The banker is still of use to us. The courier is not."
"Understood."
Luka Yevgenyevich hung up the phone and tapped it with his index finger. A plate of traditional chalupsi, meat-stuffed cabbage, sat untouched in the chair next to him. This was where Yevgenyevich conducted business, in the personal resting area of his private club.
"A trade. With a man who just took out 7 of my men in Boston."
That affront could not go unchallenged. Politicians knew nothing of what it took to survive in the real world. They made their decisions from temperature-controlled offices behind gates in fortified compounds far from the streets where the battles were fought. Down here it was about fear and respect. Once you lost those, you had lost the war. He made his decision. "Misha," he said to the giant across the room working on his second helping of shashlik, lamb kebabs. The 2 men sat in chairs across the spacious chamber from each other, their backs to the walls, separated only by a shag carpet that smelled of chlorine. Freshly cut flowers were set in vases on end tables in each corner of the wood-paneled room. A muted flat screen on the wall played a DVD of Schwarzenegger in Raw Deal. Misha Ustinov took another huge bite of his kebab and then set it aside, picking up a plate of herring.
"Who needs an adjustment?"
Misha asked. Following the death of Stepan Vasilyev, Misha had been promoted to brigadier. He knew that even though Yevgenyevich didn't show it, the disaster in Boston had hurt the organization's standing in the underworld. To maintain position, retaliation would be swift and violent. Misha had already hit the gym that morning. He liked to get a pump on early in the day so his tattooed arms and chest would look their best in the tight black tank top that made up part of his everyday uniform. He finished the herring. It was a small helping. He would have to order another. He set his thick forearms on his tracksuit-clad thighs and leaned forward, a heavy silver cross dangling from his neck, like a lure.
"It is more than an adjustment, Misha. Give the order and I'll take care of it," he replied. "A man is on his way to us, the man responsible for Boston. He will be accompanied by the banker Morgan. You have escorted him to me in the past." "I remember him." "Leave him be. And the other, slice him into pieces and feed him to the fish."
Chapter 58. New York, New York. In the shadow of the Brooklyn Bridge, just blocks from the New York Stock Exchange, is an innocuous-looking building nestled in among the restaurants, coffee shops, and bars. Its entrance is located between a tailor and a pizzeria across from a vintage vinyl shop. It could have been any one of a number of anonymous businesses in Manhattan, but it wasn't. This one was owned by the Russian mafia. Rafe had tailed Reece and Morgan in the agency Cherokee. They had taken an exit off I-95 and parked Sydney's Bentley in an office park before continuing into the city together in the SUV.
"For the record, I don't like this,"
Rafe said, as he pulled the vehicle to the side of the road just past a tower of scaffolding.
"It's okay, they want those files,"
Reece said from the back seat next to Morgan.
"If I don't have them, they won't kill me. The goal here is to leave with Yevgenyevich. He's the link to this collective. Sydney's client list might not cut it. It's specifically designed to conceal the identities of the real owners. Andy has it, but it might take some doing for him to figure it out. You think he's just going to walk out with you? I don't think Moscow is going to let him do anything else. I'd feel bitter if you took your whipping, Rafe said. They are going to frisk me and take it anyway. I'll leave everything here. Just hold tight. I'll be out shortly. We are both dead men, Sidney mumbled, shaking his head. Let's go, Reece said, opening the door and ushering Morgan outside onto the streets of New York. Sidney led the way up the steps and pressed the buzzer next to a small brass plaque that read Spa 1917. The door clicked open and the two men walked inside. Unlike other Russian spas in the city, this one was private. A young girl who appeared to be in her teens stood behind a reception desk to the left. She nodded at a man in a blue tracksuit who stood holding a door open halfway down a long hallway. Guess we are going that way, Reece said. It leads to the private locker room, Sidney replied. A narrow set of stairs flanked by damp stone walls led down beneath the streets, transporting the visitors back to old Russia. One level down, they entered a large dark room with a swimming pool in its center. Change in there, the tracksuit-clad man said. He posted up at the bottom of the stairs and pointed to a door on the right, just off the pool's center. Reece and Sidney entered the changing room. Stainless steel partitions separated multiple showerheads affixed to the wall on the left. The floor was damp, and there was one large drain in the middle of the room. Hooks lined the opposite wall, and at the far end of the narrow space was a sink and counter, flanked by a series of lockers. He won't see anyone unless they are in a towel, Sidney said, moving toward the lockers. I guess Ivan out there will take us to him when we change. Probably. I'm always escorted by at least one of his men. Terrific, Reece said, as he removed his jacket and shirt, hanging them in the locker. Sidney did the same. I usually meet him in the stone-heated cedar sauna, but I've met him in the Schwitz as well. What's that? It's a sauna with ice buckets. Sounds delightful. Reece kicked off his shoes and socks and removed his pants, shirt, and underwear, wrapping one of the white towels stacked on a nearby sink around his waist. He positioned the split of the towel over his left leg, wrapped the right side in front of his waist, and then pulled the left side over it, adjusting it seam to seam and rolling it inward to lock it in place. Okay, ready. Sidney, already winded from the exertion of removing his clothes, struggled to secure the towel around his pale, pudgy midsection. There is another side of the spa for members, Sidney said. This side is just for Yevgenyevich and his friends and business associates. What's that smell? It's the oak leaves. Oak leaves? Haven't you ever had a Plaza treatment? No. The Plaza master scrubs you down with a broom of fresh oak leaves. Why? It opens the pores, removes toxins, and exfoliates. I do it a couple times a month. You're a member here? I am, though I only venture to this side when I need to talk with Mr. Yevgenyevich. What else do you do here? Reece asked. I don't partake in the girls, if that's what you mean. I'll do the cold plunge, get a massage, do the hot stone therapy, he said, pointing to a bucket of rounded basalt stones. They soak them in oils and warm them up to apply to your muscles. You should try it. I'm not a big fan of other people's hands on me, especially large Russian men with connections to the Bratva. You seem to have trust issues, just like your friend Yevgenyevich. Reece picked up one of the basalt stones. It was a little larger than a bar of soap. He then grabbed a towel from a stack on the sink, spread it out on the counter, put the stone at the top in the center, and rolled the towel over the stone to secure it in place. He then pulled both ends together to create a makeshift handle, turning the towel and stone into what his Kali instructor had called a trapo, Spanish for rag. Reece had assembled a flexible, improvised weapon. What are you doing? Trust issues, Reece replied as the door to the changing area opened. The two men they had seen on the way in had been joined by two more. The man in the lead had jet-black slicked-back hair. His tight black tank top looked to be 1 or 2 sizes too small and was worn to ensure no one missed the tattoos,
that covered every inch of his chemically enhanced arms, chest, and neck. A large silver cross hung from a thick chain around his neck. Dark blue tracksuit pants with an Adidas symbol and expensive-looking dress shoes completed the ensemble. Reece pretended to be drying his hands with another towel, which he dropped over the one concealing the stone.
Mr. Yevgenyevich is ready for you now, the largest of the four men said in a thick Russian accent.
Most people look at someone's face at first encounter, not Reece. As always, Reece's eyes went first to the hands. That is how he saw the straight razor. It was concealed in the man's right hand, while his left beckoned Reece and Sidney to walk to them. The body language and hand positions of his associates indicated that they were armed as well.
"Where is Mr. Yevgenyevich?"
Reece asked to buy time.
"We will take you to him. Come."
"Sidney," Reece said in a low voice, turning to the Wall Street banker. "Thanks for getting me in here. I'd seriously consider that retirement we discussed." Reece started to walk.
"You can leave the towels there. There are plenty where you are going," the Russian said.
Reece continued to pretend to dry his hands as he approached the four men. Clothed, armed, and with their 4-to-1 ratio, they were overconfident and overmuscled. Reece would use that to his advantage. "Let's go," Reece said as he approached, attempting to disarm them with a smile, his grip tightening on the towel handle in his grasp. 4 men, at least one with a straight razor, against a man in only a towel with nowhere to run, would normally end poorly for their prey. Reece was not most men. Once within striking distance, Reece saw the lead enforcer's body language change ever so slightly, blading his body to the side and shifting his weight to his rear foot. When his muscles tensed to lash out with the hand that had been at his side, the hand concealing the straight razor, Reece struck. As he sent the top towel flying into the face of the man to his primary target's right, he smashed the improvised sap into the tattooed hand holding the straight razor, shattering the metacarpals and knocking the blade to the floor. Reece immediately snatched the trappo back and up, the stone connecting with the underside of the man's jaw, snapping his large head back. This gave Reece time to turn to his left and whip the stone into the second man's temple, sending him directly to the floor. Reece switched directions, slinging the towel-covered stone across the side of the first man's head. 2 down. Status unknown. 2 more. The key to fighting multiple assailants is to use angles to stack them, to essentially fight one at a time. The narrow confines of the changing area had done that naturally, but now Reece had lost the element of surprise and was facing 2 opponents. At least one had a straight razor. Reece lashed out with his improvised weapon, which extended his striking range by about a foot. The rock connected with the man's face, and Reece flanked to the side, making him an obstacle to his partner. Attack the weapon. Using the trappo, Reece launched 2 circular strikes to the hand with the blade, but the enforcer held on, drawing it back, which gave Reece an opening to smash the rock into the bridge of his nose. Reece then braced off the towel rack on the wall to avoid slipping and followed up with a side kick to his sternum that sent him crashing into the man behind him. The trail man pushed his friend to the side to maintain his balance. Another razor. Get control of the weapon. Reece threw the rock directly into the last man's face. It impacted just above his right eye. His hands coming up to block it exposed his blade. Reece ripped off his own towel, leaving him completely naked, initially holding it like a bullfighter with the tight seam of the towel extended between his hands. He twisted to the side and parried his opponent's first stab. He passed it to the side and attempted to foul the blade in the towel, but his opponent retracted it and attempted a backhanded slash, which Reece blocked and tried to wrap up in the towel again, but without success. Fight one at a time, but remember there are 4 of them. Reece let go of the towel with his left hand and fired an uppercut into his adversary's ribs and immediately followed it with a hook to the side of his head, causing him to step back. 2 men still on their feet, 2 on the floor. The man he'd kicked earlier made another assault, leading with a jab, which Reece parried. The gangster followed with a right cross. Stepping to the inside of the blow, Reece extended the towel and used the center to strike the man's face and wrap his head up in the white cloth. With the man's vision obscured, Reece sent 2 elbows into the side of his head and threw him to the side, smashing his head into the tile wall before firing another elbow to his temple, knocking him to the floor. Still another on his feet. Reece turned and squared off with a man in a tracksuit. He used the time and space to quickly twist his towel into a roll to give it additional weight. As the Russian closed the distance, Reece caught and wrapped his knife hand in the rolled towel, twisting it and ripping it down and toward him, stripping the blade from his enemy's grip and bringing the man to the ground. Reece fired a knee into his face, knocking him back and onto the floor. He turned to grab the blade but felt the impact of a body tackling him to the floor. Reece immediately turned and caught the larger opponent in his guard. Now, fighting from his back on the tile floor, Reece used the towel in his hands to parry 2 punches aimed at his face from the man above. Pulling himself up, he wrapped the towel around his enemy's neck from the front, reaching behind the head in an improvised cross-collared choke. He then swept his opponent around, putting him into the mount position. Maintaining the trapped arm, Reece put the man to sleep. Sensing movement, Reece reached for the razor on the floor. He grabbed it, positioning the handle in his palm and pinching the flat sides between his thumb and index finger, bracing it at the joint to secure it in the open position. Reece turned in time to see the huge man in the tank top scrambling toward him. He slashed his razor across his attacker's wrist, then turned his own wrist and cut across the side of his tattooed neck. As the man's eyes opened wide in the primal surprise of impending death, Reece took the rear mount with his knee on the man's back and grabbed a handful of his greasy hair, pulling it back. Reece inserted the corner of the straight razor behind his left ear and cut all the way across the top of his throat to the other ear, spraying the changing room floor with bright red blood. Reece heard footsteps on the tile, and from his position atop the muscle-bound corpse, he pivoted in time to see a roundhouse kick coming at his head. Bringing his left hand up to absorb some of the blow, his right brought the razor across to slice through the femoral artery of the kicker. Even as the blood began to flow like a garden hose, the man did not yet know that he was dead. He planted his leg on the floor and moved to throw a knee to Reece's head, which left his groin open. Reece sliced up. He felt the razor cut through soft tissue between the man's legs. As the man's mouth opened to emit a primal scream, Reece launched himself to his feet, continuing to cut up and through the man's light tracksuit, opening his stomach until the blade hit the sternum. Reece continued to carve upward, feeling the straight razor bump each of the ribs, protecting the man's chest cavity until it sank back into the soft flesh of the neck. Pushing him against the wall, he changed angles with the blade and sliced through the carotid artery, feeling the warm blood cover his face and upper body. The man went limp and sank to the floor. Reece spun to survey the narrow space. Sidney was at the far end by the sinks, sitting on the ground, knees pulled to his chest, wearing a look of frozen shock. The 2 remaining gangsters were pushing themselves to their feet, looking at their dead friends, at each other, and at the naked savage, covered in blood, who had moved into position between them and the door, blocking their only escape. The predators had become the prey. Reece turned and locked the deadbolt on the door. He then reached down and picked up the improvised trappo, adding it back to his arsenal. With the towel-covered rock in his left hand, the straight razor in his right, naked and dripping with fresh blood, he resembled the Koche demon they had been warned about in fables from their youth. The environment had changed. It was 2-on-1. The floor was slick with blood, and the men Reece faced had each taken hits. Both were unsteady on their feet. One held a razor. "Was your plan to kill me?" Reece asked.
"That is still our plan. Сейчас поебало получишь, сука, блядь."
The lead man charged. From 8 feet away, he covered the distance quickly. Reece timed the charge and pivoted to his left, swinging out with the trappo, which caught the Russian in the side of the head. As his attacker tried to switch directions, his feet slipped on the blood-covered tile floor. Gravity caught hold and pulled him to earth. His head cracking on the hard tile floor sounded like a gunshot in the confined space. The last man saw his friend go down and tried to stop, but it was too late. Reece's towel-covered stone caught him in the teeth and then circled back and hit him in the back of the head, knocking him unconscious. Reece bent at the knees and finished them with 4 brutal hits to their skulls with the basalt stone. Reece straightened his back and stood up straight, checking his body for wounds. All the blood was Russian. Have to move quickly.
Careful on the slick floor, Reece walked to the sinks, set down the trappo and razor, and attempted to wipe away some of the blood with the clean towels. "Sidney! Sidney!" The Wall Street man looked up from his position on the floor. "Where's Yevgenyevich?" I don't know," he stammered. "Okay," Reece said, wrapping a new towel around his waist. "What direction do I go outside that door if I want to find the sauna where you usually meet him?" Focus, Sidney."
You went through them like they weren't even there,"
Sidney said in stunned disbelief. Reece knelt so he was eye to eye with the banker. "Sidney, I need you to think. When I go out that door, which way to the sauna?"
"Take a right. Keep the pool on your left. If you keep going, you will run right into it. There is a cold plunge room and a resting area down there as well."
"Stay here and wait for the police."
"What do I tell them?"
"Whatever you want." Reece took a step in the direction of the lockers when he heard a fist pounding on the changing room door. Default aggressive. Reece grabbed his weapons and sprinted to the opposite side of the changing area. He chose his foot placement carefully, stepping on only the brown tiles, not coated in blood. "Don't wait, go." Reece unlocked the deadbolt and threw open the door. Chapter 59. A naked man coated head to toe in drying blood is not what most people expect to see in the course of their daily travels, even if that person is an enforcer for the Russian mafia. Reece clocked the Beretta 92F first, then the black jeans, white t-shirt, and black leather jacket. The pause at Reece's bloody appearance was all the former SEAL needed to step into grappling range and encircle the man's right arm with his left, the hand that held the towel and stone. Reece spun the man off balance and threw him into the wall to the side of the door, his peripheral vision confirming that they were alone in the pool room. The bloodied razor still had work to do. The blade had been slightly dulled by the job it had done in the changing room, and it caught in the thick leather collar of the man's jacket. Adapt. Keeping the man's gun arm trapped, Reece turned the blade and shot the base of the handle into the man's left eye socket, but was deflected by his opponent's left hand, which flew up in defense, causing Reece to drop the blade. The former SEAL pressed his attack, driving his right thumb into the corner of the Russian's eye, closest to the nose, to avoid the stronger muscles protecting it. Reece felt his thumb sink deep into the man's left eye socket, past the cornea and retina, to hit the optic nerve. A guttural roar emerged from the man's throat. Reece pulled his thumb from his eye socket and grabbed the back of his neck, yanking down, while at the same time launching the top of his head into the man's nose. The intrusion of Reece's thumb and the blunt impact of the headbutt caused the man to loosen his grip on the pistol. Reece stepped slightly back, dropped his strappo, and ripped the Beretta from the Bratva man's grasp. He quickly locked it back at a position of retention, ensured the safety lever was up with his thumb, and pressed the trigger. The bullet ripped upward through the thoracic cavity, piercing both lungs. Parts of the mechanism were fouled by the target's clothing, which prevented Reece from taking a quick follow-up shot without running a malfunction drill. Reece wanted to avoid shooting again, even if he was one floor underground. One loud bang could be explained in a lot of people's minds among the commotion and constant construction of a big, loud city. Multiple gunshots were another story. As the man opened his mouth in an attempt to breathe through collapsing lungs, Reece smashed his head backward with an open-hand strike under the chin, and then followed it with the fouled Beretta, the muzzle striking him in the teeth. Reece then closed his hand around his throat, spun him to the left, and launched him into the pool. Solve the problem, Reece. Reece removed the magazine from the Beretta and racked the slide to the rear 3 times to clear the stoppage. Reinserting the magazine, he racked the slide again to chamber a round. He then performed a press check, pushed down the decocking lever with his thumb, and then flipped it back up, taking it off safe. Kneeling, he picked up the razor, folded it, tucked it in his towel, and moved toward the sauna. Chapter 60. Reece pushed himself along the bathhouse wall, the Beretta leading the way. As he approached the corner of the underground room, he read the signage on the doors ahead of him. Sauna, schwitz, and cold plunge pool. Don't kill Yevgenyevich by accident, he's the key. Reece advanced on the cold plunge room and looked through the small glass window in the thick wooden door. Is that him?
An older man sat semi-submerged in the water. He had short, buzzed gray hair and was covered in tattoos.
Could be. Move, Reece.
Reece's left hand went to the doorknob and he entered the space, pistol at the ready.
Clear your corners.
The baseball bat connected high on Reece's right arm, sending a shock through his entire system. His pistol dropped to the floor. His body recognized that his right hand was immobilized.
Temporarily, or is it broken?
Doesn't matter. New threat. Fight. Reece turned in time to see the bat coming toward his head. It was held by a large man resembling a grizzly. A towel was wrapped around his waist and he was covered in tattoos.
Do not let him get a hold of you.
Too late. Reece stepped in to avoid the full force of the blow, blocking the hit with his left forearm lower down on the bat.
One direct hit with this bat and you are done.
The new threat unexpectedly dropped his weapon and grabbed Reece in a bear hug, pinning his arms to his sides and throwing him up against the wall. Reece felt the air being crushed from his body. The large Russian reared his head back and smashed his forehead into the bridge of Reece's nose. He then let Reece go, grabbing him by the neck and hitting him in the side of the head with a closed fist that almost put Reece out.
Fight it! Yevgenyevich is the key to putting an end to this, to ensuring Katie can live in peace. This guy is untrained. He is used to relying on his size to intimidate. Use that to your advantage.
Reece's hands came up and slammed into the ears on both sides of his aggressor's head, giving him the second he needed to drop to the slick, wet floor. The Russian shifted positions and squatted down to stabilize Reece with his left hand, drawing his massive right paw back and slamming it down. Reece defended with his legs and one arm, while he did a quick function check on his hand that had taken the blow from the baseball bat. Life had returned to the appendage. It wasn't broken. Reece used his right hand to grab his opponent's ankle, allowing him to spin on his back to get his head out of the direct line of fire. Scrambling to his feet, Reece sent a side kick into the man's ribs and succeeded in knocking him back slightly, his towel falling to the floor.
Where's that Beretta?
Reece's eyes frantically searched the floor. Unfazed by Reece's kick, the man threw a sloppy jab, followed by a rear uppercut and a lead uppercut. The blows were ineffective, but did allow the monster to close the distance and grab Reece by the head, putting him into a guillotine choke. With Reece's head locked in the crook of his arm, the beast cranked upward, cutting off the air in Reece's windpipe.
You don't need the pistol, you've got something else.
The bloody razor had not yet claimed its last life. Reece's hand went to the seam of the towel, still snugly attached to his waist. Steadying himself with his left hand on the man's arm attached to his throat, Reece found the straight razor at his appendix, flipped it open with one hand, and cut the inside of the man's high femoral on each side. In the cold space, with adrenaline pumping through his system, the man didn't feel the cuts that took his life. He kept applying pressure to Reece's neck. On the verge of blacking out, Reece reached through the man's legs, felt the crease of his right leg and butt cheek, twisted his wrist, and sliced deep into his upper thigh from behind, severing his sciatic nerve. Reece felt the man let go of his neck, a guttural howl emerging from his lungs as he dropped to the deck, having lost all function in his right leg. Reece stepped around the dying creature, grabbed him under his chin, and cut his throat. Reece turned back to the man in the cold bath who had taken the opportunity to emerge from the tub and run to the door. Reece grabbed him by the back of the neck, turned the naked man around, and slammed him up against the door.
You're not Yevgenyevich. Where is he?
Fuck you, chica,
he responded, spitting in Reece's face.
One last time, where is he?
You are a fucking dead man. You better kill me now, because after this there is nowhere on earth you can hide. I'll kill your parents, your kids, your friends, and they won't just die. They will suffer. You got a wife, chica. We will take extra care of her. We'll turn her into a little drug-addicted blat. A fucking junkie whore. She'll be begging for more smack and more dick in this very building. All you're doing, chica, no one fucks with us.
Reece stared into his dark eyes. About 60, he was thin compared to the monsters Reece had just put in the grave. Stars were tattooed across his chest, and his shoulders were decorated with epaulets that reminded Reece of portraits he'd seen of Napoleon. Spiders crept out of the ornate shoulder pieces and were crawling up his neck. A woman with large breasts encircled with flowers was inked on his chest. She was surrounded by spires rising from a large cathedral piece on his stomach.
We'll kill you last. You'll experience all their pain knowing you caused it. Go to hell, Shuka bitch.
You first, Reece said without a hint of emotion. Reece yanked the smaller man from the wall and dragged him by the throat to the cold tub, heaving him up and into the freezing water. The gangster lost his breath as he was violently plunged into the icy liquid. Reece pushed his head down, pinning him underwater by his neck against the side of the tub. Legs and arms thrashing, the frigid water splashing onto the floors and onto Reece's bloody body. Even after the gangster went limp, Reece kept him submerged. The vision of all those he loved being tortured and executed by the Russian mafia playing in his mind. When Reece was sure the man was well past dead, he stood up and adjusted his towel. He retrieved the Beretta from the floor, ensuring it was still operational. Then he tucked the bloody blade in at his waist and exited back into the main room. Chapter 61. Reece surveyed the cavernous chamber. Most of the light came from the underground pool, a pool that now had a dead body floating in it, giving the space a ghostly, blue, iridescent glow. With its brick arches, tiles, and stone, it resembled a dungeon. Reece knew that in other parts of the building, young girls lived, barely surviving, in actual dungeons, drugged in rooms or cells not unlike his in solitary confinement. Stay alert, Reece. Find Yevgenyevich. Reece turned to his right and continued down the dark wall to the sauna. A sign on the wall read, "Saunas of Life." Without a window, there was no way for Reece to know what awaited inside. He slowly opened the door, stepping to the side to clear it, using the angles afforded him. It led into a small space with another door that Reece assumed was there to help contain heat. He stepped inside, already sweating profusely. His hand went to the next door and he swung it open, ready to go to work with the Beretta. Instead of being met by a slew of bodyguards, the room was empty, save for one man, in a towel, sitting on a bench, leaning against a cedar wall. The walls on either side of him were stone. Bright yellow lights in the corners lit the space. It reminded Reece of a primal decompression chamber, which is exactly what it was. Reece shut the door behind him and raised the pistol.
Luka Yevgenyevich,
Reece stated. The man opened his eyes, quickly masking his look of confusion with one of stern authority.
Mr. Reece, still alive. Perhaps I should hire you. You've taken out more of my men in the past 2 days than any rivals or government entities have in decades. Even so, we'll make an example of you.
Something tells me you are not going to get the chance, Reece replied.
My men were supposed to cut you into small pieces and feed you into the Atlantic. We will do that to your friends and family instead. Maybe make you watch. If you leave now, I'll make sure I kill you first. That's the best deal you'll get.
Today is going to turn out differently than you'd planned, Reece replied.
You are aware you can't touch me. I have an immunity deal with your government, and I am a U.S. citizen, if you can believe that.
I know all about your deal, and unfortunately for you, I don't give a fuck. Reece stepped forward and smashed the Beretta into the side of the mob boss's head, knocking him unconscious. Reece bent down and positioned his left shoulder under Yevgenyevich's chest, wrapping his left arm around his upper back. He then jerked up and rolled him onto his shoulder in a fireman's carry. With the Beretta in his right hand, still clad only in a towel and covered in the blood of the Bratva, Reece exited the sauna and made his way along the pool and up the stairs toward the light. It was time to get his answers. Chapter 62. It had only been 10 minutes, but it felt like an eternity for Rafe to be sitting in the Jeep Cherokee waiting for his friend. Luckily, cops in New York had more to worry about than a guy in an SUV parked outside a pizza place, probably waiting on a pie. His head was on a constant swivel, scanning up and down the street and back up the steps to the Russian spa. He expected to see Reece emerge and walk down to the vehicle with Luka Yevgenyevich, possibly with Sidney Morgan in tow. What he did not expect was to see the door burst open and a half-naked Reece, covered in blood with a man in a towel slung over his shoulder, descend the steps and rush toward the vehicle. Bloody hell. Rafe hit the door unlock button to ensure the rear door would open. His hand went to his heirloom Precision 1911 under a shirt in the seat next to him, his eyes looking for any threats that might be behind his blood brother. He could see Reece cradling a pistol as one would a football, fingers careful not to cover the muzzle to obscure it from pedestrians on the sidewalk. Heart attack, Rafe heard Reece say to a startled man in a blue suit as he passed him and reached for the door handle. Rafe lunged between the seats and opened the rear right passenger side door, pushing it wide. Reece tossed his package on the floor of the SUV and jumped in after him, pulling his legs inside so the door would shut. Go, 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 he shouted, as Rafe's foot pressed down on the accelerator and jettisoned them away from the curb. Rafe maneuvered through traffic and scanned the roadway ahead as Reece looked back. No one followed him out of the spa. For the moment it looked like they were clear. Reece, what the fuck, brother? Are you bleeding? I don't think so. This is all other people's blood. Well, lie down back there so I don't get pulled over for transporting a zombie. Roger that, Reece replied, leaning onto his side and pressing Yevgenyevich's head to the floor, ready to smash his skull with the Beretta if need be. Rafe pulled onto FDR Drive, keeping the East River on his right as he drove up the eastern side of Manhattan. Taking the George Washington Bridge into New Jersey, he then headed north back into New York State and merged onto Interstate 87 toward their destination. When they were well out of the city, Rafe exited at Monroe and parked at the far end of a Home Depot parking lot. Leaving Reece and the Russian in the Jeep, he entered the home improvement retailer with his shopping list. 15 minutes later, he returned with zip ties, a zip tie gun, duct tape, a medical kit, a moving blanket, wet wipes, garbage bags, and an assortment of Carhartt pants and jackets. While Rafe stood guard, pretending to be on his cell phone, Reece zip-tied their prisoner and covered the ties with duct tape, which he also wrapped around his eyes and mouth. Only his nose allowed him to breathe. He attached a final zip-tie around Yevgenyevich's neck and let him know that if he made any aggressive moves, Reece would simply pull on the plastic tie and take his life. It was a technique Reece knew worked well. He then covered the Bratva man with the moving blanket and cleaned himself as best he could with heavy-duty cleaning wipes before struggling into pants, a long-sleeve t-shirt, sweatshirt, socks, work boots, and a beanie. He deposited the bloody wet wipes and his towel in a large black trash bag and put it behind him in the cargo area. He then shoved the Beretta under the flannel-lined Carhartt jacket in the seat next to him and knocked on the window to let Rafe know he was finished. He watched as Rafe pulled the battery from his Alcatel burner phone and threw it and the phone into the bushes. With Rafe back behind the wheel, they continued their journey north. "I'll let our friends know we have the package," Rafe said, referring to Vic and Danreb. "Good copy." "Do they know where we're going?" "No. Until we figure out who we can trust, that's staying between us." "And Kay?" "She's in the air on the way home," Rafe said, keeping things cryptic in case the old man on the floor could hear with Reece's boot on his head. "Good." "That guy still breathing?" Rafe asked. Reece lifted his boot and pulled back the blanket. "He's breathing," Reece responded, throwing the blanket back in place and placing his foot back on the side of his head. Chapter 63. 2 hours north of New York City, just west of the Hudson River and north of the Ashokan Reservoir on the edge of the Indian Head Wilderness, lies one of the oldest organized clubs in America. Founded in the wake of the Civil War by two German businessmen who owned an exclusive sporting goods store in Manhattan, the club began as a place for like-minded men to escape the confines of the city and become familiar with rifles from Holland and Holland, Rigby, Wesley Richards, Parker, and Purdy before embarking on hunting safaris to Africa. Christened the Jaeger Club, membership included presidents, generals, authors, and even the founders of the Boy Scouts of America. Unlike other exclusive clubs popping up on the East Coast, this one was not cost-prohibitive. Dues were relatively inexpensive. But it was also a club that would not open its doors just because one could stroke a large check. One could not make a donation and buy their way in. This was a club for sportsmen. It was exclusive in that all those invited to join were hunters of big game. Anglers were added later on as the property offered some of the best fishing in the Catskills. The membership roster remained classified and was kept in the same thick ledger that included the name of every member since 1872. No women would be found in the club's membership records, nor more recently was there a website or any presence on social media, or even any mentions in the hunting magazines. The club stayed out of the spotlight, and therefore did not have to deal with the negative publicity as did their Bohemian Grove counterparts in California. It did not matter if you were a carpenter or the CEO of Goldman Sachs. Hunting, fishing, conservation, and a genuine love of the outdoors were what drew people to the club. It was by invitation only. The grounds included a rifle and pistol range, trap, skeet, and sporting clays, a lake, a communal clubhouse, and a few small cabins owned by individual members. There was water and electricity in the clubhouse and in the caretaker's home, but, per the club bylaws, cabins were limited to 1927 technology. A few members had installed water tanks and generators over the years, but for the most part, the small cabins remained as they were up until the early 20th century. Any additions had to maintain the look and feel of the original. As such, the doorways were low and the insides dark and musty. All of them had stone fireplaces to ward off the cold. The clubhouse sported a full bar, and for weekend events a chef and bartender were brought in from Manhattan to keep members fed and happy. Cigars, pipes, and cigarettes were smoked without guilt, and the whiskey flowed freely. Talking business, or networking, was prohibited. Politics, however, was fair game, though most members fell on the capitalist, libertarian, and/or conservative side of the spectrum. Now, as then, the grounds were a peaceful place to enjoy nature, easily accessible from the city where men could eat, drink, smoke, fish, and shoot without the threat of intrusion by wives or girlfriends. On the classified list of current members was the name Jonathan Hastings, Rafe's father. The two SEALs had not been to the club since college, when Jonathan had invited the two boys and Reece's dad to the annual outing, a father-son competition in the woods of upstate New York. Tom had impressed everyone and walked away with the top scores in canoeing, bait and fly casting, pistol, rifle, and shotgun events, and even a woodsman fire-making contest. Tom and Jonathan became fast friends, a friendship that lasted up until Tom's death. Former United States Senator Tim Thornton, a close friend of the Hastings family, was a member as well. A member with a cabin. Jonathan had made the arrangements and alerted the caretaker that Reece and Rafe would be arriving that evening and staying in Thorne's cabin. He got the new gate combination and passed it to his only son. No one else would be on the property, and the boys, as the caretaker called them, would have the run of the place. It was after dark when Rafe pulled off the thruway and took the winding back roads to the club's entrance. Reece stayed in the car with their package as Rafe dialed in the code, popped open the shackle on the brass master lock, and swung open the gate. He then returned to the vehicle and drove onto the property, stopping to close and lock the gate behind them before continuing past the caretaker's house and weaving up the dirt lanes until they arrived at the cabin where they had stayed back in college. Rafe turned off the engine, putting them in almost pitch blackness. "You ready?" he asked. "Let's do it," Reece replied. "I'll go check it out. Stay here." Rafe exited the vehicle and approached the small log cabin. Reece watched him rummage in a woodpile next to the door for the key and go inside. A few minutes later, Reece saw the windows light up with the warm blaze of kerosene lamps. Reece opened the rear passenger door and yanked Yevgenyevich out by his zip-tied feet. Rafe emerged from the cabin and helped carry the bound and gagged Russian gangster inside. They set him in an old leather recliner positioned next to a two-person sofa across from the fireplace. They cut his zip ties and strapped him to the recliner with duct tape around his chest, arms, and legs. He was completely immobilized. Vintage hunting books, boxes of ammunition, fishing rods, and taxidermy filled the space. A black bear rug was draped over the back of the couch, its head and teeth positioned in a vicious snarl only a foot from their prisoners. Even with multiple kerosene lamps blazing, the two small rooms were cast in shadows. "I'll get a fire going," Rafe said. "It will help light this place up." "While you do that, toss me another burner phone. I need to make a call." Reece stepped outside with the phone and placed a call to Andy Danreb. "Yes?" "It's me. We have him." Are you sure you want to do this? I don't think there's a choice. I need to know a little more about this guy, and I need you to talk me through an interrogation technique I read about the Soviets using in gulags. Chapter 64. When Reece hit end on the call, he looked down at the phone. Then he removed the battery and tossed it back in the car before re-entering the cabin. Still alive? Reece asked. I can see him breathing. Rafe responded. I know he can hear me, Reece said. I'm going to try good cop first. Then if he doesn't cooperate, I'm going to get answers. You don't have to be here for it. You can wait outside. We're in it together now, brother. Let's get those answers and put an end to this. Reece looked at his friend. He knew that Rafe would do anything to protect his family. Reece also knew that he and Katie fell into that category. All right then, I'll take lead. Can you see if there's another first aid or trauma kit in here? I'm going to need a tourniquet or two and as many ace bandages as you can find. A kitchen knife, flashlight, some rope, and wire cutters if you can find them. As Rafe rummaged through cabinets, Reece pulled an old wicker-backed chair in front of his detainee. He then moved an oak coffee table from in front of the fire next to him and laid out the tools he might need to extract information from a hardened Bratva leader. He arranged the zip ties and zip tie gun on the tables so Yevgenyevich would be able to see them when they pulled off the duct tape. Rafe returned and placed his Snakestaff Systems tourniquet and 3 North American Rescue Combat Application tourniquets from the medical kits next to the zip ties, along with a long maglite, wire cutters, a kitchen knife, a bundle of 550 cord, and 4 ace bandages. Even with the flickering light from the fireplace to Reece's back and the glow of the lamps, it was still difficult to see. He would have to make do. He nodded to Rafe, who went to work removing the duct tape from the Russian's head, revealing first his eyes and then pulling it from his mouth as Reece undid his towel and threw it in a corner. Yevgenyevich was left naked and secured to the chair. Reece watched as he looked around the room through narrow eyes, taking in the moose, mountain lion, mule deer, whitetail, and elk that were occupying every inch of the space. He came eye to eye with the bear on the sofa, back to his left. Where am I? As I'm sure you can appreciate, you are not really in a position to ask questions, Reece responded. Rafe stood behind the prisoner so his presence could be felt, but he could not be seen or heard. You are still a dead man, as are all those you care about, the Russian said. We seem to have a misunderstanding, Reece said. I know a lot about you, as I am sure you know a lot about me. I am going to break one of the cardinal rules of interrogation and start by asking you a question I don't know the answer to. Why try to kill me in the spa? Did your handlers in Moscow not want the files I have? I'm sure they told you about those. Moscow, Yevgenyevich said with disdain. They do not handle me. You know my arrangement with your government. You are breaking that contract. I am valuable to them. Our deal still stands. Let me go now, and I'll kill you before I kill your family to save you the pain. Luca, I understand you have a young girlfriend. How old is she, 19? 20? Reece said, using the information from his phone call with Danreb. Yevgenyevich's face hardened. Reece picked up the zip-tie gun and set it to the firm setting. He pulled the trigger so that the Russian could see what he was doing. The gun clicked with each pull of the trigger, creating what looked like a ring. It then cut the zip tie. Reece held the small ring in front of his prisoner. I am going to explain how this works. You might be familiar with this interview technique as it originated in your home country. You may have even used it. The Soviets were the masters of reversible torture, Reece explained. I'm not telling you anything you don't already know. The Chinese were good, but you guys took it to an entirely new level. Reece reached down and pulled one of Yevgenyevich's fingers straight. His hand was still secured in place by the duct tape, but his fingers were free. Reece placed the zip tie over the Russian's left index finger and pulled the trigger until the plastic band was tight around his finger like a ring. That's one finger, Luca. In about 15 minutes, it's going to be excruciatingly painful. In an hour, it will be about a 20 on a 1 to 10 scale, and there will be no saving it. Reece pulled out the index finger on the prisoner's right hand and applied another zip tie. He could already tell Yevgenyevich was getting uncomfortable contemplating life without both index fingers. He was playing on the Russian male fear of being dependent. You think any of your girlfriends are going to want to wipe your ass and feed you applesauce for the rest of your life? Reece continued, moving the zip-tie gun to his left thumb. Opposable thumbs, Luca. I'm sure you know how important those are. If you had any question, you are about to find out, Reece said, securing the zip-tie in place. Now, my next question is, how crippled do you want to be? Reece could see the sweat building on the Russian's temples as he contemplated his situation. Don't think too long, these thumbs are not going to save themselves, Reece said, cinching down a zip-tie on the other thumb. The only thing that is going to keep them attached to your body is you telling me what I want to know. Did Moscow order you to kill me?
Whether I live or die, it doesn't matter. You are a dead man, as is every single person you care about.
Fuck you. Reece leaned forward and used the zip-tie gun to apply plastic cables to Yevgenyevich's middle fingers. Luca, as you can tell, I don't have time to build rapport and draw this out, so I'm going to get to the point. Did you ever notice all the amputees in pictures from the Gulag days? They are disproportionate to the number of accidents associated with the mining and industrial projects you forced upon them as enemies of the state. In reality, they came from situations just like this. Purges. Political prisoners disloyal to Stalin would find themselves missing arms and legs after interrogation.
Spare me the history lesson.
History is important, Luca. It provides context, Reece continued, leaning down to cinch zip ties to both of his prisoners' big toes. In this case, it provides lessons. If you want to remain out of 24/7 care for the rest of your life, you will consider that context. You will still have your deal with the U.S. government, talk with me, and you just might walk out of here. Choose to fuck around, you are going to get wheeled out. By the way, without your big toes, balancing becomes quite difficult. You are on the clock. Yevgenyevich's eyes darted around the room, searching.
I don't have the answers you want.
Then you are in for a long night.
Did Moscow order me to kill you? No. And you calling in Moscow tells me all I need to know. You don't know shit, Shuka. It's bigger than you, it's bigger than me. You are about to get squashed. You are nothing more than a bug to these people.
Who are these people?
You've got as much as you're going to get. You might as well kill me now.
Reece studied the man before him. Even a Russian mob boss would rather die than talk about the collective. Suit yourself, Reece said, picking up an ace bandage and the knife from the table beside him. Reece sliced through the duct tape securing Yevgenyevich's right leg to the recliner, set it on his shoulder, and stood up like he was executing a squat. The Russian attempted to struggle, but Reece locked his leg in place straight up. He then began to wrap the leg as tightly as he could with the ace bandage. You've escalated things to the next level, Ivan, Reece said, intentionally using the wrong first name. While you think about life without your fingers and toes, let me tell you about what's happening now. I am forcing most of the blood from your leg. It's draining into the rest of your body. Reece reached down and threw the 550 cord to Rafe, who looped it around Yevgenyevich's foot and pulled back to keep his leg in the vertical position. Reece then applied a tourniquet to the Russian's upper thigh, twisting the windlass down as tight as he could. Usually we use these things to save lives, Reece explained. We are doing the opposite in your case. You have about 45 minutes until you lose your digits. Your leg will take about 2 hours, but you will start begging me to kill you way before then. Now, tell me about these people who want to squash me like a bug. Yevgenyevich shook his head in an attempt to cement his resolve. The NKVD, Stalin's secret police, would sometimes put pads under the tourniquets, Reece continued. That way there would be no marks. As you can tell, I'm not concerned with that. I'm more concerned with pain. About 45 minutes is the record, from what I understand.
What do you mean?
The Russian asked. To get someone to talk. The pain was so acute, by 45 minutes the NKVD would have gotten what they wanted. Usually, names of collaborators and others who were disloyal to Stalin. Then they would arrest a new batch of traitors and do the same to them, all to protect the party. I am not protecting the party. I am protecting those I love, the very people you keep threatening. Don't think for a moment we won't break records tonight. Reece reached down and cut the duct tape securing Yevgenyevich's left leg to the chair and applied another ace bandage and tourniquet in the same way he had with the right leg. In the interest of time, I'm going to do the same to your arms, Reece said. He cut the tape, first on the left arm and then on the right, holding each arm up to drain the blood and then force it all the way out with the application of ace bandages. He then applied the final 2 tourniquets 6 inches above each elbow. Rafe threw a strand of 550 cord over the rafter to keep the arms extended over Yevgenyevich's head. You look pathetic, Reece said, stepping back to assess his prisoner, once again digging into the Russian's psyche. You are naked, alone, and about to be in more pain than you have ever imagined. And that's before you lose your arms and legs. I doubt you will be of much use to the Bratva or this so-called collective after that. I must feel bad for you. But then, I think about the young girls you have locked up around the country, the abuse, the prostitution, the organ harvesting. When I think about that, I don't feel so bad. Yevgenyevich's face had begun to show real fear. He was no longer the defiant gangster of the sauna room. He was realizing his greatest fears at the hands of the American. There is one part of you I haven't taken yet, Reece said, nodding to the area between the Russian's legs. Now, tell me about the collective. Sinking into the most vulnerable of states, the Russian's pain receptors had already begun firing to a degree he had not known was possible.
The collective, Yevgenyevich stammered. It's only whispered about, even in Bratva circles.
Who are they?
That's just it. No one knows. Is it me? Is it our president? Is it your president? That is their power. No one knows. Some say I am a part of them, and I may be, though it's only a small part. I know I've gone as high as I can go in our organization, but I am also useful to both our governments.
You keep talking in riddles, and I'm going to use that zip-tie gun to attach a cable to your cock and balls. Now, why would you try to kill me if you were ordered not to?
Why do you think? You killed my men in the streets of Boston. That's not good for business. You had to be dealt with. Sometimes men like Levitsky don't understand that.
Who's Levitsky?
The new head of the SVR.
Reece nodded, thinking of when Levitsky dumped the body of his predecessor in the bushes of Gorky Park. Is he a part of this collective?
I don't know. Sometimes high-level intelligence officers are brought into the fold, other times not. It depends on their level of usefulness.
Sweat was flowing down the man's face, dripping onto his chest. The woman tattooed to his chest appeared to be crying. What did Levitsky ask of you?
He wanted me to get a file or files from you. He told me to do whatever it took. Fuck Levitsky, no one kills my men without retribution.
And the man in black?
Who?
The other man who was with me in Boston.
He lives?
He does. He left your men to die.
I don't know. They say he is German, an assassin used from time to time.
How do you know?
I've supplied him with weapons in the past.
What kind of weapons?
He always asks for a 9mm.
Now, Luca, this is important. Why the hurry to acquire these documents? The Russian shook his head.
You Americans, so naive and foolish, you believe the world revolves around you. Can't you figure it out?
What do you mean?
Something big is on the horizon. Something that's unstoppable.
An attack? Against the United States?
For that, you will have to go higher up the chain.
What chain? Acquaint me with them.
That you'll never know.
Reece could tell the Russian was fighting through unimaginable pain. He reached out and felt for radial pulses in the legs and arms. No pulses in any of your extremities, Luca. That's a bad sign. How's the pain?
Fuck you!
Yevgenyevich spat out. Reece thought of his father's letter, his conversations with Poe, Danreb, and Vic.
There is one piece that as of this writing remains missing, one link that remains elusive. He was convinced he had almost everything he needed, but he was always missing that one final piece.
Who do you have inside?
What makes sense?
The Russian spat.
Who does Russian intelligence or the collective have in U.S. intelligence circles? You don't get it. He's everywhere and nowhere.
I warned you about riddles. I was really hoping to avoid this, Reece said. He picked up the zip-tie gun and held it in front of the Russian's face. Last chance.
I don't know anything else. Fuck you.
Luca, I lost my family years ago. I survived. I'm not going to lose those I care about to you, to the collective, the Bratva, Russian intelligence, or anyone else. Believe me when I tell you there is nothing I will not do to keep them safe.
Too late for that, American. You are a walking dead man, as is your friend behind me, his family, your family. You are all fucked.
Reece thought of Jonathan and Caroline Hastings, Rafe, his wife, Annika, and their son, Katie, Vic, Danreb, Poe. When I said last chance, I meant it, Reece said, leaning forward and pulling the Russian's penis and testicles through the loop of the zip-tie gun.
No, no, no,
the Russian yelled, thrashing his head back and forth while attempting to free his arms and legs, movement that just increased the agonizing sensations in his extremities. Reece's finger went to the trigger, and he pressed backward. The thin plastic cable tightened against the soft flesh between Yevgenyevich's legs, and the Bratva man let loose an animalistic scream that pierced the night. The zip-tie gun cut the tie, leaving a thin, tight ring affixed to the Russian's manhood.
Cyprus,
he said. What?
Cyprus, they meet on Cyprus. Take it off.
Tell me more.
They've met on Cyprus in the past. I was there once. Maybe they were going to pull me further in. I don't know. They have rooms, vaults with all their money, gold, silver, diamonds, art. All the oligarchy shit. They can't communicate through email and text. So they meet.
When and where?
I told you where, you dumb fuck. Cyprus, and I don't know when.
Where exactly on Cyprus?
I don't fucking know. Take this off.
He screamed, spit flying from his mouth, his eyes in a frenzied rage. That's not enough. I'm going to need more, Reece thought. That might be all this guy has to offer. Reece looked at his former teammate, who shook his head. How many of them are there?
I don't know. No one knows. 30, 40. Fuck, maybe 50. Get this thing off my dick.
And a mole at Langley? Who does the collective have on the inside? The man's head dropped, using what strength he had left to fight. The zip tie cinched as tight as it would go around his manhood, making resistance futile.
Please,
he sobbed.
The secret to the mole is that he's a part of the collective. That's all I know. Please.
The man had been reduced to his most vulnerable state. He was broken. Reece picked up the wire cutters and not so carefully snipped the zip tie from the Russian's genitals.
You are still a dead man,
Yevgenyevich said between labored breaths that betrayed the pain in his arms and legs. Reece placed his hands on either side of the recliner's armrests and leaned forward, bringing his face within inches of the Russian's. I want you to know that you failed. Your organization is going down. I'm going to burn it to the ground. You are nothing. I'll see you and yours tortured and killed. I'll make you fucking watch, he said, regaining a sliver of strength with the zip tie removed from between his legs. I don't think so, Reece replied, reaching up to undo the tourniquets attached to his legs and then his arms, tossing them to the table.
Why is that? American.
Because you'll be dead. Reece watched as the Russian's smile faded. Releasing all 4 tourniquets at once flooded his body with built-up lactic acid, sending him into cardiac arrest. With his arms and legs still tied in position with the 550 cord, he couldn't bring his hands to a chest that felt like it was being crushed by a semi-truck. Blood continued circulating in his brain well past the time his heart stopped pumping. His last vision was of his executioner standing over him, not a hint of emotion visible in his brown eyes. Reece. Reece remained standing, frozen in place. Reece. Rafe said again, softly. You okay? Reece looked up from the dead Russian. I just don't know if it's enough. Maybe combined with what Denrib can get from Morgan's files, Rafe offered. Maybe. He wouldn't have stopped coming for us, Reece. You know that. I know that. Reece's eyes connected with those of his blood brother. I know. Now let's clean up and make this fucker disappear. Chapter 65. The Kremlin, Moscow, Russia. Located in the center of Moscow along the banks of the Moskva River, surrounded by a defensive perimeter wall bordering Red Square, and within a stone's throw of St. Basil's Cathedral, lies the Kremlin, meaning fortress inside a city. That is exactly what it is. During the Cold War, it had become synonymous with Moscow, Russia, and the Soviets. Officially, it was the residence of the Russian president, though he rarely visited. The de facto presidential residence was in an estate in Novo-Ogaryovo, just west of the capital. He did maintain an office in the Kremlin Senate, with offices off-limits to anyone not on the presidential staff or officially designated by the president himself. The 3 senior members of the Security Council met in an office across from the president's, on the 3rd floor, and took a hidden stairway down to the basement where they entered a chamber designed to be impervious to outside listening devices. A pitcher of water was set in the center of a rectangular table, along with 3 glasses. The floors and walls were made of cement. It was rumored the room could withstand a first-strike nuclear detonation, though no one really knew, nor did anyone want to find out. Chairman Kozak took his seat at the head of the table. Directors Dashkov and Levitsky sat to his right and left. The president has given his approval, Kozak said. Do you have any objections?
Where is the device now?
Dashkov asked.
That Rosatom facility in Zarechny. It will be transported to Khmemim Air Base in Syria tomorrow. Then on to Cyprus, where we will await weather conditions to be favorable before launch.
Dashkov longed for the Turkish tobacco of his pipe.
Chairman, as you are aware, an offensive nuclear weapon has not been detonated other than in tests since the Americans hit Japan in 1945, he said. Our collective was created in part to avert a nuclear war, and now, in a matter of days, we plan to start one.
Levitsky remained silent. This was a conversation between Kozak and Dashkov.
But it won't be us starting it, comrade,
Kozak said.
It will be the Iranians.
And if we are discovered?
In that case, we have a crazy colonel running Wagner Group in an unsanctioned operation.
The Americans will know, Chairman.
At the very least, they will have their suspicions. Even if they do, it will not matter, Director Dashkov. The United States recently designated Wagner as a significant transnational criminal organization in an attempt to restrict travel and freeze assets. The Americans will say Wagner was acting at the behest of the president, but it won't stick. We will bombard them with disinformation and misinformation campaigns. The world media already thinks Wagner is a mercenary organization. Those campaigns will play right into that narrative. In just a matter of days, we give the Americans exactly what they want. Another war in the Middle East. Their defense industry lobbyists will guide the political rhetoric. It will boost ratings for cable news networks struggling to find audiences. And the admirals and generals will fall in line as they always do. We are actually giving them a war they can win, a war they've trained for. They are eager to forget their failures in Iraq and Afghanistan. With added pressure from the Zionist lobby, the Americans will not be able to resist. They won't want to know the truth. All they want is a war.
I concur, Levitsky said. All is in place. We stand at the cusp of a new era in our history. We might not get this chance again.
There is another issue, Kozak said.
Oh? Levitsky asked.
The American, James Reece.
He is being disposed of as we speak, Chairman, Levitsky said with confidence.
No, he is not. 7 bodies were recently discovered in the 1917 spa in New York. None of them was James Reece.
How do you know this?
I too have my sources, Director Levitsky.
Was Luka Yevgenyevich among them?
He was not, but he is currently unaccounted for.
Levitsky sat back in his chair. How did Kozak know so much?
Those documents unearthed by the Sun, if they are what our source indicates, expose the collective's ties to U.S. intelligence, Kozak stated. We don't know how extensive they are, but we will soon.
Chairman, Levitsky asked,
our asset on the inside will make them disappear, even at the risk of exposure. In the meantime, the mission must go forward. It is time.
Kozak looked at the 2 men whose consent he needed to commence the operation. It is time, Levitsky repeated.
And you, Director Dashkov?
The FSB director nodded.
But take caution. Be not deceived. God is not mocked, for whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. Not very Marxist of you, comrade, so close to Lenin's tomb.
That very tomb sits in the shadows of the great cathedrals, Chairman.
There is wisdom in those words. You're looking for my support, you have it. And the full resources of the SVR. Just grant me one courtesy.
Which is?
Wait until the wind is blowing south.
Part 4. Atonement. What's done cannot be undone. William Shakespeare, Macbeth, Act 5, Scene 1. Chapter 66. White House Situation Room, Washington, D.C. President Gail Olson was already seated at the head of the long rectangular table when Reece entered the room. Reece had contacted Vic on the drive south after burying Luka Yevgenyevich on a remote section of the Jaeger Club grounds and taking a lukewarm shower in Thorne's cabin to clean up once they figured out how to get the generator running. Reece assumed their destination would be Danreb's house in Westport to compare notes, but he had been told to divert. Someone else wanted to talk with him, the President of the United States. They had stopped at the entrance to an alley off the 1500 block of H Street, just 2 blocks from 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, per Vic's instructions. They made eye contact with a Secret Service officer stationed in a drive-through bank teller-type glass enclosure built into the side of a red English bond brick building. He hit a button, lowering the red anti-ram wedge barrier into the ground and raising the white and red striped drop-arm gate. Rafe was driving and slowly pulled past the barriers and a yellow traffic light that looked at least 30 years out of date. They were waved to the end of the narrow alley where they were met by 4 new uniformed Secret Service officers and 2 agents in suits and sunglasses. 3 of the uniformed officers carried Heckler & Koch MP5s. The 4th had a Belgian Malinois that circled the vehicle on a leash, sniffing for explosives. As Reece and Rafe opened their doors and stepped from the vehicle, one of the agents held up a hand. "Just him," he said, pointing at Reece. "You can wait here." Reece glanced at his blood brother, glad they had hidden their weapons in the back seat, since they were breaking numerous laws just having handguns in the District of Columbia.
I'll be back. I'll be waiting,
Rafe responded. ID, the agent said to Reece. Reece handed him his Montana driver's license. The agent examined it and inserted it into a card reader that scanned its information and transmitted it to the Secret Service JOC in their nearby headquarters building. Okay, the agent said, handing Reece back his ID. Reece was impressed with the rapid confirmation he could tell the agent received back through his earpiece. They need to wand you. No problem, Reece said, holding out his arms as one of the uniformed officers slung his submachine gun and stepped forward with a handheld metal detector. Reece was still dressed in the Carhartt boots, pants, and sweatshirt they had picked up at Home Depot. The wand beeped over the metal grommets of his boots and at the zipper and front button of his pants. The officer did a quick pat-down of those areas and then nodded to the lead agent. "Follow me, Mr. Reece," he said, opening a nondescript door at the end of the alley. Reece fell into step behind the lead agent. The second agent took up a trail position. "What is this place?" Reece asked, as they stepped into a hallway and then through another door to a ramp leading down into a dimly lit tunnel. "One of the worst-kept secrets in Washington," the lead agent said. "You just stepped through a back door to Friedman's Bank. It used to be the Treasury Department Annex." The downward-sloping passageway opened into a tunnel where two additional agents joined them. "This how they used to get Marilyn in?" Reece asked. "That's classified," the lead agent responded without missing a beat. Reece couldn't tell if he was joking. "You've been asked that before, haven't you?" Reece asked. "Every time we do this." The tunnel ended at another door that opened into the White House's underground parking garage. From there, Reece was escorted to the Whizzer, the White House Situation Room. The agent opened the door for Reece and then posted up outside along with the other agents. Reece wasn't quite sure of the protocol for meeting the leader of the free world in the building that had been home to every president since John Adams. He had first met with Alec Christensen at Camp David in a much less formal setting. This was the opposite. Reece paused momentarily as he entered the room. It was much smaller than he'd expected. The presidential seal, affixed to the wall behind Gail Olson, left no question as to where one stood. There was one decision-maker in the White House Situation Room, and she had been on the job for only 3 months. 6 black leather swivel chairs lined the table. 4 of them were occupied. Reece recognized the new interim director of the CIA, General Marcus Howe, sitting to the president's left. Dressed in a gray suit and without a military regulation haircut, he looked more like a college professor. To her right was Vic Rodriguez. Reece was not surprised to see Vic or Howe, but he was surprised to see Dan Reb and Poe. They stopped talking and looked up at their visitor. Sensing the tension, President Olson stood and walked to greet the former SEAL, extending her hand.
"Commander Reece, I'm Gail Olson. Thank you for joining us."
"Madam President," Reece said. She was dressed in a conservative black pantsuit and white blouse with a United States flag pin on her left lapel. Reece remembered that she hailed from Florida's 9th Congressional District, was of Danish-Cuban descent, and had retained her rank of major in the Army National Guard JAG Corps even while serving in Congress. Reece guessed she was probably a lieutenant colonel by now. She leaned heavily left, which had helped balance Christensen's more libertarian views and strong capitalist tendencies. She had delivered Florida and then largely been relegated to the sidelines following the inauguration. She was now the commander-in-chief of the most powerful military on Earth.
"I understand you knew President Christensen quite well."
"I did," Reece said, remembering the former president pouring them bourbons in Aspen Cabin at Camp David.
"Please accept my sincere condolences,"
she said, with a candor Reece found himself thinking would be impossible to contrive, even for a politician. "And you mine," Reece responded.
"Please,"
the president said, gesturing to a chair next to Andy Danreb. The president and Reece took their seats.
"I think you know everyone here, except Director Howe," she said.
"Commander Reece," he said, "we knew a few of the same people at SOCOM and JSOC. They all speak very highly of you." Thank you, General. I know you by reputation. I was a little further down the food chain during our time in Iraq and Afghanistan. I did watch your congressional testimony. You were the only officer who told them the truth in 20 years. And look where it got me, he said, turning to look at the president. I apologize for the cloak and dagger entrance, the president said, once again taking control of the conversation. That first tunnel dates back to 1919 as a way for the Treasury to move cash without having to venture outside and risk getting robbed. The other tunnel was built for FDR shortly after Pearl Harbor to get him to a bomb shelter. They tell me he only went down there once, and hated it so much he swore off ever going back, even if Germany or Japan bombed the city. It's good to have options, Reece said. I agree, the president responded. Now, to the business at hand. You are probably wondering what you are doing here. It had crossed my mind. Director Howe, she said, nodding at the senior-ranking intelligence official. Commander Reece, he began. Reece is fine, sir. Reece, as you can discern, we are living in unusual and unprecedented times. This here, he said, pushing a stack of papers in front of him closer to the center of the table, this is an unredacted copy of the President's Commission on the assassination of President Christensen. Are you going to release it? We are. Unredacted? We're still debating. Why? Howe looked at the President, who nodded. This report was compiled with the assistance of what I'll call our most advanced quantum computer. Alice. It is quite clear that the assassination was planned by an outside entity. The shooter was just a patsy. He was radicalized online by a virtual network connected to the Espionage, Russia's NSA. He was set up and manipulated into firing shots at President Christensen. All ineffective. They weren't meant to be effective, Reece said. That's right. The point of those shots was not to kill the president, but to trigger a Secret Service contingency plan that would put the president's vehicle on a route lined with EFPs. Unfortunately, it worked. Who put them in place? Iraqis that the CIA trained in-country as part of our covert action program. Reece lowered his head. I worked with that unit. We know, and we think that played into this plan as well. It was another connection between you and the assassination. So the Russians turned them early, let us recruit them, train them, and fight with them, and when we withdrew, we gave them the option to come back to the United States in exchange for their service. This report makes that clear, Howe said. One was still in the employ of Langley as an interpreter at headquarters. Where are they now? Reece asked, though he already knew the answer. They died before we could bring them in for questioning. Fentanyl overdose, a robbery-homicide, and a suicide. From what we know so far, all three had contact with a former GRU lieutenant colonel named Andrei Sokolov, who is now the CEO of the Wagner Group. Why frame me? We have been discussing that with Mr. Rodriguez, Mr. Danreb, and Mr. Poe, Howe continued. It is also why this group is so small, the president interjected. My National Security Advisor, DNI, and White House counsel are all noticeably absent at the request of Director Howe. They all about had coronaries when I told them, but that is one of the perks of being the president. Your staff has to do what you say. Please continue, Director. We think it has to do with this collective mentioned in the documents Mr. Danreb just briefed. If the highest levels of American and Russian intelligence services are compromised by a group with an agenda of their own, we have an entirely new issue with which to contend. My mission is first and foremost the safety and security of the American people, President Olson said. If we are compromised until we are certain whom we can trust, our working group is going to remain confined to those at this table. If Mr. Danreb is correct, and this collective is planning a black swan event to manipulate markets with the goal of causing a shift in power on a geopolitical scale, then it's something an order of magnitude more devastating than anything we have seen in our lifetimes.
Reece, what did you and Rafe find out from Sidney Morgan? Vic asked.
We confirmed he runs finances for this collective group. We sent the client list to Andy, Reece said, nodding at Danreb.
It's going to take some time to unravel, the Russia analyst said.
The owners of the accounts are all hidden behind multiple shell corporations. If I had some help from the quantum computer you mentioned, it would speed up the process. Howe looked at the president. Unfortunately, that computer is offline, he said. But come back to Langley and we can set you up with the tools you need. There is something else, Reece said. What is it? Vic asked. We had a conversation with one of Morgan's clients, a Luka Yevgenyevich. Conversation? Howe asked. Yes, Reece responded. He was not overly forthcoming, but did confirm the existence of this collective and that they have someone on the inside at the agency. Damn it, Howe said. Is Yevgenyevich part of the collective? He said some of the affiliations are more tangential. He's not part of the core group, but he's connected to them for business and intelligence-gathering purposes. He confirmed that some sort of event, possibly a black swan, is on the horizon, though he didn't know specifics. Sounds talkative, Vic said. It's amazing what a little vodka will do. He also mentioned Cyprus. At the mention of Cyprus, all heads shot up. What did I say? Reece asked as the group exchanged glances.
That, lad, is what I am doing here,
Poe said, speaking for the first time. I don't understand.
Reece,
Vic began. Our officers posted around the globe continue to check legacy dead drop sites even after an asset, a spy, has gone cold. Frequency depends on freedom of movement and access. Our station in Moscow checks dead drop locations dating back to the 1970s. One used from 1986 to 2001 recently went active. And? Here is where it gets interesting. The original asset who used that location passed away in 2010. It was a good spot. Moscow Station surmised that it wasn't burned, so they added it to a list of locations for future use. Another asset was recruited in 2017 who didn't provide anything of substance and went dark only a few months into the relationship. That same dead drop was utilized, so it was checked from 2017 through last week. And the person using it isn't the asset from 2017. How do we know? The system, set up to initiate a meet, was a blue-colored tack pushed into the underside of a bench. In this case, our officer removed the tack and later examined it back at the embassy. It was silver, so he went into old records and found that a silver tack was used by an agent recruited back in 1986. Who? Reece asked.
Natalia Borisova,
Poe interjected.
A secretary for various senior-level executives at the KGB, FSK, and the FSB. She came to us after Chernobyl. She exposed much of the cover-up surrounding the incident. She was one of my assets.
But she passed away over a decade ago, so who made contact? Reece asked.
Her name is Kira Borisova, Natalia's daughter. She used the same dead drop I taught her mother to use.
But her daughter isn't on the payroll.
No. She's Pavel Dashkov's secretary. He's the director of the FSB. Her mother must have set her on the path.
Do we know why she's reaching out?
Only in part. We set up a meeting as per the established protocols. That led to the next meeting in a location of her choosing, a loud nightclub. She says she has information that is of vital importance to the future of both our nations.
But she didn't pass it along?
No. She wants something in return.
What?
An extraction. She wants to defect.
Well, let's get her out, Reece said.
It's not as easy as it sounds, Reece. Pulling an asset out of Moscow right now with the additional security and tensions over Ukraine has sensitivities attached that need to be considered. The officer who met with her said that she is spooked. She's also leaving the country on official travel with Dashkov, and she trusts only one person to get her out.
Who? Reece asked. Vic nodded across the table. William Poe.
I'm getting a little old for the crash and bang stuff, Poe said. How about giving an old man a hand, Reece?
Reece took a moment to consider the events since his release from prison. His father's letter, the files, the collective that wanted him dead.
Our only options are sitting at this table,
Poe added. Let's find out what she has for us, Reece said. Where are we going?
Cyprus.
Chapter 67. St. Raphael Marina, Republic of Cyprus. Andrei Sokolov and Slavik Denikin stood below deck on the 24-meter custom trawler in a compartment just off the engine room, housing twin Cummins 610-horsepower diesel engines. It was docked at the St. Raphael Marina on the southern coast of Cyprus, on the eastern edge of Limassol. The marina was located between the new port, used primarily for cargo ships and cruise liners, and the old port, populated by fishing vessels. St. Raphael catered to the Mediterranean yachting class. It was no stranger to private yachts and sailing vessels, from solo sailors to mega-yacht jet-setters and everything in between. Open passages fell somewhere in the middle, not so ostentatious as to draw undue attention, and not an eyesore that would encourage questions about how its owners could afford to dock in Cyprus's hottest marina. In essence, it was the perfect camouflage. Built by Magnolia Yachts primarily from laminated Akaju mahogany from plans from Taka Yacht Design in Istanbul, open passages sported a dark green hull that looked almost black from certain angles. It was designed to berth 6 guests and 3 crew members, but the vessel could easily be handled by 2, as it was now. The size and design allowed Denikin and 4 of his men, along with the former Russian naval captain and first mate, plenty of room to live aboard and guard their cargo. That the modern trawler would soon be vaporized in a nuclear explosion that would change the course of world history gave Denikin pause. The plan bordered on genius. The detonation would kill very few people in the short term. In the long term, depending on weather conditions, it would send a number of Israeli citizens to early graves from the after effects of radioactive fallout. Open passages would anchor 5 kilometers, just over 2 nautical miles, off the coast of Israel in the waters between Haifa and Tel Aviv, approximately 2 nautical miles south of the Leviathan gas field and oil platforms. Several of them would go up in flames and, in all likelihood, cause one of the world's biggest ecological disasters. That damage would pale in comparison to the war that would follow. Total war between Israel and Iran was inevitable. Denikin was just speeding up the process and at the same time drawing the Americans out of Ukraine and back into the Middle East. Sokolov had told him there was more to the plan. He wondered if that second plan was the expected Chinese invasion of Taiwan. That did not concern him. What did concern him was his extraction. This would be his first time rendezvousing at sea with a submarine in the dark.
Do you have any questions?
Sokolov asked, turning from the device to his subordinate, his one blue eye piercing. He was dressed in a dark blue polo shirt that accented his physique. Beige cargo pants and deck shoes in an attempt to blend in.
I am concerned with the lack of a secondary method of extraction. If that sub is a no-show, my men and I are dead. We want you off this boat and on the submarine as soon as you drop anchor off Israel. We can't risk an Israeli patrol boat finding 7 Russians on a ship with a nuclear device and transmitting that message back to the mainland. The detonation will occur regardless. They can find a deserted boat, but they can't find you. Trust me, comrade. This is the most important mission of the century. Russia honors its heroes. Denikin could hear his men on the spacious flybridge working out with kettlebells while letting the sun tan their pale bodies. Their voices floated through the main salon, past the galley, and down the stairs to the space by the engine room, occupied by Sokolov, Denikin,
and a low-yield 10-megaton nuclear device. The Wagner men were anticipating an at-sea transfer of the package and then a return trip to Cyprus to enjoy a day or two drinking wine and cognac made from grapes grown on the southern slopes of the Troodos Mountains.
When do we leave?
Weather conditions indicate a shift in the prevailing winds later tonight. If that trend persists, you will depart at 4 a.m., the day after tomorrow. That puts you in position the following midnight. Denikin was in sandals, loose-fitting tan pants, and a thin black button-up shirt that was unbuttoned at his sternum. He scratched an itch below his collarbone and turned his attention back to the rectangular, polished aluminum case they had removed from the Louis Vuitton trunk a few minutes earlier. A 4-inch by 10-inch digital timer with a keypad was affixed to the outside. "We will initiate the countdown just prior to your departure," Sokolov said. "I'll be here to give you confidence that it won't immediately detonate."
And so you can report back to Moscow that you personally witnessed the countdown sequence begin. That way, if anything goes wrong, it was either the scientists and engineers in Zerechny or me, somewhere on the high seas.
Perceptive as usual, Comrade Denikin. I would expect nothing less, and to be clear, there are no abort codes. Anti-tampering countermeasures are built into the device. It will detonate on the third attempt to input additional codes.
How long do we have?
The voyage is 20 hours at 11 to 12 knots, depending on sea state. The countdown timer will be set for 22 hours. You will arrive at the set lat long, drop anchor, and await the Severodvinsk. They will identify your vessel and surface 50 meters north of your position. Use the tender to approach and board the sub.
And then?
You will be 60 nautical miles away at a depth of 500 meters when the bomb detonates. The captain will confirm a blast occurred as per the timeline. If it does not, he has orders to return to your anchor point and sink this trawler.
Denikin nodded.
"Are you having misgivings?" Sokolov asked.
"No, Colonel, quite the opposite."
"Good. We do have an unforeseen issue that has arisen."
"Oh?"
"You're going to have 2 additional passengers on this mission."
Denikin's brow furrowed.
"Already a change to the plan. I take it that one of them is not you."
"There is a traitor in our midst," Sokolov said.
"Who is he?"
"He is a she, comrade, Pavel Dashkov's secretary. She made contact with the Americans last week."
"What does she know?"
"She seems to have picked up or pieced together aspects of our plan and is going to pass that information to the Americans in exchange for an extraction from Cyprus."
"She's here?"
"Da, as our directors Dashkov and Levitsky. One of the men assigned to extract her is James Reece. His father worked for the CIA and left his son certain documents that are problematic for our employer."
"That makes them a big problem for all of us."
"But not for much longer."
"Why is that?"
"Because you are going to kill them both." Chapter 68. St. Raphael Resort and Marina, Limassol, Republic of Cyprus.
They took separate flights into Cyprus under aliases with legends built by the CIA. Both Reece and Poe had names and backstories associated with those names from previous engagements with the agency, which sped up the process considerably. Poe flew first class to London out of Dulles on British Airways, and then caught his flight into Larnaca, Cyprus. Reece departed from Baltimore on a United Airlines flight with a long layover in Chicago. Due to the late notice and his backstory as a copy editor at the Baltimore Sun, all of Reece's flights were economy class. His Austrian Airlines flight out of O'Hare to Vienna was delayed by an hour, and when he finally did board, he was ticketed in a middle seat. To his left was a rather large man by the window who couldn't stop coughing and who used the restroom rather frequently. On his right was a woman holding a baby. The baby was sleeping soundly until the plane began to taxi, at which point it began to cry and didn't stop until the flight touched down 9 hours later. He arrived less than refreshed, but his flight to Larnaca miraculously departed and arrived without incident. Robbed of sleep, he thought about the mission. Poe should already be at the hotel. The plan was for Poe to check in, get the lay of the land, and purchase local mobile phones, one of which he would set under a towel at the pool later that afternoon to pass to Reece. That would be the closest they would come to one another during their stay. After establishing contact with Kira, they would be extracted by a CIA Maritime Branch asset that had been alerted before they left the States. The CIA's Maritime Branch operated covered vessels the world over. The crew on standby for this extraction operated a yacht brokerage company out of Varkiza, Greece, as commercial cover for their espionage activities. Their location on the southern Greek coast allowed them legitimate access to southern Europe and North Africa. They were on their way to Cyprus but did not yet have the specifics of the mission. All they were told was that they were to pick up 3 passengers in Limassol. They would loiter at a mooring outside the marina and get their official tasking after Poe made contact with Kira. The plan called for Poe to meet Kira at a hotel restaurant. There he would direct her to the marina. He would depart via a slightly different route, while Reece followed her to the dock, where she would link back up with Poe. Reece was the primary communicator with the Maritime Branch craft. All 3 would be extracted from the dock. Heading immediately west, they would rendezvous with a helicopter from the USS Harry S. Truman for transport to the aircraft carrier, where they would board a Grumman C-2 Greyhound bound for Naval Air Station Sigonella in Italy. From there, awaiting CIA Gulfstream would return them to the United States. Reece and Poe would have the entire flight to debrief Kira with the goal of identifying and preventing the Black Swan. Reece felt naked without a pistol, but this operation was about situational awareness and tradecraft. If things got loud, it was almost certainly the Russians who would have the upper hand. Cyprus had maintained close relations with Russia even after the invasion of Ukraine. Russia currently had a contingent of officials attending a week of conferences with their counterparts in Cyprus. These meetings were a follow-up to the Russia-Cyprus Business Forum, an annual event organized by the Russian and Cypriot Chambers of Commerce and Industry, with the support of the Cyprus-Russia Business Association and the Russian Embassy in Nicosia. With most of the Western world making travel difficult for Russian citizens by suspending visas and restricting travel, Cyprus was still an active trading partner with close military and financial ties, which made it an attractive destination for those from the pariah state. There were few places outside the Russian Federation that Kira Borisova could have arranged for an extract. Cyprus was at the top of the list. Kira had reported that Dashkov and most of the intelligence professionals attached to the talks would be staying in a group of private villas called Aphrodite Hills in Paphos, about an hour west of the St. Raphael Resort and Marina in Limassol. Many of the expansive villas just so happened to be owned by the Russian oligarchy. Kira had an official schedule, but Dashkov would often deviate, as much for operational security as to enjoy pleasures of the flesh. During his sexual and drinking forays, Kira would have time to shop or run errands for her boss in town. Reece and Poe were to take lunch at the hotel's Octagon restaurant and dinners at the Palladium restaurant. They had been shown a photo of Kira before departing the United States. She would know Poe by a Panama-style straw hat, cane, and newspaper. She would initiate contact with Poe to set the extraction in motion. Reece was snapped back into the present by the voice of his taxi driver, who was intent on using his passenger to practice his English. For most of the 45-minute ride down the exquisitely scenic coastal road from the airport to Limassol in the black Mercedes, he regaled Reece with stories of the island in a smattering of Turkish, Greek, and strained English. He recommended that Reece visit Limassol Castle during his stay. Now a museum, it was the site of Richard the Lionheart's wedding on his voyage to the Holy Land during the Third Crusade. It was converted into a prison in the late 1700s and operated in that capacity up until World War II. Prison, huh? I'll have to check that out, Reece said. When they arrived, Reece left a solid tip and entered the large foyer of the five-star resort. Security appeared to be non-existent as he approached the front desk to check in. He looked up to admire the high ceilings and modern white bubble chandeliers, noting the locations and angles of cameras. He wondered if they were working or just for show. Plush taupe couches and ornate khum rugs offset by stunning orchid arrangements struck Reece as an interesting combination of styles. In the lobby, he stepped aside to avoid two kids sprinting for the dining area, with a harried mother close behind and an exhausted father a few paces back, returning texts on his phone. The agency had provided Reece with new clothes, bags, passport, a Maryland driver's license, and even pocket litter to match his legend. His 5'11" tactical rolling luggage and gaiters sunglasses had been replaced with a Sterling Pacific aluminum cabin travel case and Clubmaster Classic Ray-Bans. He had also traded his Carhartt ensemble for a beige cotton twill suit with a lightweight white linen button-up shirt and brown leather Allen Edmonds courtside sneakers. He almost felt like he was on vacation. Almost. Reece's room on the fourth floor wasn't huge, but it was impeccably clean. It was decorated in modern whites and grays with windows and a small balcony that overlooked a pool, large lawn, beach, and the marina. I'll have to come back here with Katie. The bed looked inviting, but there was work to do. A black swan was on the horizon, and Kira Borisova might be the only person who could help avert it. While Poe and Reece set up the extraction, Andy Danreb was back at CIA headquarters with the contents of the safe deposit box. He was unraveling the shell company structure designed to protect Morgan Holdings' collective clients. That list gave them the potential to uncover the identities of collective members around the globe. Once Reece had those names, he planned on having another talk with the president. There were options when it came to dealing with enemies of the state. If the extrajudicial route would provide the most protection for those closest to Reece, he was going to be busy. Reece changed into shorts. He kept his light button-up shirt on and traded his shoes for the flimsy slippers provided by the hotel from his room's closet before heading for the pool. It didn't take long to locate Poe. He was in a lounge chair in the shade of a large umbrella. Dressed in a short-sleeve button-up, shorts, and a straw fedora hat, he looked like he belonged there. A classic derby walking cane leaned against a square white side table that also held a drink with an umbrella, along with a folded edition of the Times of London by its side. "Anyone sitting here?" Reece asked.
"Be my guest. I was just leaving,"
Poe responded, swinging his legs to the side and gathering up his belongings. "Thank you," Reece said, moving a towel to the side and settling into his chair. Even to the most attentive, it would have been difficult to see Reece slip the cell phone into the pocket of his shorts. As tempting as it was to relax poolside, Reece needed to prepare. Without weapons, this extraction was all about timing. After 10 minutes observing tourists and employees around the pool, Reece returned to the hotel and bought a pair of sandals in one of the hotel's shops for a little more protection than what was offered by the slippers from his room. He then explored the grounds, noting entry and exit points and service entrances. He made his way past the main pool, along a pathway across the lawn, and paralleled the beach on a path to the marina. He relegated areas of cover and concealment to memory and was careful to pick out a few different boats in berths at the marina that he could steal and crew on his own, in case their primary extraction platform fell through. Confident that he had memorized the resort layout, he returned to his room and placed a call on his newly acquired mobile phone. "Hello, is this the water taxi?" Yes. Wonderful. Just wanted to make sure you were still in business. We are. We can pick you up any time. Great. I'll be in touch. Maritime Branch was standing by. It was now a matter of adhering to what was essentially the loss of comms portion of an escape and evasion plan. Kira had been passed a time and place by the case officer in Moscow. She knew nothing more than to look for an older man with a cane, newspaper, and straw fedora in one of 2 restaurants in the St. Raphael Resort Hotel. Once she established contact, it was up to Poe and Reece. In his past life, Reece would have hit the Aphrodite Hills Villa complex with a squadron of SEALs, eliminated the threats, and extracted the package. He acknowledged that, in this case, their current plan had a high likelihood of success and didn't involve leaving craters in their wake. Still, he would have preferred to feel the familiar weight of a pistol behind his right hip. Reece changed into light slacks and his white linen shirt. He arranged a few tells in his room to inspect upon his return that would indicate if it had been searched. He then took the stairs to the Palladium restaurant. The hostess gave Reece the option of sitting at a table or at the bar. Reece figured a single guy would blend in better at the bar instead of sitting alone among tables filled with families, friends, couples, and business associates. It would also allow him to observe the entire restaurant from a slightly elevated position. "Bar's fine," he said.
"Follow me, please,"
she replied, leading him toward the bar and then gesturing with her hand that he could sit anywhere. "Thank you," Reece said, sliding onto a bar chair. The bartender gave Reece a moment to get situated and study the bottles against the mirrored wall, but Reece wasn't interested in liquor tonight. He was using the reflection to study the dining room behind him. No sign of Poe yet. No one who looks like Kira. The bartender approached and said something in Greek. "English?" Reece asked. "Beer, wine, cocktail?" "Do you have a Coke back there and a menu?" The bartender frowned, but lifted a glass, shoveled in a scoop of ice cubes, and hit a button on the soda gun behind the bar. He placed the drink and a menu in front of his customer before moving on to take his next order. Kira had been given 2-hour windows at lunch and dinner to make contact over the course of the next 4 days. If she didn't, that meant she could not break free of her responsibilities, and she would return to Russia with the official party. At that point, the CIA case officer from Moscow Station would have to convince her to pass him what information she had in exchange for an extraction at the next opportunity. An opportunity that might never come. It might also be too late. Where was Poe? He should be here by now. Reece ordered dinner and another Coke, continuing to study the restaurant through the mirror behind the bar. It was beginning to fill up with people waiting for tables or enjoying pre-dinner drinks, which made it more difficult to view the dining area. The clientele looked to be mostly tourists, with a smattering of crew from boats in the marina who appeared to be there solely for the alcohol. As additional patrons entered the bar and the noise levels rose, Reece became increasingly concerned with Poe's absence. He should have been here an hour ago. He failed to notice an older gentleman with a barrel chest and thick arms, who was wearing a dark polo shirt and an English flat cap, making his way through the crowd past the bar and toward the restrooms. Even if Reece had seen him, there was nothing that would have made him stand out as a threat. As he approached, he bumped into someone trying to get the bartender's attention and stumbled to the side. He caught himself on the bar, his other hand landing hard against Reece's thigh. "What the hell?" "Reece," he said, "excuse me," in Greek. His head still down, he continued toward the restroom. Reece brought his attention back to the mirror in an attempt to locate Poe at one of the tables in the crowded restaurant. Something was wrong. The liquor bottles were blurry. Reece squinted his eyes and shook his head, trying to clear his vision. Dizziness and nausea followed. Reece struggled to remain upright. "Need to get to my room," he thought. He hardly registered the 4 men dressed in an assortment of slacks, boat shoes, and various collared shirts moving into position around him. "What have you been serving our friend?" he heard one of them say in heavily accented Russian, his hand slapping down a stack of euros.
This should cover him. We'll get him back to his boat.
As the combination fentanyl and muscle relaxant micropellet continued to incapacitate him, Reece struggled to lift his head. His final vision before he blacked out was of the man in the English cap at the far end of the bar. His thick arms were folded across his chest. Opposite his black eye patch, he was watching Reece through one piercing blue eye. Chapter 69. Mediterranean Sea. The sound and smell of diesel engines woke Reece from his drug-induced coma. He opened his eyes, but there was still only darkness. He struggled to breathe. Something was covering his mouth. Cloth? He tried to move his hands to rip the obstruction from his face, but felt the cold steel of handcuffs restraining his wrists and anchoring him to a fixed point that he couldn't see. The heavy smell of diesel fuel and oil in a confined space overwhelmed him, and he retched, the vomit catching in the bag that was duct-taped around his neck. Don't panic, Reece. He turned his head to the side, letting gravity pull the bile away from his mouth, spitting out chunks of partially digested food and enzymes as he fought for breath. The sharp, acidic taste and smell of his own vomit trapped in the bag, combined with dizziness and vertigo from the lack of spatial awareness, felt like the dark hand of death upon his soul. The sensation brought on a claustrophobia and hopelessness Reece had not even experienced in the depths of solitary confinement. Was he back in his cell? No, this was worse than his cell. Reece had spent enough time on the ocean to know he was on a boat. The diesel noise and smells indicated he was in an engine room. Even with the heat emanating from the engines, he could feel cold sweat emerging from his pores. How did I get here? Poe? Kira? He remembered being in the bar on Cyprus, using the mirror to scan the room behind him. Then what? The man in the cap. The one who had fallen into him, the one with the eye patch, who was staring at him from across the bar. That blue eye. The taste and smell of his vomit hit him again, bringing on another bout of nausea, now combined with a migraine. Fight it, Reece! What is happening? How long have I been in here? Reece was on his right side on the floor. He used his fingers to feel around the handcuffs. They were attached by a second set of cuffs to a grommet in the deck. He used his feet to explore the area around him. They had taken his shoes, so he was barefoot in pants and a shirt, head bagged, and secured to the floor of the engine room of a moving vessel. Stay alive. Stay alive and get back to Katie. Reece concentrated on his breathing and focused on keeping his airway clear of the vomit. If you can breathe, you can fight. Just wait. Be patient. Reece went to Montana in his mind, picturing Katie in a sundress picking wildflowers by the lake on a bright summer day. Stay there, Katie, I'm coming. Was this a dream, or was he really in Montana? And who was approaching Katie? He called out to warn her, but she just smiled and waved. The man was getting closer. Who was he? Reece screamed for Katie to turn around again, pleading with her to run, but his feet were anchored in place, frozen, as if secured by cement blocks. Finally, her radiant smile faded, and she slowly turned. When she looked at the man, his face became clear to Reece as well. He had an eye patch and one piercing blue eye. No! Reece was back in darkness. He heard a door open and footsteps approach. A knee pressed into the side of his head, causing the dried bile to break apart into a gooey paste from the pressure against his skull. He felt another set of hands on his ankles as someone else unlocked the handcuffs that fastened him to the deck. He attempted to lash out, but the three men knew what they were doing. They pulled him to his feet. Reece could feel that he had at least one man on each arm and another behind him with his hand around the back of his neck to guide him. With the bag over his head, it was slow-moving, but he could hear the noise of the engine room dissipate behind him. He was pushed up a staircase, across a room, and then into what felt like fresh air, though the sensation came from the colder air against his hands and forearms, with the bag still around his head. He realized that he no longer had the sensation of moving. Had the boat stopped? He was shoved forward and could hear the lapping of waves against the boat's hull. He was then roughly moved into position against what felt like a railing or gunwale. The right side handcuff was unlocked. His left, still in the cuffs, was yanked over and secured to something else. He heard a man bark an order in Russian and then felt hands hold his head in place and something cut at the side of his neck. He heard and then felt the tape holding the bag to his head pull free. It was pulled off, and Reece sucked in the cool ocean air. As his lungs rejoiced at the influx of oxygen, he looked to his left. His hand was not handcuffed to something, it was handcuffed to someone. Kira Borisova. Her shoes were gone, but she was still dressed in a black skirt and white blouse. There were no outward signs of physical abuse, but the psychological abuse was evident. She was trembling. If there had once been fight in her eyes, it was gone. Reece looked back to his right. He was on a yacht of some sort. In the dark it was difficult to gauge, but it appeared to be 70 or 80 feet long. In the distance he could see the lights of GoPlats, gas and oil platforms. He glanced over his right shoulder and saw the glow of a city on the coast. He was on the forecastle, the deck at the front of the vessel, facing 5 hard-looking men. 4 of them held what Reece recognized as Brugger and Tomet MP9 PDWs, personal defense weapons, small 9mm submachine guns on single-point slings fitted with folding stocks, suppressors, surefire lights, 30-round magazines, and aim-point Arco red dot optics. Their ages, body types, and short haircuts gave the impression that they were military. Their clothing, weaponry, and the fact that they were on a yacht somewhere in the Mediterranean told him they were not. SVR? GRU? No. These were Wagner Group mercenaries. "Mr. James Reece," a man said, stepping forward. Reece spit a chunk of vomit onto the deck at the man's feet. "They don't trust you with a B&T," Reece said, nodding at the weaponry in the other men's hands. He shook his head and looked past Reece, at the city in the distance. "We were not sure if we were going to keep either of you alive," he continued. "We have special holding facilities in Russia for people like you and traitors like her. Places where we can take our time to make sure we have every drop of information before we kill you or work you to death." "I'll pass," Reece said. "I spent some time in the dark recently, not a fan." "How are you feeling from the fentanyl? They told me that concoction we injected you with had about a 75% chance of killing you. You're a lucky man." "That's what I keep telling myself." "Where are we?" "The more important question is, why are you still alive?" I was beginning to wonder. "I read a very extensive file on you, Mr. Reece. That man with the eye patch. Yes, the one who poisoned you gave it to me. Nowhere in it did it mention that you had a sense of humor. It was obviously incomplete. Still with the jokes. I find it breaks the tension. You're still alive because my boss needed to double-check that some files our employer has been concerned about. Files left to you by your father, if I understand correctly, have been located and recovered." "What? That's not possible." "Nothing clever to say now?" "Come now, Mr. Reece. Perhaps your file was right after all." Reece remained silent, his mind running through the possibilities. None of them were particularly appealing. "Those files mean nothing to me," the man said. "They mean a lot to others. Now that they have been recovered, we do not need you. You will die shortly." "Why not get it over with? Why the rush? Nothing to live for?" "I don't like waiting." The man shook his head. "It's almost a shame we have to kill you. You seem entertaining." "I try." "And you, Ms. Borisova," he said, turning to the woman handcuffed to Reece. "You betrayed the country that gave you everything. Why?" Kira lifted her head and spoke for the first time. "If you are on this vessel, you know why." "What we do tonight saves Mother Russia, Ms. Borisova. And you came close to stopping it. What were you going to tell the Americans? Go on, tell him." The woman turned her head to Reece, her long brown hair falling to either side of her face.
They are going to detonate a nuclear device.
What? Reece said, unable to hide his astonishment even as his mind put the pieces together.
Behind us is Israel, Tel Aviv,
She continued.
A bomb on this boat was made with Iranian plutonium.
Iranian plutonium?
They want to make it look like Iran attacked or was trying to attack Israel, to start a war that pulls the United States back into the Middle East.
Why? Reece asked.
To divert their support for Ukraine, so Russia can take Ukraine and China can take Taiwan.
At the mention of China and Taiwan, Denikin's head snapped up. Ah, even I did not know that, he said. That was the additional part of the plan that Colonel Sokolov had hinted at. Thank you for enlightening me, though we would all have found out soon enough. Reece turned back to the lead Russian. Yes, Mr. Reece, you heard that correctly. Nothing is stopping this bomb now. The timer is set, it's counting down. Any minute now, our extraction platform will arrive, and I am set to inform you that we can't leave you on this yacht, as nice as it is to be vaporized in the explosion. Oh, come on. Have a heart. You can't actually defuse it. It's tamper-proof. But who knows, an hour is a long time. You might somehow get free and signal one of the gas and oil platforms, or use the radio to transmit a message. That won't do. So you will have to die. But before you do, someone wants to speak to you both. Denikin pulled out the encrypted phone Sokolov had given him on Cyprus and hit a pre-programmed contact. He set it to speaker mode. Da, a voice said. They are here, they can hear you. Good. Mr. Reece, you are not nearly as formidable as I was led to believe, or maybe I am just that good. Speak, Denikin ordered, moving the phone closer to Reece's head. Everybody gets lucky, even one-eyed retirees. Denikin's left hand slapped Reece across the face. That sounded like a corrective measure, Sokolov said. Hits like that confirm why we won the Cold War, Reece said. Before you hit him again or kill him, let me say my piece, the voice said. Mr. Reece, the contents of that safe deposit box no longer exist. Without those files, everything in them becomes conspiracy theory nonsense. But Andy and Vic took the files to CIA headquarters. Reece thought, maybe he's bluffing, but why would he bluff? The list from Morgan Holdings is nothing but shell corporations moving money around the way people and institutions do every day to protect their wealth. The voice continued. Before you die, I wanted you to know that you failed. Though I am almost sorry, I won't have the pleasure of interrogating you. Reece leaned closer to the phone. Get used to disappointment. The men holding the B&T submachine guns laughed as another voice broke over the line.
Kira, Director Dashkov,
she replied weakly.
You of all people. I cared for you. I never hurt you. I took care of your mother. I treated her well. And this is what I get in return. You have all gone mad,
Kira said bravely into the phone.
You fucking bitch! And you, James Reece. This has been a long time coming. It warms my old heart to know that you will die at the hands of a Russian.
In an hour the world changes forever, Sokolov said. Fortunately for you, you will not be here to see it.
Reece leaned toward the phone. I'm going to fucking kill the both of you.
That's very funny, Mr. Reece,
Sokolov responded. Think, Reece, think. Have you told them that no one is coming for them? Reece asked suddenly.
Schoolboy tricks,
Sokolov said. Reece caught two of the mercenaries looking at each other. They are not coming to get you. You are all as dead as I am, Reece said.
Kill them,
Sokolov ordered.
We have a war to start.
Shoot the bitch first, Dashkov said, his voice straining with emotion. Let Mr. Reece go to the grave with another death on his conscience. A Glock 19 emerged from Denikin's waistband. It passed in front of Reece's face and went to Kira's face. With the barrel to her right eye, he pulled the trigger. Her head snapped back, showering the water below with brain matter from the exit wound. The explosion of a pistol firing so close to Reece's head was deafening. It also gave Reece the split second he needed to launch a strike at the inside wrist of Denikin's right hand, knocking the pistol offline while at the same time throwing himself backward over the railing, pulling the dead woman with him into the dark waters of the Mediterranean. Chapter 70. Reece crashed into the sea, still attached to Kira's lifeless body. Get deep. As bullets rained down from above, Reece kicked with his legs and clawed his way through the water, frantically pulling himself downward. He knew the bullets would be largely ineffective once they hit the water, but he wanted to get deep as fast as he could. Depending on the angle of the shots, it was still possible for them to do damage if he was close to the surface. They had gone over the side near the starboard bower anchor, and as Reece continued to kick, he reached out in a desperate attempt to find the chain. How deep was it, this far from shore? Was there a shoal that extended into the Med off of Israel? Did they have grenades? Would they drop them? Would that attract too much attention? Kick, Reece. He felt the water getting colder and continued to dive, equalizing the pressure in his ringing ears the deeper he went, the dead body trailing behind. He was depleting his oxygen reserves quickly. How much time do you have? On land, you would have minutes. Here, dragging a dead body with mercenaries shooting at you from above, probably seconds. Reece's hand brushed against something hard. Instinctually, he pulled it back, the body's intrinsic DNA warning of another creature in the depths. Realizing it was the anchor chain, he grabbed it with his right hand and gave 2 strong pulls, guiding them deeper down the links. Reece knew he was deep enough to be safe from bullets. In the darkness, he pulled himself up against the chain and gripped the links with his feet. He pulled Kira's body against his, trapping her between his body and the anchor chain. "You can stay in here forever." "No, you can't." The voices from his cell had returned. "You can do it." "Dad?" "You can do it, son." Reece was back in his cell, then in a tidal pool with his father in Hawaii, then free-diving with his father and Rafe off the coast of Northern California. "You got this, James. I'm timing you. You are almost up to a full minute." Reece held fast to the anchor just as he had to the rocks of the small tidal pool in Kauai as a child. How deep was he? 20 feet? 30? 40? 50? With his free right hand, he found Kira's face, gripping it by the jaw. It was pitch black at night at this depth, but his mind saw Lauren, blonde hair floating in the water, her eyes upturned, her soul already in the next life. "No!" He shook his head and looked back, the salt water stinging his eyes, the tinnitus in his ears echoing like the last ring of the Bud's bell. Never ring the bell. He pulled his face closer to Kira's, though now instead of the Russian intelligence secretary, it was Katie. "Katie?" She was lifeless. "If you stay with Katie, she will die." "No." "Remember what I told you. You are granite, Reece. Those who love you will be battered to death against you. Save them now." Reece pulled himself to Kira's head, held her nose, and pressed his lips to hers, using his last breath to clear her mouth as he would a scuba regulator. The bullet had severed her brainstem, the portion of the brain that commands the body to breathe. Without those signals, she had ceased breathing immediately. She still had oxygen in her lungs. With his lips still covering her mouth, her dead air gave him life, or at least a few more seconds of it. "Good, son. Now it's time to push past uncomfortable. It's time to transcend your line of control." Reece felt the handcuffs, attached at the wrist to Kira. If he surfaced with her, he was dead. "Do it, Reece." Reece exchanged another breath with the dead woman and pulled himself around the chain so that it was between him and Kira. Then he positioned her wrist against the chain and reached around to the other side with his free hand. "I'm sorry." He extended both his arms and then ripped them back. Nothing. He did it again, imagining Katie smiling by the side of the lake, the man with the eye patch approaching. This time he felt the break. He continued to pull back against the chain, running the skin at her wrist up and down against the friction of the shackles. He felt the bones loosen as he wore through more layers of skin, sawing through the wrist, between the radius and carpals, until he severed her hand from her body. He was free. He felt her body drift away. Reece grabbed the chain. "You know what you need to do, son." "I do." "Good. 3, 2, 1. Fight!" Chapter 71. Reece pulled himself up the chain. Kira's oxygen was now almost depleted. He needed air. Transcend your line of control. He stopped short of the surface, holding himself beneath the waves. He could see the lights of the boat above and remembered that beneath the surface he was all but invisible. Back in his enlisted SEAL days, he had been tasked with a red cell operation to test the security of a ship against surface swimmers in Yokosuka, Japan. Reece and his swim buddy had worn black wetsuits and camouflaged their faces. They strapped Soviet-era limpet mines to their backs and began the 2 nautical-mile swim to their target. The ship's crew knew that the SEALs would attack between 10 o'clock p.m. and 2 o'clock a.m. They had watchstanders with lights searching the water of the harbor. Even swimming on the surface, with the ship knowing the 4-hour window for the attack, Reece and his swim buddy had successfully planted their limpet mines and evaded detection. That gave Reece a lot of confidence when it came to approaching vessels from the waterline in the dark of night. Sensing he was close to the surface, he pushed himself off the anchor chain and in 2 powerful strokes found the keel of the yacht below the waterline. Then he slowly let himself surface next to the dark hull, doing his best to suck in the life-saving air as quietly as he could. The noise of the wind and the waves hitting the hull masked what little sound he made. He treaded water silently next to the side of the vessel, giving the oxygen time to clear his head. "I saw 5 men. 4 of them had B&Ts, 1 had at least a pistol. There could be more. There must be a crew of 2 or 3. 7 or 8 armed mercenaries against an unarmed, partially drowned man on a boat with a nuclear device counting down to a detonation that was less than an hour away. Those were not great odds. Fuck the odds." Reece got rid of his white shirt to give himself a little better freedom of movement and made his way aft, keeping a hand against the hull. He could hear voices above him in Russian. It sounded like they were arguing. He stopped just shy of the aft swimming platform. One of the mercenaries was standing on it, gazing out to sea, looking for an extraction asset that would never come. Reece inched his way along the edge of the platform, his nose, mouth, and eyes the only parts of him visible to someone from above. "Do it now, Reece, before he turns. If you can breathe, you can fight." Reece exploded from the depths, sweeping the left heel of his target, which sent him crashing to the platform. "Did the others hear? Or are you far enough away?" "You will know soon enough." Now at eye level with the Russian merc, he yanked him into the water. There are few things more terrifying than a creature that attacks out of the darkness. When that creature steals your oxygen and takes your sense of sight, it is even more so. Pulling the man beneath the surface, Reece jerked his arm between his own leg and locked him into a triangle choke. He grabbed onto the ledge of the aft swimmer's platform, keeping his face out of the water, taking deep breaths to remain calm and steady as he felt the panic and struggle in his victim beneath the surface. Reece was going to need whatever strength he had left. Reece felt the man go limp, but continued squeezing to be certain. He held the dead man under the water, listening for any indications that their brief struggle had alerted those aboard. He could hear Russian voices from the foredeck and possibly the flybridge above, but nothing to suggest they were moving aft. Probably searching for their extract. Good. The more distracted they are, the better. How the hell do you disarm a nuclear bomb? Don't think about that now. Prioritize and execute. With his right hand still holding on to the swimmer's platform, Reece reached underwater with his left, sliding it to the single-point sling attached to the small 9mm subgun. Loosening his choke, he pulled the sling over the man's head and set it on the swimmer's platform. His left hand continued to search, eventually finding what he was looking for. Reece took the handcuff key from the man's pocket and inserted it into the steel bracelet on his left wrist, removing the handcuff and setting it and the key on the platform. "That will have to do." Reece braced himself against the platform and kicked the dead man into the darkness of the sea. "It's time to go to work." The former naval commando pulled himself aboard and knelt on the aft platform. He slid his neck and left arm through the single-point sling and performed a press check on the compact, purpose-built subgun. He then ejected the long magazine. It felt heavy, which told Reece that it was loaded to its 30-round capacity, or close to it, meaning the man had most likely exchanged magazines after shooting at him from the deck. Reece quickly examined the 3-position select-fire lever and moved it to the semi-automatic position and then to fully automatic. That configuration was where this weapon did its best work, and tonight, that was where it would stay. Reece knew that the MP9 was designed for situations where concealability was paramount, close protection details, vehicle work, and tight environments. Like a boat. Its compact size made it an ideal weapon for maneuvering around corners in a game of angles. It was perfect for what needed to be done. With the B&T ready to rock, Reece put the handcuffs in his back left pocket and the key in his front. On an opposed shipboarding operation in the SEAL teams, Reece would assault the target vessel with a HAF and BAF, a helicopter assault force and a boat assault force. They would come from the ocean in high-speed boats designed for just such a mission, while at the same time coming from the air, fast roping onto the top decks. They would send an element to aft steering to control the ship from below, and another element to the bridge, eliminating threats as they moved throughout the ship. Tonight, though, Reece was alone. But now he was armed with a weapon and already on board. One enemy combatant was down. That left 6 or 7 to go. The suppressor attached to the barrel might give him a moment or two, but he doubted the 9mm ammunition was subsonic. Surprise would not be on his side for long. Kill them all. Reece moved to the transom in a crouch and slowly peered over the edge into the aft deck. Under a bimini roof was a spacious outside dining area with a large table and bar. It was empty. Reece paused to listen. He could hear voices above and the gears of a crane turning to deploy what was probably a small tender. The lights were low. A boat with no lights would arouse suspicion and increase the chances of interdiction by coastal patrols. Reece moved to the starboard side, seeing movement in the shadows on the forecastle, the area where Kira had taken the bullet to her head. Ideally, Reece would move to the pilot house on the bridge to gain control of the vessel and use the communications equipment to transmit a distress call. But he was not there to merely gain control of the vessel. He was there to kill everyone on board. "You have to start somewhere, Reece. Go." Reece pushed down the starboard side deck, the B&T MP9's foldable stock in his shoulder, his left hand on the foregrip, his finger making light contact with the trigger. There were no friendlies aboard tonight, no blue-on-blue considerations, no hostages, no innocents. Everyone was going to die. As the man on the foredeck came into view, it was clear he had been posted up to monitor the water around the anchor chain where Reece and Kira had gone overboard. His subgun was at the low ready and pointed at the water below, where he had seen Reece and Kira disappear less than 10 minutes earlier. Sensing someone moving toward him, he looked up and turned, his shock evident as a man he thought was dead stitched him up with 4 rounds of 9mm. 2 more rounds caught him in his face and he dropped to the deck. Reece continued to advance, speeding up, knowing that if anyone had heard or seen the man collapse, he was in for a fight. Reece took the corner at the front of the pilot house. 2 down. A third target had been posted on the port side of the yacht, across from the man Reece had just put in the grave. He turned and was bringing up his B&T as the former SEAL took an angle on the pilot house. Reece pressed the trigger to the rear, sending 9 rounds into his enemy's stomach, chest, and neck. Reece crossed the forecastle, putting 2 more bullets into the man's head as he approached. A shadow in the pilot house diverted his attention, and as he turned, the front windows exploded from the impact of bullets fired from inside the bridge. Glass being an impediment to bullet trajectory, the first shots missed. Whoever was not firing, suppressed. The sound of gunfire echoed through the night, the muzzle flashes lighting up the pilot house like a strobe. Reece pivoted, swinging the subgun on his new threat, pinning his trigger to the rear. He sent his last 15 rounds through the shattered windows, then knelt by the dead merc at his feet. He ripped his empty magazine from his weapon and removed the fresh mag from the corpse's B&T by his side. It was heavy. Good. It took him precious seconds to insert the magazine without a flared magwell in the dark, but he seated the magazine and hit the bolt release to chamber another round. Reece was back in the fight. He placed his left hand on a combination storage bin and sun lounge just forward of the pilot house windows and vaulted onto the soft white platform, putting him even with the windows. Reece stood to get an angle on what he now saw were two wounded men. The dim lights from inside allowed Reece to see that there was a Kalashnikov with a folding stock on the bloody floor. Both men had been hit but were still moving in an attempt to crawl from the bridge. Reece finished them with 4 suppressed rounds apiece. Then he raked the remaining glass from the front windows with the suppressor and swung inside to put another round into each man's head. He noted that the 2 men he had just killed were dressed differently than the Wagner Group mercenaries. These men were crew. Were there more? He knew there were at least 2 more mercenaries aboard, including the leader who had shot Kira in the head. With all the noise from the forecastle and bridge, it was time to reappear elsewhere. Reece opened the door to the bridge and entered the yacht's interior. Chapter 72. What the fuck was happening? Slavik Denikin was beginning to panic. Their extract was late, and now there was a gunfight aboard their vessel. At first he thought it was his own men, their tempers and anger getting the best of them as they argued about the extraction, after what James Reece had said before he went over the side. The Wagner Group commander remained on the spacious flybridge sundeck with his lieutenant, Adrik, working the davit crane to launch the small rib, rigid inflatable boat tender. Then he heard the blasts of the AK from the bridge. With his Glock in hand, he called to his rear security, posted on the aft swimming platform. When there was no answer, he ran to the edge of the sundeck and looked down. The platform was empty. Maybe he went forward? Then he heard a more subdued sound coming from one of his men's MP9s. Then there was silence. Were his men killing each other? There could be no other explanation, unless James Reece had risen from the dead. That was impossible. I'm going to fucking kill the both of you. Denikin felt a chill that didn't come from the crisp night air as he remembered the certainty in the American's voice, even when restrained, outgunned, and moments from death. Adrik, go below and deal with this. Adrik looked at the rib that now floated in the water on the yacht's port side. I'll wait for you, now go, Denikin ordered. Adrik pulled the B&T into position against his shoulder and moved his support hand to the foregrip. Go, Denikin ordered again. Adrik marched toward the starboard side stairs across from the crane that led to the lower outside deck and disappeared from view. Denikin scanned the dark seas in search of the submarine. Was Reece right? They had disabled their onboard comms system, but his calls to Sokolov had been answered. He had assured Denikin that the submarine was inbound and that there was still plenty of time to clear the blast area. The Russian subs were much faster than their publicly available specifications would indicate. Denikin holstered his Glock and began to climb down on the flexible boarding ladder now hanging from the gunwale. As he downclimbed past the portside windows, he saw a man enter the main salon. It was not one of his men, though he carried an MP9 in the way of someone quite familiar and comfortable with weapons. Nor was it one of the 2 SVR crew members. He was barefoot and shirtless, the devil incarnate. It was James Reece. Denikin froze against the ladder, slowly moving his hand to his pistol. He hasn't seen me yet. Reece had paused at the entrance to the salon, scanning with his eyes and muzzle across the table, chairs, cabinets, and bookcases. As Denikin's hand reached his Glock, he saw Reece's attention and the barrel of his weapon swing to the left. Adrik had reached the bottom of the stairs, cleared the external aft deck, and turned to enter the main salon. Denikin watched as both men saw each other's movement at the same time. As his palm made contact with the back strap of his pistol, he stopped. Thick, glass, a pistol in a one-handed grip, hanging by one hand from a ladder off the side of a trawler-class vessel at night on the open water. As he saw both men on board let loose with bursts from their submachine guns, Denikin released the grip on his Glock and continued to down-climb into the tender. Chapter 73. Reece saw movement, but it was only a hand and part of a weapon and arm. Complicating matters was that it was through a glass door, but it was all he had. He also knew that there was at least one more threat to contend with, a threat that at this very moment might be flanking or approaching from the rear. Fight! Their weapons discharged at the same moment. Their bullets punctured the glass aft salon doors, sending spiderweb fissures shooting out from the holes and making it difficult to discern what the other man was doing. The rule of shooting through glass, as Delta Force operator Kyle Lamb had taught him years ago, was P for plenty, meaning shoot. Regardless of what the experts said, you never really knew what was going to happen to your bullet when you sent it through glass. Thickness of the material, angles of the glass and of the weapon, shape of the bullet, along with the environmentals associated with any gunfight, made predicting exactly where your bullet would impact a guess, at best. That was why you fired until the threat ceased being a threat. Reece kept the trigger pinned, moving at an angle across the salon toward the adjacent corner, continuing to shoot through the glass door that led to the aft deck. He saw his adversary mirroring his movement across the aft deck as the bullets continued to fly in both directions. How many rounds was that? A shadow from outside moved toward the splintering glass. Reece continued to fire even as the shadow fell forward, his body contorting around wounds to his abdomen, chest, and neck. He crashed through the shattered glass, his body coming to rest half inside and half outside the compartment, his lower section impaled on the clear shards that rose from the frames to form deadly stalagmites. Reece felt the bolt of his weapon locked to the rear, his last bullet having found the man's head, sending brain matter across the inside of the dark mahogany-varnished floor. He immediately moved to grab the magazine from the dead man's weapon when he heard the engine of an outboard motor come to life. Realizing that the last merc was escaping, Reece pulled the sling of the empty subgun over his head and grabbed a chair from the nearby table, sending it crashing through what was left of the glass doors. The frogman followed right behind it, bursting onto the aft deck. He heard the engine RPMs increase and the sound began to move up the port side of the yacht. No way you live. Reece bolted for the portside deck, turned the corner, increased speed, and with a guttural roar launched himself over the side, directly at the sound of the engine. Chapter 74. Reece was airborne for less than a second before impacting the deck of the small rib between the outboard engine and a seatback in front of a console manned by the Wagner Group leader. Reece was instantly on his feet, his left hand grabbing the right wrist of his enemy, who had twisted at the controls and whose hand now held a Glock 19. The SEAL's right fist connected with the side of his opponent's head and then continued downward, smashing the pistol from his grip. Reece then threw his elbow back, catching the Wagner man high on the cheekbone. Reece saw the bow of the ship out of his peripheral vision. I come from the water. With his right hand now close to his antagonist's face, he closed it around his throat, pivoted left, and launched them both into the sea. Reece sensed the panic in his enemy as they hit the water. The man's arms flailed, lashing out at Reece and clawing for the surface. Reece remembered pool comp at Bud's, the portion of second phase that tested how comfortable one was in the water. A lot of good men washed out in pool comp simply because they could not get comfortable in stressful situations underwater. It was dreaded by most. It was Reece's favorite part of Bud's. He grabbed the mercenary by his shirt and ripped him back underwater. The movement pushed Reece to the surface where he took a massive breath of air, held it, threw his body into a pike position and dove, still gripping the man's clothes. In a desperate attempt to escape, the Russian twisted, throwing punch after punch at the man, propelling him downward. The resistance of the water slowed the blows down so that their impact was negligible. Realizing he was outmatched in the water, he began to scratch and claw, but Reece remained unfazed, staying calm and continuing to kick downward. What little light there was grew dimmer and dimmer. A cornered wild animal could summon an incredible reserve of strength just before death. Man was no different. Denikin thrashed and grabbed Reece's face, trying to push a finger into his eye, which Reece countered by clearing the man's hands. He lost contact with his prey for a moment, and the Russian broke for the surface. Reece could see the bioluminescent trail in the dark. Just as the man was about to crest, Reece's hand wrapped around his left ankle like a vice, pulling him back into the depths. Reece could feel the man struggling to fight his way up while the frogman pulled him down. In the darkness, Reece ran into the portside anchor chain from the yacht. With his left hand, he held fast to a link. With his right, he yanked down, pulling the man to him, taking his back. Reece inserted his legs in front of his opponent and sank them in, getting his hooks in jiu-jitsu terminology. He brought his left leg up horizontal across his opponent's midsection. His ankles flexed upward. He then brought his right leg up and over his left foot, bending at the knee and throwing his right foot behind the Russian's upper thigh, wedging his left leg in place like a seatbelt. Reece squeezed his legs, forcing the air from the Russian's body. The body triangle allowed Reece to hold on to the anchor chain with his right hand, while his left went to his back pocket and removed the handcuffs. With Denikin's hands pushing at Reece's legs in a desperate attempt to free himself, Reece cuffed the Russian's left hand, yanked it back, and then attached the other end to an anchor chain link, locking in place the man who had killed Kira Borisova. Reece released his legs from the body triangle and separated himself from the mercenary. He paused and then kicked upward, feeling the vibrations of the man's final underwater screams dissipate as he made his way back to the surface. Chapter 75. Reece broke the surface and sucked in some much-needed oxygen. No time to waste. Opting for speed over stealth, he propelled himself in a freestyle stroke to the aft swimming platform and heaved himself aboard. There was still a possibility that there were more mercenaries or crew aboard. He needed to clear the rest of the vessel. How much longer did he have until the nuke detonated? 45 minutes? 30 minutes? First, he needed another weapon. Reece ran down the deck to the body of the merc he had taken out by the starboard anchor. Reece's body was so cold that he didn't even notice the bloody footprints he left in his wake. First the adrenaline and now the cold masked the pain generated by the shards of glass that had sliced his feet to shreds. He knelt and removed the MP9 from the dead man, ensuring it was ready to go to work. He then returned to the aft ladder well, climbed to the top deck, and began a methodical top-down clearance of the vessel. He moved as fast as he could, looking for threats while also searching for a nuclear bomb. What does a hand-carried nuke even look like? He'd seen pictures of the American SATM, Special Atomic Demolition Munition, being jumped back in the 1980s by Navy SEALs and Army Special Forces soldiers. He remembered it looking like a beer keg wrapped in a nylon bag. He had talked about it to some of the older SEALs over beers when he was a new guy. They all thought any operation involving a SATM was a suicide mission and that it would blow as soon as they armed it, regardless of what senior ranking officers or the manual told them. Satisfied the vessel was clear, Reece sprinted to the bridge. Stepping over the two dead bodies he had dispatched earlier, he looked at the navigation and communications suite. Neither seemed to be working. Did they pull a fuse? No time to troubleshoot. Reece looked to the oil rigs in the distance. Maybe the workers heard the gunfire? He did not see any lights moving in his direction. He turned to his right and saw the lights of Tel Aviv. Okay, Reece, stay calm. Find that nuke. Maybe the Russian was lying and there is a switch to just turn it off. Reece ran down a stairwell and began to toss the rooms, dumping out bags and opening closet doors. They wouldn't keep it in someone's room, would they? Wait. He remembered a Louis Vuitton trunk on a bench seat just outside the engine room from his clearance. Sprinting to the engine room, he threw open the trunk. On top was an assortment of clothing. Reece reached in and tossed the clothes to the floor to uncover a stainless aluminum case. Affixed to the outside was a keypad attached to a red LED timer. It was counting down. 22 minutes and 37 seconds, Reece whispered. He reached inside to see if it had some sort of an on-off switch, but the confines of the case made that difficult. So he pulled it from the trunk. Damn, it was heavy. Reece needed room and he needed to think. There is no time to think, Reece. Yes, there is. There is always time to think. Just be calm. He took the case to the main salon area just in front of the shattered glass doors and windows where the dead Wagner Merc lay on the floor. Reece set it on the table. He unslung the B&T Battlefield pickup and put it down next to the device. Now what? It doesn't look like there is an off switch. What did the Russians say? It was tamper-proof? What would he attempt to punch in anyway? Reece looked at the dead man behind him. A phone? Reece stepped through the glass, noticing his bleeding feet for the first time and also realizing that was the least of his problems. He knelt and went through the man's pockets. Everyone has a phone. Reece grabbed the man's hair and lifted his face, putting the phone in front of it to unlock it. He then stood. He had a signal in Israel. The characters and apps were in Russian, but the visuals made it decipherable. Reece tapped in a memorized number and hit send. "Yes," a voice said. "Vic, it's me." "Where the fuck are you?" "I'm on a boat off Israel. Kira is dead. So are the Russians who abducted us." "Reece, what's going on?" "Listen closely. I am on a boat with a nuclear device. If it goes off, you have to understand that it wasn't Iran. The plutonium will have an Iranian signature, but it wasn't Iran. It was Russia. Well, not exactly Russia. It was the collective, Vic. Israel and the United States have to know that it wasn't Iran. Vic, tell me you understand. We have to avert a full-scale nuclear war between Iran and Israel." Silence. "Vic? Vic!" Reece pulled the phone from his ear. It was dead. Chapter 76. Reece looked around. One of these guys had to have another phone. He ran to the bridge and patted down the two men he assumed were the captain and first officer. He found cigarettes and a folding blade, but no phone. He exited onto the forecastle and went through the pockets of the men by the port and starboard anchors. No phones. Maybe that guy in the main salon was part of the leadership team and only the leaders had phones. The man Reece thought was their commander was now handcuffed to the anchor chain 40 feet down. If he had a phone, it was useless now. There've got to be at least 2 chargers in here, Reece thought as he ran back to the bridge and started throwing open drawers and cabinets. There! Reece recognized a Pelican case with an Iridium sticker on the outside. Yes! He ran back to the salon and flipped open the case. An Iridium Extreme satellite phone stared back at him. Must be an emergency phone that came with the boat. He grabbed it and hit the power button. Dead. The case also contained the charger. Reece quickly plugged it into an outlet on the wall behind the table. "Come on!" he yelled as it slowly went through its power-up sequence. There. It was searching for satellites. Reece extended the antenna and adjusted it so that it was up against a window, the power cord stretched to the maximum. Why don't they make these cords longer? Reece was familiar with Iridium satellite phones, having used them his entire time in uniform. He typed in the USA code and then Vic's number. The CIA man picked up on the first ring. "Reece?" Vic's voice was garbled in that strange, otherworldly tone associated with satellite phones. "It's me. Okay, did you hear me last time?" "I caught a part. Tell me again." "No time. Just know if a nuke goes off near Israel, it wasn't Iran. It wasn't even Russia. It was the collective." "Reece, what are you saying?" "I'm saying I need you to patch me through to Andy Danreb right now." The line went silent for a moment, and then Reece heard a third voice. Even via sat phone, he could distinguish Danreb's Chicago accent. "Andy, it's Reece." "Reece, did you hear?" "What?" "No, listen to me. I'm on a boat with a nuclear suitcase bomb counting down. I've got 12 minutes to disarm it. If I toss it over the side, it still explodes and has the same political impact as if it went off in downtown Tel Aviv. Israel will take that as an attack and launch against Iran." "What?" "Reece, I'm not qualified. We need to get you in touch with an EOD tech at Damneck or Delta." "No time, Andy. Come on, I need you to do some of that Marine EOD shit for me." "Andy," Vic broke in, "I'll fill you in with what Reece told me after this is over." Okay, describe it to me," Danreb said. "It's in an aluminum case, like a large, heavy suitcase. There's a keypad on the outside. It's part of an LED-type timer. The numbers are red. It's counting down. 10 minutes and 56 seconds. They said it was made with Iranian plutonium. No pressure, Andy, but if we fuck this up, we just might plunge the world into World War III. Iranian plutonium? Never mind. Describe what you have around you." I don't know, Reece said. It's a fucking boat, like a trawler, but super modern and nice, about 70 feet long, diesel engines. So I have fuel and oil. I also have a bunch of dead Russians. Okay, there's not enough time to figure out how to disarm it. Terrific. Is there a barbecue? What? Yeah, I saw one on the top deck. Good, Reece, I want you to listen to me very carefully. I have all the time in the world, precisely 9 minutes and 41 seconds. That's just enough time. Time for what? Time for you to build a bomb of your own. Chapter 77. Reece sprinted to the top deck and threw open the cabinet under the barbecue. Connected to the grill's gas line was a white propane tank. A backup was next to it. Thank God. Reece unhooked the line and carried both tanks to the yacht's galley. One felt full and the other felt about half full. Danreb had told Reece that for a nuclear device to function properly, the internal detonation sequence must happen precisely as designed. Any deviation would mean no splitting of atoms and no release of atomic energy. Instead, if Reece could pull it off, they would have a conventional explosion with the possible dispersion of radioactive material depending on the condition and shape of the plutonium, which was a far cry from an actual nuclear explosion. To do that, Reece had to disrupt the internal detonation sequence by creating his own explosion. A BLEVE is a boiling liquid expanding vapor explosion. It is caused when a container with a pressurized liquid reaches a temperature above its boiling point. If Reece could increase the pressure inside the tank at a faster rate than the container's safety valve could off-gas that pressure, the tank would rupture. Upon contact with open flames, the propane would ignite, causing an explosion. Easy day. Reece set the propane tanks on the gas stove and fired up all 4 burners. He then ran to the salon and carried the suitcase bomb into the galley, setting it on the stove to the side of the 2 tanks. 5 minutes and 7 seconds. Not done yet. Reece ran to the engine room and rummaged through a toolkit until he found a hammer. On his way back to the main deck, he pulled sheets, blankets, and comforters from the beds, dragging them up behind him. Reece smashed the hammer against the pressure release valves, hoping to cause them to malfunction. He arranged the bedding on top of the stove's gas burners, making sure they caught fire, as he laid more bedding materials on top of the flames. He then dragged 2 dead Russians into the cabin and heaved them onto the stove to the side of the tanks in an attempt to tamp the explosion and direct its energy into the aluminum case. Smoke filled the cabin, causing fire alarms to pierce the night air. Reece felt the blaze licking at his exposed skin. When the inhalation threatened to burn his lungs, he stumbled from the galley into the main salon, gasping for breath. 2 minutes left. There was about to be a big bang. Would that explosion be nuclear or dirty? If it was nuclear, Reece would never know. If it was dirty, he wanted to be as far away from the detonation as possible. Reece threw open the hinged bench seats on the aft deck, expecting to find life jackets. They were empty. No time to look anywhere else. Get off this boat. Reece sprinted across the aft deck and dove off the back swim platform, returning to the water for the 3rd time that night. His body sliced through the dark sea, arms stretched in front of him, legs propelling him away from the burning yacht. When he needed a breath, he ascended, rolled slightly to the side and turned his head, his arms now adding their power to the freestyle stroke. Keep swimming, don't look back. Reece estimated the time until nuclear detonation. About a minute left. 60, 59, 58, 57. Reece counted in concert with the rhythmic motion of his stroke. I failed. He saw Lauren and Lucy dressed in white standing in a meadow under a beautiful rainbow. Only it wasn't the picture Lucy had drawn for him all those years ago. It was real. Reece was between them, holding their hands. They smiled up at him, full of life. They were happy. He was happy. I'm sorry, Katie. I've got to go now. Live your life. Be happy. I love you. The concussive blast from the explosion penetrated Reece's body beneath the wave tops. At the same moment, he felt a hot wave of pressure roll over his head, jolting his senses and robbing him of oxygen as he went to take a final breath. I love you. Chapter 78. Reece treaded water, alone. In the distance, he watched the yacht burning, Smaller pieces of debris burned in a good 200-yard radius around the main wreckage, but were already being extinguished by the Whitecaps. Was he alive? It seemed so. The ringing in his ears and the pain in his lungs from the smoke inhalation indicated he was alive and breathing. If you can breathe, you can fight. He almost couldn't believe it. It had worked. How much radiation did I absorb? He continued to tread water as the trawler tipped forward and sank beneath the surface. Reece craned his neck and took in the stars. It was a beautiful night. Were Lauren and Lucy looking down on him? I'm sorry, baby girl. I really wanted to see you. I miss you. Did someone see the explosion? Was search and rescue inbound? Would they see him treading water? He could hope, or he could act. Hope is not a course of action, Reece recalled from his SEAL days. He looked at the oil rigs against the horizon to the north and at the lights of Tel Aviv to the southeast. It was difficult to judge distance over the open water. It was even more difficult at night. He estimated he was between 1 and 3 nautical miles off the coast of Israel. The distance to the Go-Plats was harder to figure. What he did know was that they were a smaller target and he could easily miss them depending on currents. His decision was made. He had put in a lot of mileage on the ocean in his time. Weekly timed 2 nautical mile swims were part of the Bud's curriculum, and a 5 nautical mile swim was required to graduate. Some of those swims took place in the frigid waters off San Clemente Island, off the coast of Southern California, where the 3rd and final phase of SEAL training took place. It also happened to be a great white shark breeding ground, a fact the instructors took extreme pleasure in relaying to students just prior to ordering them into the ocean for a timed swim. Everyone's swim times got exponentially better off San Clemente. The sooner you were out of the water, the less chance you had of being eaten by the man in the gray suit. Reece turned his back to the oil rigs and looked at the glow from Tel Aviv. He had friends in Israel. Reece started to swim. With the explosion a thing of the past, and fragments of Iranian plutonium rods now on the floor of the Mediterranean, Reece concentrated on his stroke, doing all he could to forget about his feet, leaving a bloody trail behind him. Chapter 79. Chaim Sheba Medical Center, Ramat Gan, Tel Aviv District, Israel. Reece slowly opened his eyes. His vision was blurry. Above him, the sun beat down, causing him to shield his eyes with an arm that felt restrained. What the hell?
Not hell, Reece. Israel.
Reece blinked to bring the glowing ball above him into focus. It wasn't the sun. Rather, it was a light fixture in the ceiling, and his arm wasn't restrained by straps or handcuffs, but by an intravenous fluid line. He turned his head to the side. The man who had spoken was seated in a bright green faux leather chair next to Reece's hospital bed. So I made it? Reece asked. The man looked at him and offered a rare smile.
You did.
You do smile, after all, Reece said. Don't worry, your secret's safe with me. Though short, Ronen Katz was powerful both physically and within the world of Israeli intelligence. He held a paper coffee cup with an unlit Noblesse cigarette between his nicotine-stained fingers. His buzz cut made it hard to tell where his receding hairline stopped. He was dressed the same way Reece remembered him, in scuffed leather shoes, tan slacks, and a tucked-in white, short-sleeved button-up shirt. He never wore a tie. He was known simply as K on the grounds of Mossad headquarters, where he ran the branch responsible for what the Israelis termed negative treatments. He and Reece had history. Ronen Katz was Kidon, an assassin, or he had once been one. Now he was the director of what was known as Caesarea and had a direct line to the Prime Minister. His mandate, in addition to removing Hamas and Hezbollah terrorists from the battlefield, was to prevent Iran from building or acquiring a nuclear bomb. He had also been responsible for recruiting an operative to whom Reece had grown quite close in Iraq, a dual U.S.-Israeli citizen named Alia Galin. She had been killed when a Strela 2 missile took her Air France flight out of the sky over Burkina Faso last year in an attempt to draw James Reece out of hiding.
I must admit, I did not expect to see you again so quickly, Reece. I certainly didn't expect to find you washed up on one of our beaches. Next time you plan a trip to Israel, please let me know ahead of time. I'll arrange transport and a nice hotel.
A smile and a sense of humor?
It seems appropriate, considering your current state.
I'm fine.
You arrived unconscious, dehydrated, hypothermic, with burns on much of your body, and with feet cut to ribbons by glass. The surgeons believe they removed all the shards, but some of the smaller splinters may fester and work their way out over time.
Something to look forward to, the SEAL replied, turning his head back to look at the light above.
I'm surprised the sharks didn't get you out there.
Me too. Is that coffee?
Yes, but it's cold, and it's not for you. You are on an IV drip with antibiotics of some kind.
Lovely.
They also ran a slew of tests. They found fentanyl and muscle relaxants in your system, as well as higher than normal levels of radiation, though I am told it is not life-threatening and that your levels should return to normal. All that would indicate you had quite a night.
Where am I, anyway?
Chaim Shiva Medical Center, the best hospital in the country, in Ramat Gan. It's in a district of Tel Aviv.
How did I get here?
An old man combing the beach with a metal detector found you at daybreak. He called the police, who notified the closest military checkpoint. A United Hatzalah EMS ambush cycle was there 90 seconds after notification and started working on you. You looked dead, but you had a pulse and were breathing, so they called an ambulance, which took you to the closest trauma center where they rewarmed you. When you regained some semblance of consciousness, you started to mumble a name.
Yours?
Yes. I was notified and had you moved here. Security is posted outside.
To keep others out or me in?
Both, of course.
Is the room bugged?
This is Israel, Reece. Assume everything is bugged.
Okay, Reece said, pushing himself up on his elbows, wincing at the exertion of the movement. His body ached everywhere. After this, do you think you can send someone to get me a kebab? I had one last time I was here, and it was delicious. I'm starving. Katz barked a name at the door, which was opened immediately by a plain-clothed security agent. Katz spat out something in Hebrew. The man closed the door.
Your kebab will be here shortly. Now, let's get to the part that led up to you illegally crossing into Israeli territory.
Before I lay this out, Reece said, I'm going to ask you something, and I want you to answer me honestly. Katz's face remained emotionless. Was Aliyah trying to recruit me in Iraq? Reece asked the spy master. Katz studied the man in the hospital bed. He was beat up, but not beaten. And he had a story to tell. A story that Katz needed to hear. He answered honestly.
Yes, James, she was. That's what we do.
Reece nodded. Okay, Reece said, switching back to the current dilemma. The main thing I want you to take away from this is that Iran did not attack Israel.
I don't understand.
You will. Reece filled Katz in on everything that had led up to last night's events in Israeli waters. Katz listened intently. He did not take notes, which confirmed to Reece that he was recording the conversation. I am probably breaking all kinds of non-disclosures and confidentiality agreements, Reece said. But without you knowing the whole story, when you recover what's left of that device, whether intact or leaking plutonium, it will have an Iranian signature. And when the bodies start to surface, they will be Russian Wagner Group mercenaries, which should help confirm what I told you. Vic Rodriguez can verify as well. Katz leaned back in the visitor's chair and removed a Zippo from his pocket. It was engraved with the Sayeret Matkal symbol, and, despite being in a hospital, he lit the cigarette. He took a long drag and blew the smoke up toward the ceiling.
This is a delicate situation. Politics will come into play depending on how it is handled.
I can see it spinning out of control very easily, Reece said. I am sure we have people and industries in the United States that would love nothing more than for Israel to launch against Iran in retaliation for an attempted nuclear attack in Israeli territory. Here as well, Katz said, contemplating his next move. If this had gone down in international waters, I would probably not be telling you this. I'd probably also be dead, but if I somehow got picked up by a passing ship, I'd have recommended that the U.S. Navy recover the rods and conduct a classified cleanup operation to prevent an Israeli retaliation, nuclear or otherwise. We have never confirmed that we are a nuclear nation. You have never denied it either. You did all this for Israel? Katz asked. Well, and world peace and all that. Plus, Aliyah's kids live here. How are they? Reece suspected that Katz would keep tabs on the family members of former agents, especially those who were killed in the line of duty. They are doing as well as can be expected. After the attack on the kibbutz, they moved to Herzliya, on the coast. It was better for the kids and the grandparents that way. I understand, Reece said, thinking of his own family gunned down in Coronado. Reece, Katz continued, I'm going to call for an immediate emergency meeting with the Prime Minister. It will just be the two of us, so I will be able to speak freely. I am going to recommend the highest levels of classification. If the public and other politicians believed that Iran attempted to hit us with a nuclear device, even the story you just told me would not be enough to stop a retaliation. The Prime Minister might still need to take some sort of action, even if we manage to keep a lid on it. I just might be able to help. Oh? How long have I been in here? Katz looked at the old eternal Kon-Tiki super on his wrist. About 12 hours. Then there is still time. Time? Pavel Dashkov and Andrei Sokolov are still on Cyprus. They would now know that their plan failed. They are probably back in Russia, Katz said. Or maybe they stayed because they are unsure of what went wrong and don't want to arouse suspicion. They are scheduled to be there for 2 more full days, which gives us 3 cycles of darkness to make a move. What are you suggesting? A hit on Cyprus? That's exactly what I'm suggesting. I know their location, a villa complex in Paphos. We keep it quiet, but if things are exposed in the press, the Prime Minister can take credit for uncovering the plot, foiling the attack, and holding rogue elements responsible. It's bold, it's decisive, and if I dare say, it's very Israeli. It could also start a war with Cyprus or Russia. I am not a politician or a diplomat, but the world is opposed to Wagner Group almost across the board, much more so than they are aligned against Russia. But only one of the targets is Wagner. In today's day and age, label them Wagner and a Wagner associate if it comes to that. I think Russia will want to save themselves the embarrassment. I will propose it. How long do we have? 3 more nights. Then they will be back in Russia and much harder to take down. At the very least, the Prime Minister is going to want to award you the Medal of Valor or the Presidential Medal of Freedom, probably both, classified of course. Tell him to keep them. How very American. Not that I wouldn't appreciate them, but I'd rather ask for a favor. Oh? You guys are pretty secretive about your submarines, aren't you? We are. I'm going to need to borrow one. Chapter 80. Paphos, Republic of Cyprus. It had been a few years since Reece had been on a rebreather. This one, unlike the Draeger LAR 5 he had used in the SEAL teams, was back-mounted. The French-designed TBO multi-mission military rebreather was not the only new piece of kit that Reece was loaned for tonight's mission. He had whispered a quiet prayer when his liaison at Shayatet 13, known in the West as Flotilla 13, had shown him the Patriot 3 jet boots. Regardless of what he told Katz, he was still recovering from the events of the past week. Not exactly boots, as the name would suggest, they consisted of small propellers called thrusters and motor mechanisms encased in hard black anodized aluminum housings. They strapped high to the outside of an operator's legs and were attached to a belt harness on which was mounted the control box and battery pack. Reece had experimented with them briefly in the SEAL teams, but These new versions were the 5th-generation models. They were streamlined and efficient. It had taken 2 days, but Ronan Katz had gotten it done. The mission was a go, and Reece was authorized to advise and assist against the protests of the Shayatet 13 commander. S-13 is the elite naval commando unit of the Israel Defense Forces. They trace their lineage back to the 1940 creation of an all-Jewish British Special Operations Executive Commando unit in Palestine before Israel's founding in 1948. The training required to earn the vaunted silver and black metal Knafei At-Telef bat wings insignia is some of the toughest ever designed by a modern military. Known as the People of Silence in Israeli Special Operations circles, most of their missions remain cloaked in secrecy. And while some Special Operations units had taken a knee at the behest of senior officers concerned with promotion by way of incorporating social experimentation into the ranks as a substitute for preparing for war, Shayatet 13 retained their motto, "As the bat emerges from the darkness, as the blade cuts through with silence, as the grenade smashes in rage." Reece felt right at home. Headquartered on the coast at Atlit, less than 30 minutes south of Haifa, their base was located on the grounds of Chateau Pèlerin, a Crusader fortress dating back to the Middle Ages. Everything about the unit suggested you did not want to fuck with them. Israel had required that Reece sign more papers than he remembered ever signing for his security clearances in the United States. They were serious about maintaining the secrecy surrounding their undersea capabilities. Tonight he was operating with S-13's Haposhtim unit. Unlike the U.S. military, which always framed its missions as capture-kill, Israel's naval commandos were not required to add the capture qualifier. They would emerge from the surf zone, hit their target hard, and disappear back into the darkness of the sea. Following the Prime Minister's explicit order, Reece signed his paperwork, was issued gear, and boarded the Dolphin II-class submarine in a secure facility at Haifa. His E&E kit consisted of gold coins and a civilian cell phone from Europe. On an island nation like Cyprus, there were plenty of watercraft to buy, rent, or steal if need be. The Special Operations-capable Dolphin II-class INS Rahav sub was fitted with an Italian-built Deep Guardian shelter manufactured by Cabi Cataneo. Reece was relieved to learn that they would not be using SDVs, SEAL delivery vehicles, wet mini-submersibles that could launch and recover from submarines. Riding in the back of one was not high on Reece's list of things to do. With Cyprus so close to Israel, it was tempting to use surface vessels, but the submarine option was selected to avoid Russian satellites that might be monitoring the area. This was a mission that would never be publicly acknowledged. Pavel Dashkov and Andrei Sokolov had been approved for negative treatment, assassination, by the State of Israel. With the assistance of Vic Rodriguez at the Central Intelligence Agency, IMINT, Imagery Intelligence, confirmed that the Russian Federation planes that had flown the delegation to Cyprus were still on the deck at Larnaca International Airport. SIGINT, Signals Intelligence, put Dashkov and Sokolov in a villa owned by a Russian oligarch and friend of the president just southeast of Paphos, overlooking the Mediterranean between Ronti Forest Beach and Aphrodite Hills Park. The Israeli submarine force was on standby to launch at very short notice. Reece assumed this was so they could retaliate against an attack by Tehran with submarine-launched nuclear cruise missiles. Had the collective's plot succeeded, the submarine INS Rahav, tasked with tonight's mission, would have put to sea and launched against Iran as part of a broader, full-scale war. Instead, tonight she would conduct a smaller war. The captain of the Rahav received orders at 0724 on Saturday. By 0930, the dry deck shelter was installed and secured. Katz had sent 2 Mossad officers to check Reece out of the hospital and escort him to Atlit Naval Base, where he was turned over to his S-13 Shadow. There he met the mission commander and was issued his gear before loading passenger vans with the assault force for the drive to Haifa Naval Base. They were on board the sub and underway by 1300. At midnight, Reece and the S-13 operators conducted a mass swimmer lockout of the dry deck shelter to put their 20 operators into the waters off Cyprus. Unlike some of the more complex dives navigating underwater into harbors to disable or board ships, this dive plan was as straightforward as they come. The coast of Cyprus was a straight shot. Just like in the SEAL teams, each diver was paired up with a buddy and attached to him with a cord. In addition to the dive buddy system, 2 black PVC pipes were added to the mix. 10 divers were assigned to each pole, and each pole had a primary and secondary navigator using Patriot 3 micro-navigation boards with compasses, depth gauges, and timers. That meant that most of the combat swimmers were along for the ride on this portion of the op, and with 10 sets of jet boots per pole, they navigated to the beach landing site and arrived at their rally point at the base of the cliffs without having to overexert themselves. Surf had been light, and the absence of a moon only aided their mission. If only it were raining, we would have perfect operation weather, Reece thought. They transitioned out of their dry suits at 0130, adopting 50-50 security. They removed weapons from shoot-through dry bags and donned helmets with L3 Harris GPNV G18 4-tubed night vision goggles. Weapons consisted of 5.56 Mark 12s for the 4 snipers and Heckler & Koch MP7A2s for the assaulters. Reece would have liked to put a few more M4s in the mix to have more guns with the ability to reach out and touch someone at distance if they were contacted on their way to or from the target house, but tonight's mission was all about stealth. And the 4.6 by 30mm H&K MP7 fitted with a B&T Rotex 2 suppressor and using subsonic ammunition was about as quiet as it got. While they were originally designed as personal defense for use by second-line troops with ATPL laser aiming devices, EOTech holographic sights, and surefire lights, the operators of Flotilla 13 had converted them for offensive use. Reece's SEAL teammate Freddie Strain had once told him to make sure to dump a mag into someone with the MP7's little bullet to make sure they went down. Reece had heeded that advice in the past, and he would remember it tonight. With the assault force kitted out for direct action, they cached their waterborne gear and left 5 operators behind to guard it. They would also act as a base element in case the assault force needed cover as they exfiltrated the target area. Reece's feet were wrapped in multiple layers of gauze to absorb the blood he could already feel oozing into his boots. With a mile to patrol to the target, he used the pain as fuel and as a reminder of why he had just inserted over the beach with an Israeli naval commando unit. He had made a promise when he was handcuffed to Kira Borisova on the yacht, just before she was shot in the head. It was time to keep it. Chapter 81. Pavel Dashkov couldn't sleep, even with the help of more vodka than usual. The girl they had sent up had not helped much. Even as her hands worked their magic over his oiled body, he couldn't stop wondering about the fate of open passages. He could hardly contain his anger with Sokolov. That psychopath acted as if nothing were wrong. A nuclear device was missing, as were the Wagner Group mercenaries and both SVR crew members. Even worse, the money that had been transferred through shell companies around the world was now gone. The value of their financial contracts was contingent on the second and third order effects of a nuclear detonation off the coast of Israel and the total war between Israel and Iran that would follow. This was a disaster of epic proportions. He could only imagine the thoughts and conversations between the president, Kozak, and the Chinese. This colossal failure would set them all back years, if not decades. Dashkov threw his feet to the side of the bed and looked at the clock. It was almost 3:00 a.m. It would be good to get out of Cyprus. He had only stayed to confer with Sokolov and head off any questions in the event the boat, bomb, or mercenaries surfaced. He had to keep his schedule as much as he desired to return to Moscow.
Soon enough.
He grabbed his robe from the bedpost and tightened the sash around his waist. If sleep wouldn't come, he would continue trying to distract himself from the catastrophe at hand. Another vodka was a necessity. Perhaps he would have the girl sent back up. Or better yet, a different girl? Maybe a more experienced set of hands would do the trick? Dashkov felt a slight difference in the room. What was it? A change in pressure? Temperature? A ghost? It had been a long time since Dashkov had believed in ghosts. In the dark, it was hard to tell, but had the door to his room opened? Had he not been looking at it, he wouldn't have believed it. It was a ghost, or at the very least a ghoulish entity. Was it the manifestation of death? Dashkov stood transfixed as a black-clad specter slid quietly into the room. In the dark, it was seemingly just a shadow. The FSB director felt a cold sweat at his temples as another one entered, moving along the wall in the opposite direction of the first one. They were followed by two more who floated to the sides of the door. They seemed to be suspended in the darkness, almost disappearing. Then he felt, rather than saw, them move. They were coming for him. As the apparitions closed in, he thought for a moment that they would float right through him. Instead, he felt the very real sensation of a metal cylindrical object make contact with his face, shattering his front teeth. His mouth filled with blood, and he was thrown to the floor. His arms were violently twisted behind his back as knees and hands held his head and legs in place. With his face pinned to the floor and a mouth full of blood and broken teeth, he attempted to cry out for help, but it ended up coming out as a stifled grunt, which earned him a smack to the side of his head. Where was his security detail? You couldn't throw a rock at the villa without hitting a Wagner Group thug with a gun. He was forced into a tuck position and then rolled up on his knees. He thought he heard a whisper in heavily accented English. Was that Hebrew? Then it became clear. Israelis. They knew. Someone took a knee in front of him. Then he heard a voice he recognized from the deck of open passages. It was a voice he had scoffed at. It now came to him not over a phone, but inches from his face. It wasn't so much a whisper, there was emotion in whispers. This was different. Do you know who I am?
No,
Dashkov managed. For an intelligence professional, you're a shitty liar.
I don't know who you are.
In case you were wondering, your security detail is dead.
Shit.
As you know, your stunt with Sokolov didn't work. Dashkov felt the man stand and move away. He heard hushed voices, but couldn't make out what they were saying. Then the man he knew was James Reece returned. I'm only going to ask you this once. Where is Andrei Sokolov?
What? He should be here.
I have his phone, but no Sokolov, Reece said.
That fucking Sokolov. He was staying in the villa next door, but he left his phone here in mine?
Dashkov felt the anger rising. If he was going to die for Sokolov's incompetence, he was not going to be the bait that let the Wagner man escape with his life.
He's staying in the villa next door,
Dashkov said, spitting blood and tooth fragments onto the floor. Headlights flashed across the front of the villa, and through the windows the whine of an accelerating engine was audible in the still night air. Reece sprang from his position and went to the window. That brief moment of light once again gave way to the darkness, but it was enough time for Dashkov to see who had come for him. Men in black, commandos with night vision and suppressed weapons, assassins.
Americans and Israelis?
Dashkov's breathing grew heavy as the American assassin returned and knelt once again.
You missed him,
Dashkov said between breaths.
He's a snake, that one.
He won't make it far. Before we go, what do you want to tell me about the collective? Dashkov coughed up blood.
Just because you know a name doesn't mean you know anything about it.
I know enough, Reece said.
Enough to what?
Enough to burn it to the ground. Dashkov felt the man stand. You are an enemy of the United States and a traitor to your own people. You had no problem ordering your Wagner underling to shoot your secretary. She was right next to me.
My mistake was not killing you first,
Dashkov said. It was, and it's one you will not have a chance to make again. Reece depressed the trigger on the MP7 and sent 8 rounds of 4.6 by 30 millimeter into Dashkov's chest. He stepped forward and finished the Russian spy master with 2 shots to the head. The loudest sound in the room was the brass casings cascading to the floor. Chapter 82.
We do not have authorization to push further inland, the Shayatet 13 commander said. We need to extract immediately.
He had already made the call. The Israeli commandos were collapsing into a prearranged room on the ground floor. Reece had made it to the window in time to see a lime-green Lamborghini speed off into the night. A man with an eye patch was at the wheel. The oligarchs loved their flashy planes, boats, cars, and women. All that money bought a lot of obnoxious toys. At the base of a massive staircase, Reece stopped. The ground force commander turned. "Come on," he said. "I'm sorry," Reece said, unslinging his MP7 and handing it to the commander. "Sokolov almost wiped Israel off the map 3 days ago. You can't pursue him past this target, but I can."
Don't be crazy. It's time to move to extract. We will have to get him another time.
There might not be another time. Thank you for all you risked tonight, sir. Sokolov is not leaving Cyprus. Reece bent down and took an AR from the body of a dead Wagner man. The Israeli commander looked at Reece in disbelief. "It's okay, I do this sort of thing all the time."
Fucking American.
"Oh, I need to keep the nods," Reece said before turning and taking off at a sprint for the garage. Reece ran through the villa and out a side door toward the detached garage that he remembered from the brief. He stopped briefly to press-check the rifle and ensure a round was in the chamber, just in case. He stepped over a dead Russian and opened the door to the outbuilding. Even under night vision, the sight that met his eyes was a surprise. Reece flipped up his nods and hit the lights. It looked like a Ferrari museum. He counted 2 rows of 8. Some looked like they dated back to the 1940s, while others looked brand new. Right now, all he needed was one that worked. There was an old Grand Prix car, a Formula One racer, a few that looked extremely new, and a couple he recognized from 1980s television shows. Reece hit the garage door openers above the light switches and both doors began to rise. As Reece descended the steps, he noticed that all the older Ferraris were parked in front of the newer ones. They seemed to be arranged by year. His eyes fell on the car closest to him in the front row. It was the newest unblocked vehicle. There was no time to waste. Reece ran to the vehicle, opened the door, and slid inside, placing the M4 barrel down against the seat next to him. Keys were in the ignition. Reece pressed in the clutch and turned the key. The engine sputtered. "Come on!" He tried again, and the vehicle came alive. Reece turned on the lights, let off the parking brake, and tore out of the garage in a red 1978 Ferrari 308 GTS. Chapter 83. From the briefing, Reece knew that the road out of the villa complex led down to the Limassol-Paphos highway. That road paralleled the coast to Limassol, and then continued on to the airport in Larnaca. Sokolov had a head start, but Reece had an advantage as well. When he got to the base of the hill, he turned off his headlights, pulled down his nods, and sped onto the highway. Reece's first impression of the car that looked so fast was that it wasn't, at least not as fast as he thought it would be. He worked through its 5-speed manual gearbox as he raced east, the cliffs of the Mediterranean on his right. The Ferrari was a left-hand drive, so there was nothing new to adapt to there. What did take adaptation was the fact that Cyprus was a left-hand traffic country, but with no vehicles on the road at 3:30 a.m., staying on the left-hand side of the road was not Reece's main concern. He was focused on catching up to Sokolov. The classic sports car passed 80 miles per hour, then 90 miles per hour, then 100 miles per hour. Reece shifted down to 4th and 3rd gears in some of the turns and back into 5th on the straightaways. He didn't see any lights on the road ahead through his nods, which was concerning. The Lamborghini that Sokolov took off in looked a lot newer than what Reece was driving. He started to second-guess his decision. What if they moved the plane to a different airport? What if he wasn't even going to the airport? Drive, Reece. He's going to the airport. He thinks he's home free. Reece downshifted again into a corner and accelerated out. Where is he? Then Reece saw taillights in the distance. Under nods, it was unmistakably a car, but was it the Lamborghini? He pushed the vehicle faster. Reece knew he was on the edge of being out of control. He also knew that he could not allow Sokolov to get to the airport. He thought of the smug look on the colonel's face across the bar after he had injected Reece with fentanyl. He thought of the dead Iraqis who had fought for their country and for the United States, men whom Sokolov had turned years before. He had inserted them into the heart of the West to use the skills taught to them by the CIA to assassinate President Christensen. It was a plan meant to end in Reece's death or imprisonment. Reece pinned the accelerator to the floor, gaining ground. He could now clearly identify the Lamborghini. It was moving quickly but not so fast that Reece couldn't catch it. He was sure the Russian was looking in his rearview mirror for cars in pursuit. On this open road along the coast one could see for miles. There was urgency in the Wagner man's speed, but not a life-or-death urgency. Reece's urgency was fueled by atonement. Reece was coming out of the darkness. The SEAL saw taillights as he came out of another turn. They were larger and brighter now. It was almost time. The high-performance evasive driving training Reece had received over the years in the SEAL teams left him confident behind the wheel. Hot-wiring vehicles, mobile surveillance, attack recognition, J-turns, driver-down drills, close proximity driving, evasive maneuvers, barricade breaching, and something called a precision intervention technique, more commonly referred to as a pit maneuver. Reece was going to turn his Ferrari into a weapon. He was going to get only one shot. Once Sokolov was aware that Reece was behind him, he would leave the old V8 in the dust. You are a sniper. You need only one shot. Reece floored the Ferrari, watching the Russian disappear into a turn. He downshifted, took the turn, and exploded out of it, pulling to the Lamborghini's back right quarter panel and placing the nose of his Ferrari just behind Sokolov's right rear tire. Reece turned his vehicle to the left, made contact, and turned more sharply into his prey. Even at lower speeds, a pit maneuver can be exciting. On a coastal road at night at high speed, it can be deadly. The Lamborghini started spinning to the right as Reece completed the technique in what was essentially an aggressive lane change. That lane change saved Reece's life. The road turned sharply to the left, and with no control, the Russian's car shot from the highway halfway through its spin. Reece turned his head as he sped past, watching it go over the side and disappear from view. Reece locked up the brakes, scarcely avoiding plunging over the cliff on the sharp curve as well. He quickly shifted into reverse and pulled the car off the road and onto the shoulder on the side, across from the drop-off. He put the vehicle in neutral and pulled up the parking brake. Grabbing the M4 from the seat beside him, he exited the Ferrari and sprinted across the road. Where is he? Reece never would have found him without the nods. The lime-green Lamborghini Huracan Sterato had cartwheeled down the jagged cliffs and impacted the rocks below. Did he survive? Was that movement or steam? No way he survived that crash. Knowing the resiliency of the human body, Reece examined the M4 in his hands. What kind of Russian or Chinese knockoff sight is this? No IR aiming device might have to walk these rounds in. Reece saw movement from the driver's side window of the upside-down vehicle. He went prone on the edge of the cliff. Just get close with your first shot, identify the impact through these nods, and then walk the rounds into him. Reece pushed the rifle's selector to fire and began taking up slack in the trigger. The shot wasn't necessary. Just before the shot broke, the Italian sports car went up in a ball of flame. As Reece drove toward Limassol, now with his Ferrari's lights on and traveling at normal highway speeds, he fished a Ziploc bag from a cargo pocket of his pants. The Wagner M4 was in the passenger seat, along with his helmet and nods. He powered up the E&E mobile phone he had been given in Israel. Before they left, he had entered a number into the contacts. He called it now. A male voice answered in Greek. Water taxi? Reece asked. That's us, the maritime branch operator said, switching to English. You guys still in business? We are. Great, I'd love a ride. Sure thing. When? Right now. Chapter 84. The White House, Washington, D.C. The president rose from the resolute desk and greeted her visitor halfway across the Oval Office.
Welcome home, Commander Reece.
Madam President?
Please,
she said, motioning toward the sitting area by the fireplace. After you.
Have you been in the Oval Office before?
No, this is my first visit.
I like this area by the fireplace,
she said.
I do find it odd that the colors and patterns of the couches match the wallpaper. Makes me feel like I'm visiting a Florida retirement community. You might notice that the two sofas are pretty far apart, but for some of the people who come in here, they aren't far apart enough.
She laughed, and Reece recognized that she had the politician's gift of making everyone feel as if they were her best friend. A portrait of Franklin Roosevelt hung above the fireplace, flanked by portraits of George Washington, Alexander Hamilton, Thomas Jefferson, and Abraham Lincoln. So much history in this room, Reece commented. A door opened and a Navy steward approached with a tray.
Coffee?
President Olson asked. Always, Reece said. The president took her coffee black while Reece quickly doctored his up with the honey and cream provided on the side. How do they know? He asked as the steward left the office. One of the great mysteries, she said, taking a sip and setting her cup on a coaster with the presidential seal on the table at the far end of the sofa. Some things are best left that way, he said.
Some,
the president acknowledged.
Commander, I received a briefing from Director Howe and took a call from the Israeli Prime Minister on the events of the past few days. He offered his sincere thanks and appreciation. I believe medals are forthcoming.
It's been an interesting couple of weeks, Reece admitted.
This country owes you, Commander. Without your efforts, the world would be a different place today.
It was a team effort. Without Vic Rodriguez, Andy Danreb, William Poe, Rafe Hastings, and Katie Baranek, we never would have put together what we did. I'm more of the blunt instrument.
Modesty becomes you.
It's also true.
I understand that Mr. Danreb is back at the CIA now as a contractor, at least until he has deciphered the Morgan Holdings clientele list. And I believe we have Ms. Baranek on the calendar for an exclusive interview.
Thank you for that, Reece said.
It's the least I can do. What are your plans, Commander?
I think I'm going to get off the grid for a while, go back to Montana. I have some personal items to attend to.
Wedding, perhaps?
Reece raised an eyebrow.
This is the most powerful office in the land, she said.
I'll remember that, Reece replied.
Commander, according to my classified briefing, if that suitcase nuke had detonated, Israel would have hit back quickly and decisively, probably with land-based and sub-based nuclear weapons. We evaluated this scenario using CAE's single synthetic environment, the most advanced simulation platform in the world. It allows us to predict and demonstrate the outcomes of attacks like this. The impact on Tel Aviv would have been devastating. We would have supported Israel and played right into the collective's hands. As it stands, Russia and the collective lost billions, possibly trillions, from what Director Howe briefed. Russia remains bogged down in Ukraine, and China has not invaded Taiwan. Israel has recovered most of the debris through an undersea salvage operation that has given them insights into Iran's nuclear program they would not have had otherwise. The Israeli Prime Minister has managed to keep the number of those who know what really happened to an absolute minimum. They don't mess around with security violations over there.
No, they don't, Reece agreed.
That is something I wanted to discuss with you.
What's that?
You have heard by now that there was an inexcusable breach of security at the CIA. The documents you recovered have gone missing.
Vic told me.
You don't seem overly concerned, Commander. That surprises me.
We still have the list from Morgan Holdings and can sanction individuals and corporations that are either a part of the collective or act on their behalf.
I wish it were that easy,
the president said. It's not easy, but it's something.
It is something.
She paused, thinking through how to proceed.
Commander, I am not going to accept my party's nomination to run in the next election.
Oh? Reece asked, curious about where she was taking the conversation.
I hear what they say, that I am only the first female president because the man in front of me was assassinated, and that the only reason I was even on the ticket was to deliver Florida. But now I am here. I am the president, and I plan to do what I can to improve our standing in the world and here at home for all Americans. Then I'll step away.
I think that is wise and admirable, Madam President.
My party will hate me for it, but it means all the decisions I make are to advance the prosperity and security of the American people. That makes me almost as dangerous as President Christensen. The other side, that divisive rhetoric has become the norm. They are going to do what they can to undermine executive initiatives simply for political gain. The days of statesmanship are behind us, I'm afraid. They died with President Reagan and Speaker O'Neill.
It's a brutal game, Madam President. I'm not built for it.
Commander, there will be more about me that will hit the news when I announce I am stepping aside. I am guessing you do not follow the tabloids.
I tend to think most of what I see these days is a manipulation. That's part of why I want to get back to my cabin.
The short backstory is that soon after the next inauguration, my husband and I will separate. A few news organizations have already speculated that to be the case. Even as a politician, which also means you need to be an actor of sorts, I have a hard time faking it.
Faking what?
I got married young. I was a bit naive in the beginning. I saw what my future husband wanted me to see, that he was a high-powered attorney on the rise. He was an attorney, but certainly not high-powered and definitely not on the rise. He was a lobbyist.
What kind of lobbyist?
First it was tobacco, then it was opioids, then a vape company, and then he worked for a few different firms focused on influencing the USDA. There is big money in their dietary guidelines. I've seen it firsthand. Makes me sick, but that's how Washington works. My political climb has helped him.
I'm sorry to hear that. She waved her hand.
I was about to leave him when President Christensen asked me to be his running mate. A divorce at that time would have torpedoed the offer. It was a true honor to be asked, even if I knew the ticket only needed me to bring in Florida on election night.
I guess that's how politics works.
I'll serve him papers the day after the inauguration. He will be there with me on the steps of the Capitol. That's the last I plan to see of him.
You're not asking me to pay him a visit, are you? The president almost spit out her sip of coffee.
Goodness, no.
Sorry, in my line of work, that sort of request is not too unusual.
I'm glad we turned off the recording devices in here,
she joked.
My husband, she continued, got to know a lot of members of the armed forces through my service and from events we attended in my role as a representative and then as vice president. He's enamored with special operations, particularly SEALs. He falls in the fanboy category, as there is no way in hell he could have made it through any sort of selection. He's more the paintball airsoft type.
Reece laughed.
As you know, Florida is home to SOCOM and the UDT SEAL Museum, she continued.
I've been. It's impressive.
It is. At a SEAL Foundation event a few years back, he swindled 2 veterans out of their stories. He lied by saying he was a writer. What a joke. He wrote a couple of articles for a regional Florida magazine that were dreadful. They never asked him back. He got these operators to sign contracts that essentially gave him control over their stories, thinking my political standing would open doors in the publishing world. He's a charmer, but he's also a scam artist. He didn't serve, yet he is trying to profit from their sacrifice. Plus, he's a horrible writer. There were warning signs, but I ignored them. Even with my progressive tendencies, I am still old-fashioned in some respects. Don't tell my constituency.
Reece liked her more the longer they talked.
Then there is the cheating part of it. I have records, and my attorneys are on it. We're just waiting until I leave office. The Secret Service has been extremely helpful. He's been influence peddling with foreign nationals, promising to sway or guide my decisions. Countries like China and Ukraine fall for it hook, line, and sinker. Little do they know I only communicate with him through my personal attorneys. Oh, my memoirs will be spicy.
I'll be sure and stock it at my bookstore. You asked me my plans earlier. I have a vision of owning and running a small bookstore in Montana. Of course, mine would also have coffee and whiskey and be attached to an archery shop.
That's unique. I would not have guessed that. When I'm out of office and on a book tour, we'll do a signing.
Deal.
Commander, I believe we share a belief that the country is at a crossroads.
You sound more optimistic than I am.
That's the political way of saying I don't know if we can save it. The lobbyists, big tech, the defense industry, pharmaceutical companies, they have real power, real control. The people, as you correctly noted, get manipulated and taxed, with no recourse other than to vote. But that vote means less and less the more power and control these corporations accumulate.
It's a machine, Reece said. I don't want any part of it.
There is no new world, Commander. No faraway lands in which to plant a flag and start over.
That's why I'm going to the mountains and tossing my phone in the dumpster before I leave D.C.
I thought you would say that. I believed I could do something about the country's trajectory from this office. Now that I'm in this seat, I know how monumental a task that is. I will do what I can through executive order to deal with the collective as Mr. Danreb compiles his report, but another oligarchy here at home continues to gain power. I fear the Republic as we know it is dead.
Why are you telling me this, Madam President?
Because, before I leave office, I have a proposal for you.
What's that?
I think it's better if she tells you.
She?
Please, don't get up,
the President said. Gail Olson stood and walked to the Resolute desk. She opened a drawer and returned with a Cryptol phone. She handed it to Reece. Reece accepted it uneasily, looking at the President with skepticism as she took her seat on the couch across from him.
It's okay, Commander.
Reece slowly raised the phone to his ear.
Hello, James.
The female voice on the other end of the line was eerily familiar. It sounded a bit like Lauren.
I've missed you,
she said. Reece placed the phone on his lap and looked at the President in disbelief. She nodded.
Alice is back.
After Reece left, the President walked past her desk and stood in the window of ballistic glass that overlooked the rose garden.
James Reece.
The national flag was to her left, and the flag of the President of the United States was to her right.
I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States, and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
President Olson turned and sat at the desk used by every president since 1880, other than Johnson, Nixon, and Ford. She opened a drawer and returned the Cryptol phone they had used to contact Alice. She picked up a second phone and closed the drawer, staring at it for a few long moments before bringing it to life. She swiveled her high-backed black leather chair to the left and gazed upon the dark blue flag embroidered with the presidential coat of arms. 50 stars encircled an eagle holding arrows in its left talon and an olive branch in its right. War and peace. In its beak, above a shield of red, white, and blue, was a banner inscribed with E pluribus unum, out of many, one. As the encrypted phone powered on, the President made her decision. She tapped a 6-digit Cryptol number into her device and hit the green phone icon under the numeric keypad. Her report would be brief and disguised in layers of code. An associate was awaiting the disposition of and status of the CIA's top assassin. Chapter 85. Constitution Gardens, National Mall and Memorial Parks, Washington, D.C. Reece sat on a bench to the side of the Constitution Gardens pond on the National Mall in Washington, D.C. He knew the small island in the pond contained a rock memorial to the 56 signers of the Declaration of Independence. He wondered what they would think of the generations that had inherited the gift of freedom for which they had sacrificed so much. Reece had been here many times. Located to the north of the Lincoln Memorial Reflecting Pool, it is a quiet area that is often neglected in favor of the grander Washington Monument to the east, Lincoln Memorial to the west, and World War II Memorial in between. Vietnam and Korea are offset from one another across the reflecting pool. It was overcast, and Reece was back in his normal attire of Salomon shoes, Origin jeans, a dark green triple-aught design sweater, brown cool jacket, gaiters, sunglasses, and Hoyt ball cap. He watched Vic Rodriguez approach from the east. He was dressed in a dark blue suit and overcoat. He took a seat next to Reece on the bench and set his black briefcase next to him.
You don't really blend in around here, Reece.
Good, I was just leaving. You blend in perfectly. Almost didn't see you coming. Vic smiled.
Yeah, I don't think you want to adapt to this place.
I think you're right. Though I do like it here on the mall. My dad used to bring me, you know.
Every kid should spend time here,
Vic said. Right down there, Reece said, pointing west. That's the Vietnam Veterans Memorial. And just across from it is the Korean War Veterans Memorial. Did you know that those are the only two memorials to the Cold War on the mall?
I hadn't thought of it that way, Reece, but you are right.
We abandoned our POWs in both those wars.
Your father's investigation seems to confirm it.
There are a lot of lessons here, Vic.
There are.
And there, Reece said, pointing at the World War II memorial. Some of us learned that war is big business in that one. We've been fighting and losing them ever since. Patriots stand up to fight and die in them, while businessmen sign contracts worth billions to support them.
I think that's always been the way, Reece. What you did in Israel averted a war that would have seen a lot of people die. Maybe there is a memorial that's not going up on this mall in the future because of what you did.
Reece shook his head. There will just be another one. We can't help ourselves.
Reece, what are you going to do? The president wants an answer.
Katie and I are packing up what's left of her condo and heading to Montana. I'm going to take a breath.
Technically, you still work for the agency.
Then I quit.
Damn it, Reece.
My father gave me some advice in that letter. I'm going to take it.
And he is still working his way through that client list,
Vic said.
We are going to get the names attached to the shell companies, and we will present that report to the president.
And then what?
We will have to see,
Vic said. Yeah, we'll have to see. Did you find what I asked for?
I did,
Vic said, moving the briefcase to his lap. Well? Vic opened the case and handed Reece a manila folder.
It's in there.
Reece took the folder and tapped the spine against the palm of his left hand. Thanks, Vic.
I do have a bit of bad news.
What is it?
Martha Stowe is dying.
Reece looked toward the pond. I know.
Reece, we are not all bad guys. That evil you've been fighting, it can be closer than you think. Sometimes you don't see it because it's right next to you.
Reece looked at Vic as he closed and locked his briefcase.
You didn't answer my question about the president.
I'll catch her next time. Vic nodded and stood.
Take care of yourself, Reece.
You too. The CIA man turned and walked in the direction of the Washington Monument, leaving his top operative alone with his memories of the dead. Chapter 86. Cologne, Germany. Max Genrich took the lift to the 12th floor of his flat overlooking the Rhine. It was a large flat for this part of the city. He was pleased with his interior decorator. At night, the views could be spectacular. Tonight it was cloudy, so Max dropped his gym bag with his sweaty jiu-jitsu gi by the small washer-dryer and went to the kitchen, where he poured himself a glass of water. He then walked to his home office, which enjoyed the same expansive view as the main living area. He had made it home much faster than he expected. First to Mexico, then to South Africa, then Frankfurt, and then to Bonn. He had spent most of the flight deciding what to do about James Reece. He had been home for a week and was now back in his routine. By the time he realized that the desk chair was missing, it was too late. Hands, a man said from the missing chair. He was in the far left corner of the room, his face in shadow. His right leg was crossed over his left, his right hand resting on his right thigh, a hand that held a SIG P365 pistol with a suppressor. Nice sudden movements, eh? Was that a South African accent? It sounded close. Raise your hands.
Do you want my pistol?
No. I want to see your hands. Genrich slowly raised his hands to either side of his head. Put them on the desk so I can see them, palms up. Genrick did as he was told. You should really look into a building with better security. I expected more from an SVR assassin. Who are you? Someone you almost crossed paths with recently. Unfortunately for you, I did spend some time with a Russian mob boss in New York, who pointed me in the right direction. Fucking bratva. What do you want? I'm just here to tie up a loose end. In case there is any confusion, you are the loose end. If I am not already dead, that means you want something. I do. What is it? I want to hire you. Chapter 87. Martha's Vineyard, Dukes County, Massachusetts. The stairs creaked just like Reece remembered as he took them to the second floor. He stopped at the top. A light beckoned at the end of the hallway. He walked down the quiet passage and knocked on the side of the open door. Mrs. Stowe? Martha? He asked softly. There was no response, so he said it again louder.
Speak up. Is that you, James? They told me you'd be by tonight.
Reece stepped into the room. The floral wallpaper was the same, as were the dresser and armoire. The difference was that Martha Stowe no longer occupied the rocker near the glass doors to her balcony. She was in her four-poster bed propped up with pillows. She wore a pink flannel nightgown, and her arms were on the outside of the baby blue comforter. Her left hand held her reading glasses, and a small stack of books was on her nightstand. She looked frail. What are you reading these days? Reece asked as he approached. He pulled a chair from a desk against the wall and sat down. In her bed, she had him by a couple of inches.
After you left, I decided to stop reading trash and go back to some of my old favorites. I've been revisiting the classics and have been thoroughly enjoying them.
I'm glad, Reece said. Can I get you anything?
No, dear. I've had my dinner and my tea. I don't have long. I tire easily, I'm afraid. Even more so than when you were here, which was not all that long ago, though I do stumble a bit on my dates and times.
What's this? Reece asked, reaching for a thick book with which he was familiar.
That? Now that's exciting. After you left, I had the woman who helps me dig it out. It was in a box in the attic. She said it was in the last one she searched, but I can't be sure. Do you recognize it? Your father gave it to Walter a long time ago.
He did? Reece asked, turning the book over in his hand. Once an Eagle by Anton Myrer.
After Walter read it, he tried to get me to read it, but I was being stubborn, you see. I told him I didn't want to read a war book about Vietnam.
It's not really about Vietnam. Well, it is, but not directly.
So you've read it?
My dad gave it to me, too. It's one of my all-time favorites. I passed copies of it to SEALs I worked with as they started their time in the profession of arms. In fact, I'd put a letter in the front for them to read before they dove in, and then another at the end for them to read after they were done.
Why the 2 letters?
The first one framed why I was giving them the book, and the second one was my take on what they had just read. I didn't want to influence their reading experience with my personal interpretation beforehand, so they had to read it first to get to my second letter.
That is very thoughtful, James. Your dad inscribed it for Walter.
Reece opened the front cover to see his father's familiar handwriting. Walter, it was an honor to serve a tour in country with you. You've never lived until you've almost died. For those who have fought for it, life has a flavor the protected shall never know. Mac V. Sog. The lesson in the pages ahead of you, just as in life, is to see to your character, and your reputation will take care of itself. Remember those left behind. Strength and honor. Thomas Reece. When Reece looked back up, Martha's eyes were on him.
You keep that, James. I can order another.
Thank you, Martha.
I'm tired. Would you be a dear and turn out my lights?
I can do that, Reece said. Do you want the curtains open or closed?
Open, please. One never knows how many sunrises they have left.
Reece filled her water glass and set it next to her bed. Then he helped move one pillow aside so she could lie flat, and he ensured the comforter was pulled up tight. Then he moved the chair back to the desk and turned out 2 of the bedside lamps.
Thank you, dear.
Her voice was soft.
Did you find him?
Reece knelt by the bed. I did. He was closer than we thought. She kept her eyes closed.
Who?
Reece leaned down and whispered something in her ear. She nodded. It was time for her to rest.
What are you going to do, James?
Her voice trailed off. Reece stood. I'm going to finish the job. Then he bent down, kissed her forehead, and walked to the bedroom door. He paused and looked back before turning out the final light. Good night, Martha, Reece whispered, but she was already asleep. Epilogue. There are no secrets that time does not reveal. Jean Racine, Britannicus. Almont, Colorado. Reece came in from the north. He used to know these mountains like only a boy can. No map, compass, or GPS, just tennis shoes, jeans, t-shirt, a flannel, and a small backpack with a lunch. Maybe a fly rod or BB gun. Running, exploring, climbing trees, building forts. True freedom. The mountains and freedom were still familiar to him. He watched the old man for a few days from his hide site on the hill. The man went to town once for groceries in the Lexus. No one visited, not even the caretaker. He fished every morning but didn't venture far from the house. There were no signs of security, no new cameras, no drones, no guards, and no new dogs, just the 2 black labs that ran and played in the grass in the front of the house, stopping every now and then to drink from the river and watch their master cast before tearing back up the bank to chase one another through the woods. He would catch and then release the hearty brown trout beneath the surface to catch them again another day. In the afternoons he would take a short walk to the nearby bridge with the dogs, a walking stick in hand and his Browning 12-gauge over his shoulder. He grilled on the Weber in the evenings with a cocktail or glass of wine in hand. The light in the upstairs room went out at 9:00 p.m. sharp and turned on again at 6:00 a.m. William Poe had become a creature of habit. On the morning of the 5th day, Reece stuffed his gear into his pack and set it by a nearby rock formation. Then he hiked down the hillside and worked his way around the open field across from the house. Poe came out with his rod and his dogs at 9:15 a.m., picked his way down the bank in his waders, and made a beautiful cast. It was only minutes before he caught his first brown. He placed his rod under his right arm, using his left on the leader to guide the fish closer, and then removed the barbless hook with forceps. He then stretched, examined his equipment, and made another cast.
How long are you going to sit there, lad?
Reece stood and approached from the opposite side of the river and descended the bank until his boots were in the water he had loved so much as a boy.
I've been waiting on you,
Poe said, making another cast.
Beautiful morning, isn't it?
It is, Reece replied. The Vietnam-era Mark 22 hush puppy pistol with its distinctive suppressor and skeletonized stock was in his right hand, pointing at the ground.
When did you figure it out?
That you were part of the collective?
Yes.
It took me longer than it should have. Did my dad ever get close?
Oh, he was close the entire time. I knew you would get it as soon as Danreb decrypted the clientele list from Morgan Holdings. My father set it up. I should have changed the name, but that's more steps in a modern world where transactions and changes like that are documented electronically.
Taylor River Ventures, Reece said, shaking his head. So it's always been about the money for you.
Look around, James. This place is nice, but it's not extravagant. It was never about money for me.
Then what?
Loyalty.
Loyalty?
The country is on life support, James. That has nothing to do with the collective. It has everything to do with apathy. The World War II generation knew it. That's why they formed the collective, to ensure that East and West didn't destroy the world in their race for nuclear dominance. It has also made you and them extremely wealthy. Out of necessity. The dumbing down of the citizenry, whether intentional or not, is happening. There will be a shift in the world order. It's inevitable. And you and the collective want to control it. Why not? The Republic is lost. Even you know this current system is not worth fighting for. I'm not ready to give up on it yet. You already have. You just don't know it. Your father and I did good work together for a long time. So it wasn't all a lie? Oh, no. We both lost men in Vietnam. I brought him into the agency, and we tracked down all the GRU advisors who had worked in Southeast Asia that we could find. You turned him into an assassin? He was already a killer. He just needed targets. Just like you, James. And the POWs. At first, I was on board. Neutralizing GRU advisors was in line with U.S. interests in the Cold War, but then Tom started extracting information from them. About POWs? Yes. We found out that some had been transferred to the Soviet Union. That was a problem. Back then, people still cared. Today, I'm not so sure. So as the mission expands and you and my dad start investigating the MIA POW issue, you have to undermine it because of the interests of the collective. A nuclear war was not outside the realm of possibility in those days. But my dad keeps pushing. He suspects there is a group of Russians and Americans who are coordinating efforts to advance an agenda not in alignment with either country's national security or economic goals. A group with an entirely different set of loyalties. He was on the right track. So you had him killed? Eventually. But that was much later. I had Vic go back in the records. I was curious where my dad was before he went to Argentina. Turns out he was here, on official business. I slowed him down with Walter Stowe and the aborted POW mission. That kept him busy for 20 years. And Kennedy? That was a surprise. How Tom got so close on that one, I don't know. He shared bits and pieces with me over the years. Little did he know he was talking to one of those who set the plan in motion. You had a hand in killing your own president. Now 2 presidents. I was working in Vietnam in 1963 when Kennedy and the CIA betrayed Diem and his brother. They knew a coup was coming. At first it was just insurance. I didn't think Kennedy would turn on Diem, but when he did, the plan was already in place. What was interesting is that I didn't see anything about it in Tom's files. How did you get the files out of CIA headquarters? You weren't even in there. We have people everywhere, James. I want you to tell me more about them. I'm afraid it wouldn't be helpful. By its very nature, it's an ambiguous connection at many levels. That's why Danreb's client list will be helpful to you, but it's certainly not all-encompassing. There isn't a membership roster. It's not organized that way. Even I don't know everyone who is associated. That's its strength. And why your father could never put it all together, try as he might. You were the missing link. You were the connective tissue between all of it. Walter Stowe, my dad, the CIA, you were in front of him the whole time. Yes. He was blinded by the wrong kind of loyalty to God and country. We were hiding in plain sight. That's how I got the files. Like I said, we have people everywhere.
Where are the files?
I burned them a week ago. They are gone, James. There was enough information in that box to take down the collective. I was able to get it out of the agency before they even made copies. Everything that you may have seen is now just a wild conspiracy theory.
What if I were to tell you there was a copy? Reese's statement interrupted Poe mid-cast. What if I were to tell you there were multiple copies?
Bullshit.
Shouldn't have left me alone in that bank for so long.
What have you done, James?
They had a copy machine and I had wads of cash.
Jesus Christ. Where are they?
Reece looked down at the Rolex Submariner on his wrist, the same watch his dad was wearing when Poe had him killed.
James, what did you do?
I mailed them.
What?
I mailed them, Reece repeated.
Where?
I mailed a copy to every major news organization in the country. I set it up with the bank before I walked back outside. Poe hung his head. It's over, Poe.
You just think it's over, Reece. There will always be the few who rule over the many. You stopped nothing.
I stopped you.
What do you believe in, James? God? Country? Freedom? Or do you believe in the lofty ideal of some nonsense like truth? Let me tell you, there is no truth. There is only power. That power crosses borders and ideologies. It's not about an allegiance to dying countries. It is an allegiance to broader governance, control, and safety. You made the world less stable today. Is that what you believe in?
Reece paused. I believe in accountability, and I believe in consequences. Reece lifted his father's hush puppy to his shoulder. The dogs played on the lawn. The river rushed by as it had for millennia. Come with me, Reece said. It's over. Poe looked up at the clear blue sky and then back at the house that he loved.
Take care of my dogs for me,
he said, as he undid the fastener on his wading belt designed to keep rushing water from dragging an angler down. Poe pulled it from his waist and dropped it into the river.
Goodbye, James.
The old man took 2 steps forward into the deeper, swifter running water. The current pulled his legs from underneath him and swept him into the Taylor. Reece watched him disappear, surface again, and then vanish forever. Reece lowered the hush puppy. His feet were getting numb in the cold runoff. He stepped out of the river and worked his way up the rocky embankment to begin his journey home. The sun was getting higher in the sky and spring was in the air. It smelled the same way it had at this time of year when he was young. When he got to the top of the bank at the edge of the clearing, he closed his eyes, putting himself into darkness and heightening his other senses. Leaves in the trees, a light breeze, birds, insects, the river running over and around rocks below. He turned to look at the cabin and guest house, remembering a time when multiple generations had gathered there to fish, break bread, share stories, and pass on lessons. There was no going back. Use the time you have, James. When you put down the gun, walk away. Don't live in the past. Love your wife, raise your kids, and don't look back. Treasure each moment, because once it's gone forever. I will, Dad. Reece made his way back up the mountain and found his pack where he had left it. He watched the cabin for a few more hours, spending precious moments with his dad. Then, as the sun started to drop in the sky, he stood and hoisted his pack to his shoulders. It was time to get home. Katie was waiting. He turned and walked into the setting sun toward the light of salvation. Kumba Ranch, Flathead Valley, Montana. Reece heard footsteps behind him on the gravel. Instead of turning, he continued to stare into the flames. A glass of red wine appeared over his right shoulder.
"This is the last of the Semper," Katie said.
"Thank you. I think I know where Jonathan is hiding another case. I'll see what I can do about liberating it. Security has improved up here, but I still have a few tricks up my sleeve." Katie stepped forward and then rocked back onto his lap, sliding an arm around his neck and pulling a wool blanket over them both. They had built a fire by the lake after dinner, as had become their custom. As the days grew longer, they would have dinner on the back deck and then enjoy a glass of wine together by the fire, watching the light dancing on the lake as the sky turned magnificent hues of orange and red before the sun dropped below the horizon. Mule deer and elk were common sightings. They still had a lot to work out, but Reece was no longer sleeping on the floor or shoving towels under the door to keep the light out, so they were making progress. Every now and then she would find him by the window that overlooked the front deck, the window through which he had watched the FBI vehicles descend upon them and throw their lives into turmoil. His feet had healed, and he was working out with Rafe twice a day, putting muscle back on a frame that had leaned out in prison. They ate a lot of wild game with vegetables that Katie would pick up in town or that Caroline Hastings would bring down from her garden. The Wagoneer was still inoperable, and Rafe was threatening to put it out of its misery. Fixing it was on Reece's list of things to do. He shot a lot of arrows using his new Hoyt, and he had one built up for Katie at the local archery shop that he and Rafe were still thinking of buying. He rarely went to town. When he did, it was usually to take delivery of a new firearm at the local FFL. The Hastings' lawyers were still working with the FBI and ATF on getting back what had been confiscated in the raid. Reece was slowly building back his arsenal. His fly fishing had improved drastically, even though there was really nowhere for him to go but up. Katie had been raised with a fly rod in her hand. They would go out together for an hour or two in the mornings, and she would work with him on his cast. Then Katie would spend a few hours writing in the peace and serenity of the cabin. She would use the internet at local coffee shops and do her news hits from a studio in town. Life was much more pleasant and calm without the constant connection to the rest of the world. Reece paid little attention to the national news, though he was aware of the firestorm sweeping the nation. He had tossed his cell phone into a trash can before leaving D.C. earlier in the month, and the cabin was not equipped with internet. But they did still have cables, so Katie could stay on top of developments, which also forced Reece to not completely disconnect from the events he had played a role in shaping. Leading the news was the joint report issued by the Commission on the Assassination of President Alec Christensen. The Senate committee disclosed that a Russian private military company was behind the president's assassination. The group responsible had been eliminated in a joint interagency special operations mission earlier in the month off the coast of Israel, though specifics remain classified. The Russian president had been placed under house arrest in his palace on the Black Sea, along with the deputy chairman of the Security Council of the Russian Federation. Tanks surrounded the Kremlin, and several senior Russian generals were calling on the legislature to impeach the president and install the vice president as acting president. That news had followed reports that Russian Federal Security Service Director Pavel Dashkov had been assassinated on Cyprus the same day that a vehicle accident had claimed the life of Wagner Group CEO Andrei Sokolov. Receiving less coverage were reports that Russian Foreign Intelligence Service Director Rostya Levitsky had been found dead in a Moscow park. He had been shot at close range with a 9mm pistol. Stocks had taken a dive as the Securities and Exchange Commission and Commodity Futures Trading Commission filed charges against Sidney Morgan and Morgan Holdings. In a highly publicized arrest, Morgan had been taken into custody by federal agents at his Darien, Connecticut home. The criminal indictment charged him with wire fraud, conspiracy to commit wire fraud on consumers and lenders, conspiracy to commit commodities fraud, securities fraud conspiracy, conspiracy to commit money laundering, and conspiracy to defraud the Federal Election Commission and violate campaign finance laws. His attorneys quickly released a statement that Morgan Holdings was applying for Chapter 11 protection. Reporters had linked Morgan Holdings to several prominent government officials, including Congressman Douglas Linden. In what they termed unrelated news, the congressman announced he would finish his term and step away from politics, citing unspecified health issues. Reece did turn up the volume on their television earlier in the day when news began to break concerning former CIA officer and financier William Poe. He had been reported missing weeks earlier. His body had turned up downriver from his Colorado home. The death was reported as an accidental drowning. In a related story, multiple news outlets had recently received identical packages from an anonymous source containing information on his involvement in illegal CIA programs, dating back to the 1960s. Some of those documents confirmed that American POWs from the Vietnam War were transferred to Soviet prison camps in Siberia in the 1960s and 1970s, something both the United States and former Soviet Union had vehemently denied in the past. Journalists were also investigating a nexus of Russian and American elites allegedly conspiring to control the world economy in a plan dating back to the Bretton Woods Conference of 1944. The news anchor reported that the CIA was scrambling to suppress the documents as classified, but they had already been posted to multiple websites and downloaded more than 15 million times and counting. Reece reached down to scratch Castor behind the ears. Then, as per their SOP, Pollux stretched to insert his blockhead into the mix for a little love as well.
"It's getting chilly," Katie said. "What can I do to entice you inside?"
"I can think of a few things," Reece said mischievously.
"Another glass?"
she asked. "That would be great." Katie leaned in close and brought her lips to his.
"I love you, James."
"I love you too, Katie." The dogs stood. The sun had set and the temperature had dropped, which meant it was time to go in.
"The dogs are with me,"
Katie said. "I'll be right behind you," Reece said.
"I'll be waiting. Castor, Pollux, come on, boys."
Katie took off for the house, the dogs dancing around her feet in their version of hot pursuit. Reece took a moment and then set his wine glass to the side. He picked up a long stick and stoked the fire, watching the sparks rise into the night sky. He looked back at the house. He could see Katie through the windows, and as she turned on the news, Reece heard the anchor begin to give the nation an update on the week's developing stories. He turned to the fire and pulled the letter left to him by his father in the safe deposit box from his jacket pocket. Katie was the only other person who had read it. By the light of the flames, though he had already committed it to memory, Reece read it one last time. When he was done, he fed each page into the glowing embers of the fire. He watched them go up in smoke, and then went to join Katie in the cabin. Author's Note: If you have read David Morrell's novelizations of Rambo First Blood Part 2 and Rambo 3, you will most certainly have noticed the tribute to him and his work at the beginning and end of this novel. David Morrell created and introduced the world to Rambo in his 1972 debut thriller, First Blood, a novel that has not been out of print since publication. David again broke the mold in 1984 with The Brotherhood of the Rose, combining the most engaging elements of American and British spy fiction to create something entirely new that moved the genre forward. I discovered David's work when I was 11, and it cemented me on my path into the SEAL teams and into publishing. To find out exactly how, check out my conversation with David Morrell celebrating the 50th anniversary of First Blood on my Danger Close podcast. I also highly recommend you spend some time on his website, davidmorrell.net, and in the pages of his novels. "One breath behind the truth" is a line from the pre-publication publicity package for Charles McCarry's classic 1974 espionage tale, The Tears of Autumn, which inspired the Kennedy assassination tie-in to this novel. Rarely have I heard a catchphrase that so succinctly and eloquently captures the essence of a novel. His protagonist even whispers, I believe in consequences, as does James Reece, though I didn't make the connection until I had already written that chapter and was going back through McCarry's book in December 2022, after the executive branch once again refused to release the remaining documents related to the Kennedy assassination. Close to 60 years after the assassination, the Central Intelligence Agency convinced two different presidents from two different parties that it is in the best interest of the country to defy congressional mandate and keep the unreleased files a secret. If they bear no culpability, they have sure spent a lot of time going out of their way to make themselves look guilty. I first read The Tears of Autumn in high school. The theory explored in its pages has stayed with me. Before Charles McCarry devoted himself to writing full-time, he served in the United States Army and then in the CIA. He sets the tone of The Tears of Autumn with a quote from the Pentagon Papers. The Pentagon's secret study of the Vietnam War discloses that President Kennedy knew and approved of plans for the military coup d'etat that overthrew President Ngo Dinh Diem in 1963. Our complicity in his overthrow heightened our responsibilities and our commitments in Vietnam, the study finds. Would I have come up with McCarry's theory on my own? Not in a million years. But McCarry did. He worked for the agency from 1958 to 1967. I would have loved to have talked with him and asked him about his, or should I say his character's, theory. He passed away in 2019 at the age of 88. To the living, one owes consideration. To the dead, only the truth, writes Voltaire in Lettres sur Oedipe. What of Abel Archer and the events of 1983 that brought the world to the brink of a nuclear exchange? Those events are as described to include the recent successful efforts of the CIA to reclassify the Perutz memo. Why would they reclassify something that had already gone through a 4-year declassification review process? The Perutz memo was in the public domain long enough for anyone with a printer to preserve it. I may know a guy with a copy. It contains insights that could help us better understand Russian strategic thinking and lessons that we would be wise to apply to the decisions of today regarding Russia and Ukraine. Why would the CIA not want you to read it? I can think of a couple of reasons. For more information on Abel Archer and the events of 1983, read The Brink by Mark M. Binder, 1983 by Taylor Downing, and The Abel Archers by Brian J. Mora. You can also watch or listen to my conversation with Brian J. Mora on my Danger Close podcast. The United States Penitentiary Florence Administrative Maximum Facility Range 13 Special Housing Unit exists in Fremont County, Colorado. Other than putting James Reece in the dark, as far as I know, the rooms are as described. If you happen to be on the Black Sea in the vicinity of Krasnodar Krai, Russia, be sure to steer clear of the residence at Cape Itakopas, more commonly known as Putin's Palace. Some liberties were taken in its description, but not many. The Soviet closed or secret cities were and are real. They were built and operated as described in the novel. If you are looking for the Jaeger Club, 2 hours north of New York City, just west of the Hudson and north of the Ashokan Reservoir, on the edge of the Indian Head Wilderness, you will not find it. It goes by another name in another location. Were U.S. POWs abandoned in Vietnam? Were U.S. POWs sent to the Soviet Union? There is little I have observed of government, either from the inside or the outside, that would persuade me to believe that they would not act as depicted in the pages of this novel concerning the POW MIA issue. In reading Inside Delta Force by Eric L. Haney upon its publication in 2002, I was stunned to read that Delta had been put on alert for a mission to rescue American POWs in Laos. The year was 1981. It is one of the most heartbreaking and disturbing episodes in modern American military history. For additional information, read Survivors, Vietnam POWs Tell Their Stories by Zaleen Grant, Why Didn't You Get Me Out by Frank Anton, The Men We Left Behind by Mark Sauter and Jim Sanders, and Soldiers of Misfortune, The Cold War Betrayal and Sacrifice of American POWs by James D. Sanders, Mark A. Sauter, and R. Court Kirkwood. If you were involved in intelligence collection focused on American POWs held in Laos, Cambodia, or Vietnam, or if you were a planner or policymaker or connected with plans to rescue Americans left behind in Southeast Asia, look me up. I'm working on a list. The collective, as far as I know, is fiction. But if you take Colorado Road 742 northeast out of Almont toward the Taylor Park Reservoir, you will pass a nondescript entrance to a ranch along the Taylor River. If you were to explore further, you might find a house and guest lodge that fit the description in this novel. Whether it was ever used as a safe house or way station for rogue elements of the Central Intelligence Agency with ties to the collective is unknown.
Only the Dead, a thriller. Book 6 of the Terminal List series was written by Jack Carr and read by Ray Porter. Editing, mix, and post-production by Like 2,000 Pounds. The associate producers were Julia Terry and Hana Matsudaira. Only the Dead, a thriller. Book 6 of the Terminal List series was produced and directed by Travis Tunn. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. Only the Dead is available in print from Emily Bestler Books, a division of Atria. Also available from Simon & Schuster Audio, In the Blood, a thriller. Book 5 of the Terminal List series, written by Jack Carr and read by Ray Porter.
The following is an excerpt from Jack Carr's Red Sky Morning, a thriller, read by Ray Porter.
Changsheng, Jin Class Type 094 Submarine. 38 degrees, 48 minutes, 95 seconds north, 174 degrees, 48 minutes, 32 seconds west. Pacific Ocean. 1,767 nautical miles northwest of Hawaii. Commander Liu Zhen of the People's Liberation Navy had given his crew the order to change course 4 days earlier. The Chinese Jin-class submarine had last surfaced north of Japan in the Sea of Okhotsk and received an encrypted high-priority message from the commander of the North Sea Fleet. The message had been routed from the chairman of the Central Military Commission through the PLA Joint Staff Department. In all his years at sea, he had never read a message that originated at the level of chairman. That meant it came directly from the president. The message simply ordered Commander Zhen to open a safe, one that could be opened only with the concurrence of and physical keys from his executive and political officers. Even before they read the order, Zhen knew what it was going to say. They had been ordered to start a war. Zhen slowly inhaled the soothing warmth of his Chunghwa cigarette in violation of his own orders regarding smoking while underway. He closed his eyes, savoring the slight taste of plum in a cigarette that was rumored to have been a favorite of Chairman Mao, though Zhen wondered if that was nothing more than a clever marketing campaign. The red carton, emblazoned with the Tiananmen Gate, was a traditional gift given to him by Admiral Jun, who had seen them off from the North Sea Fleet's Xiaopingdao naval base in the Yellow Sea. Zhen much preferred to sail from the caves at Laoshan submarine base in the Shandong province, or Yulin naval base on Hainan Island, southwest of Macau in the South China Sea. Natural caverns had been excavated on the resort island to create tunnels for an underground naval base in an effort to counter U.S. spy satellites constantly collecting over the Middle Kingdom. It was there that the next generation of Chinese submarine, the Type 096, would enter service. Zhen hoped he would live to see it. Had the Admiral known what lay ahead? He obviously knew what was in the safe, but did he know the execution of those orders for a mission that would change the course of world history would come on this particular voyage? Zhen suspected he had. The Changzheng had been at sea for close to 2 months, one of 6 operational Chinese Jin-class Type 094 ballistic missile submarines. She was armed with 12 new JL-3 SLBMs, intercontinental range submarine-launched ballistic missiles. Zhen's boat had been retrofitted prior to sailing, her 12 JL-2s replaced with the longer-range JL-3s, giving her the ability to hit targets at a range of 10,000 kilometers. 6 of the JL-3s were equipped with MIRVs, multiple independently targetable re-entry vehicles with varying nuclear yields. Curiously, on this deployment, Commander Zhen's remaining 6 JL-3s were equipped with conventional, non-nuclear payloads. They were participating in a training exercise when the new orders had come in. "One more cigarette?" He would soon be needed on the bridge, where he would address the crew. He would let them know that the Changzheng would fire the first shots in a campaign that would allow China to annex Taiwan. Would the party leadership go further? Would they push the Americans from the South China Sea and fight to extend Chinese territory all the way to Australia? That would give China control of trade routes and access to the oil and natural gas the country desperately needed to fuel its economy. When combined with their reserves, controlling that territory would also allow them to dominate the world energy market. Zhen and the Changzheng would be ready. China was feeling the pressure. The new trilateral AUKUS, Australia, United Kingdom, United States defense partnership, was defensive in name only. It was a direct threat to Chinese autonomy. The agreement was cloaked in phrases crafted around deterring Chinese aggression that were endlessly repeated in the Western media. In reality, the pact extended U.S. subsurface capabilities up to China's doorstep. Australia would acquire 3, possibly 5, Virginia-class submarines in the coming years, followed by a new AUKUS-class submarine co-developed by Australia and the United Kingdom. U.S. submarines would also begin to make regular deployments to naval bases in Western Australia as part of the new force posture. The enemy was massing its forces and would soon be able to park an undersea flotilla off the coast, threatening China's fleet, command and control, and industrial base. Zhen also knew his country had to take Taiwan before the Americans deployed their new Block 5 Virginia-class submarines, scheduled to hit the water in less than a year, and certainly before the Columbia-class submarines came online. Intelligence analysts projected that the entire surface fleet would be connected to an artificially intelligent quantum computer that would counter China's current superiority in hypersonic missiles and passive targeting capabilities. If the U.S. fleet were to be synchronized with next-generation AI technology, China's options for expansion would be severely limited. At least the Columbia-class sub was years away from sea trials. Once they were in the water, Jin-class subs like Zhen's would become obsolete. Zhen had been serving in the People's Liberation Navy since his time in the Dalian Naval Academy. He had studied his American adversary since he was 17. With the Americans divided at home and their leaders sending untold billions to Ukraine and Israel, he understood why his president and National Security Commission had decided that this was the time to strike. He had participated in enough war games and classified briefings over the years to know that his submarine's actions would be coordinated with other subsurface platforms tasked with launching missiles at Alaska, California, Washington State, and Guam. He suspected that the Chinese intelligence services had leveraged their contacts in Iran to distract the Americans with terrorist attacks across their nation in population centers like Los Angeles and New York City through their Hezbollah and Islamic Jihad proxy forces. Chinese hackers would concurrently wreak havoc on critical U.S. domestic infrastructure, disrupting the electrical grid, internet, cell towers, air traffic control, water treatment plants, and oil and natural gas pipelines, as well as erasing credit cards, bank accounts, and driver's licenses. He also knew that a cyber attack would simultaneously target Guam, as had been tested so successfully in 2020 during the COVID pandemic. COVID. That had been a turning point. Zhen had lost his parents early. His wife's parents had succumbed to the illness a few months later while sequestered in their apartment. They had died without being able to hold their daughter's hand or look into her eyes one last time. The state had seen to that. His wife would take her own life a year into the lockdowns. Neighbors in their government-subsidized housing complex had found her hanging from the exposed pipe that ran the length of their ceiling. Through his contacts in the regime, he had discovered that she had first taken rat poison. In these later years, he now regretted the abortion he had convinced his wife to have when they found out she was pregnant with a girl. China's one-child policy, a policy that ironically had forced them into their current position, was responsible for the gutting of Chinese society. The policy that had so devastated the nation had also shattered Zhen's life. Men in China wanted sons who could carry on the family name. The result of the one-child policy, other than the inevitable demise of Chinese civilization due to declining birth rates, was the aborting of millions of female babies. By the time the government realized the folly of its policy and lifted the mandate in 2016, it was too late. Too late for China, and too late for Zhen and his wife, both in their 50s. Their time for children had passed. But Zhen's family name would now live on. Commander Liu Zhen of the People's Navy would launch one of the first volleys of the war. His targets were military and data centers in the Hawaiian Islands. Of his 6 non-nuclear missiles, 3 would target the United States Pacific Fleet headquarters on Oahu at Makalapa, Pearl Harbor. 1 would target the National Security Agency and Central Security Services Hawaii Cryptologic Center near Wahiawa in central Oahu. 1 would target the Aloha NAP Data Center in Kapolei, and the final missile would target the Endeavour Honolulu Data Center. Decommissioning the Aegis ballistic missile defense system at Barking Sands had been a mistake. That facility would have knocked at least one of his missiles out of the sky. Other submarines would target the U.S. Pacific Fleet in Guam and Pearl Harbor, though he had no confirmation of their locations or intentions. That was the way when one fought from beneath the waves. Submarines operating at these depths were cut off from outside communications. Zhen could ascend and raise an antenna or float an antenna buoy, but that increased the possibility of detection. His orders had been explicit. There were to be no further communications. He knew that the United States had 2 carrier battle groups in the Mediterranean and 1 in the Persian Gulf to deter Iran from opening a second front in Israel's war with Hamas. Other American naval assets were patrolling the Red Sea and Gulf of Aden to counter Iranian-backed Houthis in Yemen. Zhen wondered if Iran's use of proxy forces to attack Israel and then using the Houthis to attack U.S. naval ships and commercial vessels off the coast of Yemen, while ordering militia groups to hit U.S. troops in Iraq, Syria, and Jordan, had been orchestrated as part of the current campaign. Was it done to draw the U.S. fleet into the Middle East so that China could annex Taiwan? How much had Russia, China, and Iran collaborated on plans that put him and his crew on the front lines of what was about to be the defining conflict of the 21st century? A knock on his stateroom door intruded on his thoughts. "Enter." "It's time, Captain," said his executive officer. "The men await your orders." Zhen looked at his cigarette and at the red carton on the table before him. He then leaned forward and extinguished it in an ashtray. "Very well." The captain stood and straightened his dress uniform. His hand confirmed that the Norinco QSZ 92 5.8 pistol was on his hip. It was time to go to war.